Hello and welcome to I Know Dino. I'm Garrett.
And I'm Sabrina.
And today, in our 442nd episode, we have two new dinosaurs, or maybe one new dinosaur and one new dinosaur morph.
Depends how you classify it.
Yep, what you think of silosaurs specifically. We also have a really exciting interview with Anjay and Kara, who worked on the soundscape for Prehistoric Planet, both seasons 1 and 2.
And season 2 is coming out real soon.
It is, so we're celebrating with an interview. It's really interesting. They even made instruments for the production. It's so cool.
And played us some instruments.
Oh yeah, you'll hear a little bit of that in the interview. And we have Dinosaur of the Day, Zalmoxes, which we've talked a little bit about before, but never done as a Dinosaur of the Day. But before we get into all of that, as always, we'd like to thank some of our patrons for helping to make the podcast possible. And this week we have two new patrons to thank. They are Linda and Adrian. Thank you both for joining. They both joined separately. It's not Linda and Adrian, it's Linda. And also Adrian joined, which is awesome. We really appreciate it. We couldn't make the podcast without new people joining.
Yes.
And also without the continued support of existing patrons. So we have 8 more patrons to thank, and they are Stygiacosaurus, Christine, Stephanie, Danny Hermes, Dang, Histologysaurus, Dino Dork, and Lawrence.
Yes, thank you so much. As Garrett mentioned, we could not keep doing this podcast without your support. So thank you for being part of our community. Jumping into the news, I get to start because mine is definitely a new dinosaur.
Unequivocally a dinosaur, not a dinosaur morph.
Yep. There's a new pachycephalosaur called Platytholus clemensi. This was published in the Journal of Vertebrate Paleontology by John Jack Horner, Mark Goodwin, and David Evans.
Well, that's a pretty all-star cast.
Yeah.
I might have read it as Platytholus, but I'm not sure. I guess it's like platypus.
That was my thinking. So pachycephalosaurs, of course, are known for their domed heads. And in this case, what the authors found was a partial skull. Platytholus lived in the late Cretaceous in what is now Montana. It was found in the Hell Creek Formation.
It's a popular one.
It is. And it helps show pachycephalosaurs were more diverse than we previously thought. And maybe they were even in ecological niches based on their size. So first what they did was they compared the Platytholus skull with Spherotholus and Pachycephalosaurus. They're also from Hell Creek. And they found enough differences to name a new dinosaur. And they found that Platytholus was somewhere in between Spherotholus and Pachycephalosaurus size-wise.
Now as you're describing this, I'm thinking when we said it was definitely a new dinosaur, it makes me wonder, all we have is the bump on its head, the skull, dome, and sometimes those get synonymized. So I wonder if it might get synonymized.
Well, what's interesting is in the paper, the authors predict we'll find more new types of pachycephalosaurs in the future, even in areas like Hell Creek, where we're pretty familiar with the types of dinosaurs that are there. But for this case, they said there are long ghost lineages in pachycephalosaurs, and that implies that there's more diversity in this group than we currently know. Even though their skull features, like those domes and everything, they make it easier to identify them compared to other small ornithischian dinosaurs. I say this is all interesting because they also mention that they still believe Stygimoloch to be a subadult Pachycephalosaurus. So they're kind of lumping and splitting here.
Okay. That might give them a little more credibility as not just splitting everything out.
Right.
Because in other cases, they're like, oh, these should be actually lumped.
Yeah, so we'll see. I mean, you never know with future papers, what future studies might find. In this case, they found Platytholus, the skull, did not belong to a juvenile. It was in a later growth stage.
That definitely helps.
Yes. And in terms of sizes, because I said it was in between Spherotholus and Pachycephalosaurus, Spherotholus is estimated to be about 6.6 feet or 2 meters long, and Pachycephalosaurus is estimated to be almost 15 feet or about 4.5 meters long. So it's somewhere in between those.
Between 2 and 4.5 meters?
Yeah. They also found Platytholus to be more closely related to Prenocephaly, which was found in Mongolia in the Nemegt Formation, than dinosaurs in North America.
And thus the ghost lineage.
Mm-hmm. So, as I mentioned, they found part of the dome and it had a low, wide dome and, quote, unique imbricated roof tile like ornamentation. End quote.
Imbricated.
Yes, it basically means that there's overlapping edges of roof tile like ornamentation on the top of the skull.
It does sound like roof tiles.
It does. And that's what the authors mean by it should be easy to figure out the different types of pachycephalosaurs because they've got these unique things going on with their skull.
That does sound unique. I've never heard of that before in really any animal skull.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean it's not in an animal skull, but not ones we've talked about.
There are some pathologies on the skull. It seems there was some kind of break. And as they put it, there's some bone tissue that was expelled from the top of the skull, probably from an injury.
Yikes.
Yeah, in the paper they talk about you could see tissues filling in, and you can tell that there were missing bits before those tissues started to repair. So they said, quote, this would be the first unequivocal evidence of trauma in a pachycephalosaurid dome due to the nature of the fracture and subsequent healing, end quote.
So then the question obviously is, did it happen from headbutting?
Right. They do suggest it could have been from head-to-head pushing or shoving or headbutting.
Wow.
But that's they said even though there's definitely trauma to the top of the skull, quote, to imply that it is the result of headbutting without evidence from internal and external examination of bone tissue in a more comprehensive approach is a fool's errand.
That's in the paper?
That's in the paper. They also said, quote, it's time to stop trying to force a specific behavioral trait onto pachycephalosaurs without a comprehensive examination of all of their various cranial characteristics, end quote. So don't rush into it must have been a headbutting thing.
Yeah.
Idea, yeah.
We have seen people that tried to look at the whole head and neck and basically came to the conclusion of like it would have broken its neck if it butted heads. But then we've seen other comparisons where they look at the head and they say, well, it's got some pretty good either cushioning or just a thick skull roof, and it maybe could have head butted or at least butted flanks or something. So yeah, the jury's still out on that.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting if this specimen helps in the future, though.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Every piece helps.
Yeah. Seems like a very good puzzle piece.
Yeah. They also found that based on features at the top of the skull and the highly vascularized bone, the surface of the dome may have had some sort of structure on top of it. It wasn't just some simple keratin cap.
Yeah, like a fleshy padding.
Oh, man.
For headbutting.
So as I mentioned, they found a partial skull, specifically the top middle part. It's a medium-sized pachycephalosaurid skull. And the genus name, in case you're wondering, Platytholus, means wide, small, domed hill. And the species name Clemensi is in honor of Dr. William A. Clemens for his significant contributions to vertebrate paleontology.
Nice. That sounds like a good one.
Yeah.
At first, when you said, oh, we've got a pachycephalosaur, and all we have is the dome, or part of the dome, I was thinking, well, that's not that exciting.
But it's an important part for a pachycephalosaur.
Yeah. Got those imbricated roof tile-like ornamentation.
Yep.
And then also...
there's something on top of that skull.
And it looks like it was broken a little bit, too. That's very interesting.
Yeah.
And it's from the Hell Creek, which is most people's favorite formation. Other than maybe the Morrison. Might be... It's a close second.
Nemet's pretty good, too.
It is. I've got another potentially new dinosaur, which was published in Scientific Reports by Rodrigo T. Mueller and others. And the reason I say it's a potential new dinosaur is because it's a dinosauromorph, a silosaur. Although, according to some people, silosaurs are dinosaurs.
That's why we included this one.
Yeah. Sometimes we talk about dinosaur morphs if they're really interesting, because dinosaur morphs are the larger, broader group, which includes dinosaurs. So if silosaurs are considered to be true dinosaurs, they're still dinosaur morphs. It's just like a more specific type of dinosaur morph. Silosaurs are, quote, the oldest dinosaur morphs reported in the fossil record, end quote, which means that if silosaurs are in fact true dinosaurs and not just dinosaur morphs, they would also be the oldest known dinosaurs. The most recent two studies I've seen consider silosaurs to be dinosaurs and not just dinosaur morphs. So yeah, that is why I decided to talk about this one. But yeah, we started with the less controversial dinosaurs since it's definitely a dinosaur.
Yes, pachycephalosaurs have long considered to be dinosaurs.
Yeah, as far as I know, no one has ever said pachycephalosaurs not real dinosaurs, especially since they're pretty late. This is a Triassic creature.
The Silosaur?
Mm-hmm. The other fun thing about that is usually the oldest dinosaurs are considered to be Saurischians, but if Silosaurs are dinosaurs, that means the oldest dinosaurs that we know of are Ornithischians, jumping back tens of millions of years earlier than the previously known oldest Ornithischians.
And Saurischians are, we generally think of sauropods and theropods.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of sauropodomorphs from the Triassic and theropods. The oldest silosaurs are from South America and Africa. They've been found in Brazil, Argentina, Tanzania, and Zambia. All of those are from the Middle Triassic. Again, even though it's the Middle Triassic, it's in the first half of the Triassic due to the weird naming conventions.
Right, because the Late Triassic is most of the Triassic.
Yep. That's very strange. Because we found the earliest silosaurs from the southern hemisphere, we think that silosaurs probably evolved in Gondwana, the landmass of all the southern continents back in the Triassic. But by the late Triassic, there were silosaurs in North America and Europe, so they didn't just stay in the southern hemisphere.
They moved pretty quickly.
Yeah, tens of millions of years. It'd be fun to convert that speed, because you figure they go like 10,000 miles in 10 million years. What is that? Like a fraction of a mile an hour if you average it out, or a mile a year.
Well, when you break it down like that.
The new silosaur is named Ammonosaurus nesbitti. The genus name Ammonosaurus comes from the Tupi word amana, which means rain.
Is Nesbitt Sterling Nesbitt?
It is, yes.
He does a lot of work with Triassic animals.
Yeah, they said the species name, quote, honors Dr. Sterling J. Nesbitt, a prominent North American paleontologist, for his contribution and studies of silosaurs and Triassic archosaurs, end quote. So not only does he study silosaurs, but he studies other Triassic dinosaur morphs and even more distant things that are just in archosaurs, even broader group that includes pterosaurs. So the name Amana, that Tupi word meaning rain, is because Ammonosaurus is from the Carnian pluvial event, or Carnian pluvial episode, and pluvial means rain, so it rained a lot, and thus rain lizard is its name.
Not, it's raining lizards.
No. It was, although kind of in a way, because it is the time in the Triassic when dinosaurs, pterosaurs, and mammals really got going. So it was sort of raining new dinosaur species in a way. And then, not surprisingly, they think it's from the Carnian, given that it was in the Carnian pluvial event. And the Carnian, in this case, this part of the Carnian is about 233 million years ago, which is very old for a dinosaur.
Yes.
This Ammonosaurus has, quote, the oldest occurrence of an anterior trochanter separated by the femoral shaft by a marked cleft, end quote.
And what does that mean?
Basically, the anterior trochanter is an important muscle attachment spot at the top front of the femur, and several muscles from the hip and upper leg attach to it and basically help with moving the leg around in the hip socket. So it's an important feature to have on the femur for mobility.
Yeah.
And we've seen, I think theropods also had it early on, so it's a pretty dinosaur-like feature. The authors say, quote, its femoral length indicates that the new species rivals in size with most coeval dinosaurs, end quote.
So that's dinosaurs that lived around the same... Oh, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, around the same time.
Or like we're evolving around the same time.
I said, oh, no, because I was remembering this is a silosaur and we're in the Middle Triassic, and we generally talk about dinosaurs a little bit later in the Late Triassic.
Yeah. This dinosaur is from the Late Triassic. The Carnian's the very beginning of the Late Triassic.
Oh, okay.
But there are those other silosaurs I was talking about that I didn't name were from the Middle Triassic.
Got it.
So even though they're talking about the femoral length, they couldn't exactly measure the length of the femur. The holotype is only the very top of the femur with that fancy trochanter. The piece that they found is 25 millimeters long, and they estimate that the total length of the femur was about 122 millimeters long. So that's like about a fifth, 20% of the bone, what they found. And when you look at pictures of it, it even looks like less than that. It's such a small little piece. And in inches, that's 1 inch out of 4.8 inches. And 4.8 inches is not particularly long for a femur.
Nope.
There is a referred specimen of the other end of the femur, which is a little bit bigger. They found 36 millimeters of that
Oh,
out of an estimated 143 millimeters, meaning 1.4 inches out of 5.6 inches. But still, 5.6 inches is not particularly impressive for a dinosaur.
no.
They got those estimates by comparing the fragments of these femurs to 31 femora from different archosaurs from the Triassic and early Jurassic. They think it was probably quadrupedal, although there are no front limbs or anything other than the femur to work with. So we can guess that it's a silosaur based on some of the details of these little femur fragments, and that's really about it. The femur of a monosaurus was about the same size as the early sauropodomorph Burriolestes, and Burriolestes is estimated at about 1.5 meters or 5 feet long. A monosaurus might be similar, given that its femur is similar.
Mm-hmm.
And there wasn't a whole lot of different crazy stuff going on in dinosaur body plans in the Triassic. They were all vaguely similar, not like when you get to the Cretaceous and there's all sorts of super weird stuff going on, or even Jurassic. Burriolestes was only found about half a kilometer from a monosaurus, which means that they likely lived alongside each other. And as the authors point out previously, it's been proposed that silosaurs were kept small in ecosystems when living alongside dinosaurs, or maybe I should say other dinosaurs, if silosaurs count as dinosaurs.
Mm-hmm.
That's not too different from how mammals have been described in the Mesozoic as staying small to fill those niches that dinosaurs weren't filling because the dinosaurs were on all the big
Yep.
niches.
Fill in the niches, biding their time.
Yep. However, a monosaurus and this new find throws that off a bit because it was about the same size as sauropodomorphs and herrerasaurids that lived at that same time. And they also don't think that it shrank in size during the Triassic. So it's not like they started out big and then they had to shrink to live alongside dinosaurs. They seem to be evolving totally separately and coexisting somehow, although they did go extinct around the Triassic-Jurassic boundary, along with a lot of other stuff when dinosaurs really ratcheted up the diversity.
Well, I hope we keep thinking that silosaurs were dinosaurs because that opens up a whole world of possibilities.
Me too. And it helps explain the whole weird no ornithischians in the Triassic thing.
Mm-hmm. They were there all along.
Yeah. Although some of their analyses, it's like they're ornithischians, but they didn't evolve into the modern ornithischians, which doesn't really help then, because then you just have a different ghost lineage.
Well, take what we can.
Mm-hmm. And in just a moment, we'll get on to our interview with the Prehistoric Planet soundscape creators. But first, we're going to pause for a quick sponsor break. And now onto our interview with Anjay and Kara. But as always, we got going on all sorts of topics. So we have an extended version of this interview for our patrons. So if you are a patron, make sure to check out your premium content feed. We are joined this week by Anjay Roseman and Kara Talvi, and they are two of the composers from the collective at Bleeding Fingers Music. They, along with Oscar-winning composer Hans Zimmer, recently created the soundscape for Apple TV Plus and BBC's Prehistoric Planet. They won the Hollywood Music and Media Award for Best Score for Streamed Documentary, and they're nominated for at least a couple other awards because the sound is fantastic in that documentary. Thank you both so much for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
When you were coming up with the score, did you watch, had they already recorded scenes, or what was the process like? Like, how much information did you have about what you were scoring?
Well, in the spotting session, we would go through the scenes and how they're going to change and evolve over time, because obviously it's CGI. So most of it was in pretty rough stages when we would first start scoring. So our conversations with the showrunners were very important to fill in the blanks and explain what's going to change over time. But yeah, we kind of had to use our imaginations for a lot of it. What do you think, Anjay?
Well, yeah, as you said, like the so-called spotting sessions that we call them in the biz is nowadays they look like that we jump on a Zoom call with the producers of the show, and we watch the episode together and they convey the story arcs of each of the scenes to us. So as far as I understand how the whole animation process works, there's artists for doing concept art. And then that leads into like storyboards. And that leads into another animation team doing rough animations on CGI landscape. And then a film crew is out and about on planet Earth filming locations. So then when they have that, then MPC takes over, and then they do the final animations and put the dinosaurs into the landscape that the film crew filmed around planet Earth. So what's the one of our favorite things with Kara was that sometimes we would just get storyboards, like 3 frames per second, a dino doing something, and then you know what the story is, so you fill in the blanks. But the most fun part, I think, for us with the visual side is when we just got the visuals back from the film crew. So instead of like real triceratopses walking around in the cave in the forests episode, there were 3 people with giant triceratops cutouts walking in that cave.
Yeah.
And that must be one of the best jobs for dino fans, being a triceratops cutout. Or like if a dinosaur bites off a branch, instead of a dinosaur head, they would just have a man or a woman in a glove, prodding at a tree. So there's like a lot of fun things like that.
That is hilarious.
That we get to see.
Yeah, and the guy on the motorbike, they need to infer what the speed the dinosaurs were running was. So they'd have like someone on a motorcycle riding down a hill.
Yeah, so like the first cut we would get, it would be just the motorcycle, and then the next cut it would be a motorcycle and already like some temp dinos running beside him, and then the motorcycle would slowly get deleted throughout the next generation of cuts we would get.
Yeah, but the most fun thing is to see the end result, which usually for us is after post-production. I mean, after we've even done the music, when you see it all come together and you're like, holy shit, that looks really cool. And season 2 looks even more amazing, in my opinion.
So can you tell us like how far along are you done with your music already for season 2, or is it?
As far as we're concerned, I think we're done with the music. But in our profession, you're never really done until it's on screen. So there's still chance that something might come in. Until it's on TV, we're not done.
Gotcha. Yeah. Because I was wondering, when you're talking about the motorcycle thing, I feel like a lot of times when things are scored, they're sort of paced like the footsteps of the animals, especially if something's kind of running. There might be some sort of connection between how fast its legs are moving versus the beat of the music. Did you have the ability to do that kind of stuff?
That's actually mine and Kara's thing that we always we're always proud of ourselves if we manage to hit the footsteps in a subtle way.
Yeah.
So did you have to like rework it as the animation came through ever?
Vaguely remember that sometimes if there weren't dinosaurs on screen yet, they might animate a little bit to the music. I vaguely remember that. Didn't we send some scenes and we got it back and we realized, oh, they kind of animated what we did here.
Yeah, what we have to say is that, at least for me personally, out of any project that I've worked on, this was the most satisfying one and also the most organized one. How well the teams were organized between each other is absolutely crazy. So from our process, we had about 6 to 8 weeks per episode to do the first version of the episode. The first version meaning that it's not the first version of the music. So we would send scenes over to the producers and we would get feedback and feedback and feedback and feedback. And over several versions, we would conclude, okay, this is the real version 1 of this episode. Scored on a pretty rough cut. And then we would park that for a few months. What happens between those few months, we don't really know. So we are guessing, I mean, they replace our original score with the previous demo score that was in. And I'm guessing that the animators take that into account and probably animate to our score as well. And then after a few months, we would get the pre-lock and we would do final corrections on timing. And then we would go record with an orchestra. And then the locked picture would come in, and then our music editor would come in, and we would fix the final timings again, minute things. But yeah, as Kara said, we believe that the animators do sometimes animate to our score. At least there was like few instances where I don't remember where we were like, oh, we don't remember hitting that. But they might have done a slight different eye movement of a dino or footsteps or whatever.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. I know you built custom instruments. Could you tell us a little bit about that? I heard you used some fossils and fossilized rock and things like that.
I mean, you have them in there. You should show.
How the story of the creation of these instruments goes is that we wanted to portray, the whole production wanted to portray dinosaurs as majestic and glorious and just normal animals. But on the other hand, there's this mystique and otherworldliness about them because they're all dead and it's mysterious and it's magical. So the live orchestra that we had, we knew we would have the ability to record with the BBC Symphony Orchestra of Wales. And that brings this homely, familiar territory to the score, like Planet Earth or Blue Planet, You're familiar with those sounds and it tricks your brain into thinking, oh, I'm watching a normal animal documentary.
Yeah.
And then we were trying to find sounds that would convey the other aspect of it, the otherworldliness, the mysterious part of it. And Hans Zimmer and Andrew James Christie, who did the main theme for the show, they enlisted Gorkem Sen, who plays this instrument he made called the Yabahar, that's heard in the beginning of the main theme and also throughout the score. And we were all like, wow, this really sounds otherworldly. It gives a really cool aspect to the soundscape. But we knew we wanted more, and we wanted some instruments that would convey more our story. So me and Kara took a trip to Sedona in December of 2020. And there we stumbled upon a Native American trading post. And in this room, there were bones of various animals, from coyotes to alligators to turtles, you name it, they had it. But also fossils and some like meteorite fragments and Native American instruments. So that's when it kind of clicked for us. So why don't we try to use these materials to create the instruments for the show? So we bought a bunch of bones and some fossils, petrified wood, and we brought it back. And then this is not the prototype, but this is the first instrument that we got back from the shop from Charles Lebrec, Chaz, who's been building instruments for Hans for years. But what we did is we had a deer bone and we just strung a cello string over it and put a cheap contact mic on it and ran it through some guitar pedals. And the sound is creepy and weird, and it's really something that we've never heard before. So we knew that we had something that we can work with. So this is the Raptor violin that we use for a lot of our dromaeosaurs, and it's also elasmosaurs and stuff.
That's awesome.
That is great.
And I know that this one is heavily featured in the second track on the soundtrack, right?
Yeah.
Which you can find on Spotify and Apple Music.
Perfect.
Yeah, called, I think, Dromaeosaurs.
Yeah.
But anyway, to conclude my long story, make a short ending, this was the first instrument called the Raptor violin. And then we also, we said, this is cool. And we had a baby cello, so we decided to put a moose bone on it. And that became the Hadro cello used for the hadrosaurs. And FYI, for anyone wanting to know, all the bones in that shop are sustainably sourced, or just from their, I think the Navajo Nation just their general hunting. Nothing goes to waste.
No animals were harmed in the making of these
No
instruments.
animals were. Yeah, we didn't go hunting moose just to create these instruments. And then we also created one of these raptor violins out of a Ice Age horse fossil that we bought.
Oh, wow.
Ice Age horse tibia bone. We couldn't get a dinosaur. Then we made some percussions out of petrified wood. Then just a few other instruments, the Fat Rex with the T-Rex skull on top, T-Rex replica skull that we used for our velociraptors. And yeah.
Wow.
Then we recorded subcontrabass flute, which is another very cool instrument for the mosasaur.
I don't know that one.
So it's like 8 feet tall.
Oh, wow.
It's absolutely humongous. So if you listen to the Mosasaur track on the soundtrack.
Mosasaur battle.
Well, Mosasaur Spa and Moses Kai Kai Filu, those both feature the subcontrabass flute. So in essence, we tried to find sounds that would go well with our characters, but also in a way have the listener go, oh, wait, what's that? You know? Oh, nice orchestra. I feel comfortable. I know what I'm watching. I'm watching Planet Earth with dinosaurs. And then, a second later, oh, wait, this is not quite Planet Earth. We're 66 million years ago.
Yeah. Yeah. I think my exact feeling, the way you start the first episode where you have the nice orchestral music and then you have the Tyrannosaur swimming. And I love that too, because it makes the Tyrannosaurs seem like the friendly ones. And then this creepy music comes in and you're like, oh, the Mosasaurs are the bad guys of this situation. But like you said, it's a different sound than you hear in other documentaries. So you can tell that the Mosasaur is like something special and extra.
Oh yeah, that's the first time you can hear the subcontrabass flute. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that scene. Well, I really enjoyed the entire thing. I think you guys did a fantastic job.
Yes.
Thank you.
I guess I would like to ask about a few specific dinosaur and how you decided to score them, if you're okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the one that stands out the most when I talk about this show with people, the thing that they remember the most is the Carnotaurus with its little arms and how it was sort of goofy, but you expected it to be a fight going into it because they're sort of approaching each other. How did you guys get that mood across?
Well, when we first spotted that scene, that was a really hard one. That was a very specific request of, we don't want it to be too funny or silly, but it still needs to be lighthearted, and it's still a big dinosaur, so we need to feel that it's a big dinosaur. So it was really pretty hard, I recall.
It was the first fully rendered scene. So I think that scene was kind of the pilot of the show.
Yeah, I remember they were going to show that scene somewhere. It was some sort of example piece. And there needs to be this, like you said, this feeling in the beginning that it's going to be a fight. And then there's a big shift into this comedic kind of lighthearted thing. So, yeah, I think the first version was actually a bossa nova.
Yeah, it was.
The director did not like that at all. So we shifted to a more lighthearted, silly kind of thing. But yeah, that scene was really funny, especially when you see the the blue arms come out. And that was a funny sync point with the music.
Yeah, I remember when Kara was doing that scene, and we always listened to each other's stuff, and Kara would help me out. I would help out Kara, Hans, and Russell Emanuel, the score producer, would chip in with their ideas. And with this specific, the Carnotaurus scene, I remember we were watching it together. And even though we've heard it a dozen million times, we would still laugh every time the little hands came out. And so if you as the composer or the composing team, if you still have the correct reaction after hundreds of listens, you know that you probably did it right, because then the audience will the majority will have a similar reaction as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then there's that big build at the end where you're wondering, is she gonna go for it or not? And And then there's the big letdown when she's like, nah. She just
That you didn't do like the slide whistle sad after that.
yeah.
What also makes, I think, this scene so loved by the audience is that Carnotaurus especially is that dinosaur that I found the Carnotaurus in the Dinosaur magazine from '94. And it's, that vicious red guy, like usually with blood on his feet, or like devouring a hadrosaur or whatever. And here you're having it do the silliest little mating dance like a bird of paradise, It's a complete 180 shift from what we thought of this animal as.
Yes.
I should ask another question about those instruments that you guys created and had created. How was it integrating them? Did you just give it to a cellist and you're like, here you go. Here's a version of a cello.
No, Anjay is a...
You can say it.
I was trying not to say mediocre cellist.
No. I would be honored if you said that.
Yeah, so he's a mediocre cellist, but that also allows him to play instruments that are constructed similarly to a cello. So, and I can't play anything like with a string. So mediocre is a big compliment.
Thank you.
I can't play any of those instruments. I tried to play the Raptor violin and it's really not easy. So even though it has one string and it looks kind of simple to play, it really is not. Because you have to apply so much pressure to actually get a sound out of it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he's a pro at playing all those instruments.
I'm a mediocre cellist, but I am...
You're a pro Fat Rex player.
Well, not a pro. I am actually the best in the world in playing the Raptor violin, Hadrocello, and Fat Rex. The absolute best. I haven't gotten an award for it, but yeah.
Not yet.
They haven't made a category just
Well,
yet.
I would be curious how a professional cellist like Tina Guo would play that.
I
If it
know.
would be any, I don't know. If it would be
Better. It would
Wow.
definitely be better.
It might sound too much like a cello.
I mean, it would be different.
yeah.
But it's like we created these instruments and we were the first to play them. So I guess it makes it even more unique. And Kara's right. I am a very mediocre cellist and I collect instruments from around the world and I'm terrible at playing all of them. But once I got rid of that fear, because mind you, also my piano teacher in music high school like kind of disowned me and said that she's not going to prepare me for my music college exams because I'm not going to bring shame to her name because I was not a very good piano player. So it always like kind of stuck with me that I suck at playing instruments, and I still do. I don't have the motor skills for it. But then it's still so liberating just to play stuff. And because I'm mediocre, I usually play not what I intend to. And the key is to like then figure out, oh, I didn't mean to play this, but it sounds kind of cool. So that's kind of how the Velociraptor theme came about on the Fat Rex, just out of improvisation. And we were like, well, this is cool.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to play it.
And now you've won awards.
Yeah. Well, not as a pianist.
Not for playing the instrument.
Yeah.
Could have been a factor.
But
They don't split out which instruments were the most important for the award.
that's true. But yeah, it was cool to write a cue and then bring Angers in to play something over it or double the melody with one of the custom instruments. And it just brings it to that otherworldly sounding soundscape.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of times it's very subtle where you wouldn't really notice it on the first listen. But even like we had Gorkimsen on the Yabahar double a lot of lines that the orchestral violins and cellos are playing. And it's very like low in the mix, but it just gives the orchestra this magical flair that you haven't heard. Or the same as like the hadro cello doubled with the cellos or the raptor violins doubled with the violins.
Hmm.
There's a lot of that in the score.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask real quick, the Fat Rex, you mentioned briefly what it was, and I think I missed. It's a percussion instrument, you said?
Oh, no. Wait. I'll
Well-
show it to you.
It can be because it does have a frame drum as the body.
Mm.
Oh, I see. It's like, it looks almost like a mandolin,
Yeah.
maybe is the closest instrument.
So it has the Tyrannosaur skull.
I
Lovingly on it.
see.
It's not to scale,
Yes.
by the way.
So that's why he's the Fat Rex. But this
Gotcha.
is the instrument that's used for the velociraptors,
Okay. So
mostly.
for our audio listeners, it's like a 3D printed or otherwise modeled skull that's like the size of your
Yes.
hand at the top.
Yeah, Chaz made, right? Didn't Chaz make that
Yes.
out of the 3D printer?
Yeah, because usually the like normal cellos and whatever have the little snail on top.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a snail. I don't know what it's called. But in like Baroque and Renaissance, there was like an instrument called the viola d'amore, and it had an angel head on top. But the Fat Rex is vaguely inspired by the Mongolian morinkur, which is called the Mongolian, or even like I think the horseman cello, and they have a horse head on top. So then Chaz was like, well, why don't I just 3D print a T-Rex skull and put it on top? And it doesn't create any sound, but it does, even just playing it, you're playing something dinosaur-y.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love looking at the instrument.
And it's fat because the drum piece is enormous compared to the,
Yes.
the scale of the rest of the instrument. Sort of like
It's fat, like PHAT.
it's also very cool.
Yes. Going back real quick, I love how honest the two of you are with each other. Have you been working together for a long time?
Well, we are getting married also.
Oh,
yeah.
then perfect.
Yeah, but we've been working together for years and we've been together through most of it. So
Yeah. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
thank you.
I want to ask one last question, if I can, which is, are there any favorite pieces that you guys made that we didn't ask you about?
Well, my personal favorite is the Velociraptor, the canyon hunt, because of many different factors. Factor one, in preschool, we all loved dinosaurs, so we were playing dinosaurs, and I was this designated Velociraptor chasing my friends around. One friend was standing in front of a fence that went around the preschool, and I was the Velociraptor with my claws out. Jumped on him, he moved, and I crashed my head into the metal fence, and I
Oh.
still have a scar on my eye
Ooh.
to prove it. So I was always connected with the animal, I guess. And then just the fact that we got this Fat Rex instrument just when we were scoring the Velociraptor sequence, and they wanted to portray the Velociraptors as smart and agile and calculative. And then this instrument just made them sound like that without us even trying. So it was a unique approach of scoring that. That's my favorite sequence in the show. And I don't know about the music. I'm biased. But yeah, I just love the sequence.
Yeah, I've always loved the Elasmosaurus and the Plesiosaurus. That's one of my favorite themes of the show. And also the bioluminescent ammonites.
Mhm.
Which-
Mhm.
That scene is so different from kind of the rest of the score and the show because that's the only time we really introduced synths. So that particular sequence has a very cool sound, I think.
Yeah, because they're like these aliens making light 66 million years ago. To us, it almost seemed like they had this hidden technology that no one else had at that time. So
Yeah.
since seemed the right.
And if you watch closely, the synths really follow the movement of the electricity in their little tentacles. So that's something we paid close attention to.
Cool.
Awesome. So last question for our listeners. If they wanted to find out more about you and your work, where's the best place where they might learn? Maybe online?
Well, both of our websites have information
Stuff.
and tracks to listen to. Yes. Karatalvi.com.
anzerosman.com.
All right.
ANZE.
And ANZEROZMAN.com.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll put links into our show notes too for anybody.
Yes.
Yay.
Yeah. Great.
Awesome. And buy the soundtrack on.
Everywhere it's available. You said Spotify, Apple.
Yeah. Stream it on Spotify.
And we can't wait for the season 2 soundtrack to come out, and just especially the show. We're in absolute love with the show, and the whole team was so good to work with. It was just such a pleasant ride.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us.
Thank you for inviting us.
Thank you so much, Anjay and Kara. We had such a fun time talking with you, and thank you also, Anjay, for playing those instruments. We're really looking forward to season 2 of Prehistoric Planet.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And if you want to see photos of the instruments that we were talking about, we'll be sharing them on our website in the show notes, iknowdino.com.
Oh, yeah. Definitely check them out. It's hard to describe what exactly they look like, but they're really cool. And in just a moment, we'll get on to our dinosaur of the day, Zalmoxes. But first, we're going to pause for one last sponsor break.
And now on to our dinosaur of the day, Zalmoxes, which was a request from PaleoMike716 via our Patreon and Discord. We did technically talk about Zalmoxes back in episode 400 because it was one of the many hot seg dinosaurs. But when I was looking through my notes, I realized, oh, I could go a lot deeper.
You just scratched the surface.
Yep. So Zalmoxes was a rhabdodontid ornithopod that lived in the late Cretaceous in what is now Romania in the Hotseg Basin. And rhabdodontids were ornithopods that lived in the late Cretaceous in what is now Europe, when Europe was a chain of islands. Zalmoxes looked like a typical ornithopod, kind of like a iguanodon, but smaller. It walked on 2 legs, it had long arms, a long tail, and elongated skull. And the head was large and triangular, and there was a beak. It was herbivorous, and it may have eaten tough plants like horsetails and ferns. There's 2 species of Zalmoxes, Zalmoxes robustus and Zalmoxes shepororum. The type species is Zalmoxes robustus. Now, Zalmoxes subadults have been found on Hotseg Island, and they range from 6.6 to 7.9 feet or 2 to 2.4 meters long.
Doesn't sound that robust.
Zalmoxes shepororum was stockier and larger than robustus, ironically. There's one Zalmoxes shepororum that was found, a subadult that was found that was 8.2 feet or 2.5 meters long.
Only a little bit bigger then.
Yep. There is one juvenile Zalmoxes found that's 9.5 feet or 2.9 meters long, though.
Interesting.
Yes. Especially because it's a Hotseg dinosaur, so it has been thought to be a dwarf dinosaur, but not everybody agrees with this.
Twist.
In 2009, Zoltan Siski and others questioned whether the Hotseg dinosaurs were really dwarf dinosaurs, and they did histology on the long bones of Zalmoxes specimens. They found 13 growth marks or lags in a Zalmoxes robustus and 7 lags in a Zalmoxes shepororum. So they said they weren't juveniles.
And lags, again, that's like the minimum age. So one was at least 13 years and one was at least 7 years.
However, they also found that the specimens were still actively growing when they died. So we haven't yet found a fully grown Zalmoxes. They found that Zalmoxes had a slow growth rate. In 2012, Attila Ossi and others described a rhabdodontid, the oldest known one by 15 million years, that lived in the late Cretaceous in what is now Hungary. They assigned it to Maclodon verosi, and they did histology on it and compared it to Zalmoxes. And this specimen of Maclodon helps show that Zalmoxes was not a dwarf dinosaur. They found that the ancestral rhabdodontid had femur lengths of 298 to 339 millimeters, and that's close in size to the femur of Zalmoxes, which ranged from 320 to 333 millimeters.
Or about a foot.
Both Maclodon and Zalmoxes lived on islands. However, Maclodon was even smaller. There are Maclodon specimens that are about 3.9 to 5.9 feet or 1.2 to 1.8 meters long, and they have features that indicate these specimens are adults.
Oh, wow.
But there are late juvenile Zalmoxes specimens that are 6.5 feet or 2 meters long.
And still growing.
In 2017, Steve Brusati and others described a number of new Zalmoxes specimens. They've been found in multiple areas or localities of the Hotseg Basin, and it turns out both species of Zalmoxes lived alongside each other. And more specimens have been found over the years, and Zalmoxes is now one of the most common dinosaurs found on Hotseg Island. So most of the skeleton's been found, and we know about 80% of the skull of Zalmoxes robustus. At least 22 Zalmoxes individuals have been found in just one locality, and it might be up to 25 individuals.
Wow, that's quite a bone bed.
Yeah. They didn't necessarily live together, though. They were found spread throughout this locality.
Okay, so maybe not. It could be multiple bone beds.
Yes. Zalmoxes shipororum was named based on an incomplete adult specimen and some referred fossils. Then later more fossils were assigned to shipororum. However, Brusati and others said that it was hard to refer fossils to either species because many fossils that were found were disarticulated and or isolated, so it's hard to tell where exactly they belonged. Also, though the two species have unique features, it's hard to compare them to close relatives because we don't have the same bones of those close relatives to compare them to. It's also unclear if some differences between the species are because of individual variation or ontogeny, how it's growing, and it's possible that there's even sexual dimorphism, which is something that Franz Nopsche had suggested. Brusati and others said that a comprehensive revision of Zalmoxes, quote, is becoming increasingly necessary. And apparently this study has begun. So for their paper, they accepted that there's two species of Zalmoxes, and they referred some specimens to each species. And they described multiple individuals. Most of them were isolated bones. They described some teeth that were larger than the holotype of Zalmoxes, which they said, quote, illustrate that Zalmoxes, or at least Zalmoxes shipororum, could reach a reasonably large size, although still much smaller than the rhabdodontid Rhabdodon priscus from late Cretaceous faunas in Western Europe, end quote.
So it might not be a small dwarf dinosaur, but it might still be small for a rhabdodontid.
Yes, so not a dwarf dinosaur, but still on the smaller side.
I guess that kind of, what's your definition of dwarf?
Yeah. In 2022, last year, Felix Augustin and others found two partial brain cases previously thought to be Zalmoxes to actually be Telmatosaurus. So we've got some things are shifting when it comes to Zalmoxes. So to recap, there's two species, Zalmoxes robustus and Zalmoxes shipororum.
That second species is spelled crazy. That Shqiperorum.
Yes, it's named for the Albanian name for Albania.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yep, and that was named in 2003.
I would have never guessed that was pronounced sheep to start.
Yeah, I had to look that up. And hopefully, I feel like I'm probably not pronouncing it 100%, but hopefully it's close.
I think you did a good job.
Thanks.
I appreciate the effort.
So we know it as Zalmoxes now, but at first it was thought to be Maclodon robustum. It was described way back in 1899 by Franz Nopsche, and Nopsche referred Maclodon, an ornithopod named by H.D. Seeley that was found in Austria. He referred to part of the material as Maclodon susai and part of it to Maclodon robustum. Then in 1915, he said that Maclodon may be the same as Rhabdodon and that the differences were from sexual dimorphism. He compared the fossils with other ornithopods from Europe and North America, like Camptosaurus, and found it to be similar to Rhabdodon, which was found in France. And then in 1990, George Olszewski corrected the name to Rhabdodon robustus. And then in 2003, Weishampel and others found enough differences to name Zalmoxes robustus. The genus name Zalmoxes refers to the Dacian deity Zalmoxes, who were treated in a crypt for 3 years to be resurrected on the 4th year, which this was similar to how the fossils were liberated. Zalmoxes was also a slave of Pythagoras who traveled to Dacia and became a deity. And then the species name, of course, refers to its robust build, robustus. Although, again, ironic since the second species, Shiporum, is larger.
Yeah. Zalmoxes is a super cool dinosaur name.
Mm-hmm.
It's also very handy if you're ever doing A to Z list of dinosaurs to remember Zalmoxes, because there aren't a ton of Z dinosaurs to choose from.
And there's more than you think. I just did a list.
I guess there's like Zuniceratops.
The
and stuff.
one I had trouble with, surprisingly, was W.
I always go to the Ceratopsians,
Mm.
because isn't there Wendyceratops?
Oh, yeah. It's because I was trying to do herbivores and carnivores.
So what did you do for W carnivore?
There were a couple options, but I went with the one I could find an image of, and that's Wagetosuchus.
Which is a dinosaur and not a crocodilian, despite the sucus.
Yes, Tetanuran theropod, but it's dubious.
Uh-oh.
I know. But there were pictures.
I was thinking Wamwaracadia, but I think that's a sauropod.
Hmm.
Yeah, good job.
Thanks.
And our fun fact of the day is in honor of World Metrology Day.
Oh.
I try to do this every year. I think I've hit the last few years. So we celebrate the anniversary of the Meter Convention of 1875 on every May 20th.
Oh, now it's ringing a bell.
Originally, that Meter Convention was signed by 17 countries, including the United States. Essentially, all these countries agreed on using the meter for length and the kilogram for weight or mass. And obviously, the US still has some work to do here, but officially, we use the meter sometimes, sort of.
Sure. I didn't really start using meters until we started talking about dinosaurs.
Yeah. Well, you didn't do engineering or something really science heavy in college, because if you do, then most universities, even in the US, it's all SI units, meters, kilograms, amps, all that stuff. They're way better and easier to work with. We had a suggestion on Discord from Roadkill Pizza that we change the universal measurement system to dinosaurs. And if we did that, we could pick holotype dinosaur bones for length and weight and all the other criteria, which could be kind of fun.
Mm-hmm.
It's also interesting because when the meter convention was signed, the meter and kilogram were physical objects, just like a holotype. There was like a literal, that is the meter. That's like the holotype meter, just like we're looking at a monosaurus and there's that one bone. And it's like, okay, well, that's what defines an amonosaurus. They did the same thing with the meter. The meter holotype equivalent was called the International Prototype Meter.
Oh.
And from 1889 to 1960, it was a 1 meter long alloy of 90% platinum and 10% iridium. It's also in kind of a fancy X shape so that it doesn't twist and get distorted, which is pretty fun. The US used its own precisely 1 meter long platinum iridium copy to define our length system. And many countries have their own national meters. This is the International Prototype Meter. That's like the holotype. And then there are like these copies of it, which are called the national meters.
The neotypes?
Kind of. Except it didn't replace the holotype. It's more just like copies of the holotype.
Lectotypes.
Is that the one?
Wait, no, that doesn't quite work either. Because that you choose a lectotype if there is no designated type.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure there's a name out there, though, that would fit.
I think copy of holotype works too.
Mm.
One of the uses of the US national meter was to define a foot as exactly 0.3048 meters. So the foot itself is defined based on the meter. That's one way that we're sort of on the metric system.
Interesting.
Yeah, and that's still the definition of a foot. Although now the meter is based on the speed of light. It's not based on this physical object. So a dinosaur option for length, instead of using meters, we could use like Sioux skulls. I was thinking would be a cool holotype that a lot of people are familiar with, because Sioux the Tyrannosaurus had a skull length of 1,394 millimeters, or 4 foot 6.9 inches. So we could just measure things in Sioux skulls. And I think it would be fun if every country had a copy of Sioux skull as their like national Sioux skull length, and you could just call it skulls rather than meters.
If it's much smaller than the skull, would you go by eye socket, Sioux eye socket, or
I think
Sioux tooth?
I was thinking of like the metric convention, so it would be like a milliskull and a microskull and a nanoskull.
Okay.
But yeah, you could, I guess, come up with some really crazy combination like that. So if we use our favorite dinosaurs as examples, Ankylosaurus would be 6 to 7 skulls long, and Apatosaurus would be about 15 to 16 skulls long. It kind of gives you a good comparison between different dinosaurs, especially if they're coexisting with T-Rex and it's something that it might have bit at, the comparison to its head. The kilogram was also a physical object for a long time. It was called the International Prototype of the Kilogram. Not surprising.
Nope.
Starting in 1889, it was a cylinder of the same platinum iridium alloy as the International Prototype meter. The kilogram is much smaller. It's about the size of a golf ball. Part of the reason they use platinum iridium is because it's so dense. In this case, the US has 4 national copies, and 1 pound is defined as exactly 0.45359237 kilograms.
Take that pi number. Actually, that's much shorter.
Yeah, not infinite. It's only 8 digits.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's funny because even though we pretend in the US like we're not on the metric system, we basically are. We just have this like weird conversion that we use for metric and call our own units, just like if we were using skulls.
Maybe I'm too used to our system, so I can understand it. Versus in skulls, it would take me some practice.
Yeah, it definitely takes work when you're transferring from one unit system to another. So one dinosaur option for weight I came up with is instead of a kilogram or maybe a gram, we could use a dinosaur tooth because dinosaur teeth are ubiquitous and the enamel is fairly hardy, so it could be a decent choice for not changing over time.
Mm-hmm.
I had a really hard time, though, finding a published weight of any dinosaur teeth. People are way more concerned with length measurements.
Yeah, and the serrations, the denticles, all the details.
Yes. I think that's because the weight of a modern tooth after going through the fossilization process has very little to do with what the tooth would have originally weighed because a lot of the minerals have been replaced or eaten away or who knows what. So weighing it just doesn't really matter that much. Fortunately, the one and only real dinosaur fossil that we have is a Spinosaurus tooth we bought at a museum in Japan.
Did you weigh it?
I did, yes.
How much was it?
So it's almost as big as my thumb, but it only weighs 7.4 grams. It's pretty light.
That is light.
Yeah, when you hold it, you're like, wow, that is extremely light. So we could pick a similar tooth as a holotype and just call the unit teeth. So we'd have skulls and teeth to go together. Using our favorite dinosaurs as examples, Ankylosaurus would weigh about 1 megatooth.
Huh?
Like how there's megabytes.
Oh.
When you go beyond kilo, you get to mega.
I was like, did you size up the teeth and I didn't realize?
There's 1 million teeth right about. And an Apatosaurus would weigh about 5.5 megateeth.
Yep. I mean, I can't wrap my head around what a megatooth weighs, but I know it's much bigger than an ankylosaurus.
I mean, it's kind of like a ton, right? You know, it's like a whole bunch of a smaller unit, or even a kilogram. But obviously, we should not do this because fundamental physics are a much better use for defining measurements.
Right, I just got used to kilograms.
Yeah. The reason that they picked the iridium platinum alloy was because it's really stiff and chemically stable. It probably doesn't need to be said, but fossils are not particularly strong physically or chemically, so they would definitely change over time and it would screw up the whole measurement system. Since 1983, the meter has been defined as the length of the path traveled by light in vacuum during a time interval of 1,299,792,458th of a second.
Very precise.
Yes, it's very specific. The crazy number was picked to be as close as possible to previous definitions of the meter, and also they use like a cesium rate, so it's convenient, apparently. It's better than having a physical object that changes because the speed of light in a vacuum doesn't change.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't require keeping any type specimens, so that's nice. That type kilogram was used for even longer. It was used for 130 years, all the way up until 2019. But they decided to change it because the weight was changing on these different kilograms. They think maybe it was absorbing minute amounts of mercury vapor from the air or something. And they were changing differently. Like some of them got a little bit lighter, some of them got a tiny bit heavier. And so using that definition of a kilogram was tricky. So since 2019, the kilogram has been defined in terms of Planck's constant, the speed of light, and that frequency of cesium-133, which sounds really complicated, but it gives more precise and repeatable results, which is why they did it.
Science.
Yes.
Science is all about precise and repeatable results.
Yep. But if you want to have fun, you could talk about things being weighed in megateeth or kiloteeth and length estimates and skulls. I'm glad we don't do that, though.
Me too.
Thanks to the meter convention. Happy World Metrology Day.
Good for you for remembering it every year, because I did not. And that wraps up this episode of I Know Dino. Thank you so much for listening. Stay tuned. Next week, we will be talking about, we often have mentioned the Dinosauroid, but we'll be diving deep into it.
The Dinosauroid.
Because it's based on a dinosaur, the dinosaur of the day for next episode.
If you don't know what the Dinosauroid is, you're in for a treat.
Yes, and we've got some news items that go along with the theme very nicely. If you want to check out links to the sources that we talked about in today's episode, then head over to iknowdino.com in our show notes. Thanks again, and until next time.
Hello and welcome to I Know Dino. I'm Garrett.
And I'm Sabrina.
And today, in our 443rd episode, we're talking all about dinosaurs on islands. We ended up changing directions. We were going to talk about the Dinosauroid this week, but we're going to do that later.
Yes, well, Prehistoric Planet 2 just came out, and we were lucky enough to be able to get some really great interviews, and we're able to watch the episodes a little bit early, so we decided, hey, why not make a few episodes around Prehistoric Planet, because we love the show and the science behind it, and of course the dinosaurs are beautiful.
Yeah, so we have dinosaurs of the day related to Prehistoric Planet, but also the themes are based on different ecosystems. So the first episode of season 2 is about islands, and we don't talk a lot about islands in general on the show, so I thought it'd be kind of fun to do that and then dive into some of the specific island dinosaurs that they talk about on the show. And one of those is Morosaurus, which is our dinosaur of the day.
A surprising one, which I'll get into when we get to the dinosaur of the day.
But before we get into all of that, we have some patrons we'd like to thank. And this week we have one new patron, and that's Reggie. Thank you very much for joining. And then rounding out our shout outs, we've got Talon, Elrex, Remy Rodriguez, It's Devin Baby, Planner Saurolophus, Trev, Ermal, Scott, and Gabe.
Awesome. Thank you so much for being a dino-it-all and being part of our community. I know we say this a lot, but we really couldn't keep this show going without our patrons.
So getting into dinosaurs on islands, one question you might have is, how do dinosaurs end up on islands? And why were there islands in the Mesozoic in the middle of what are now continents?
Yeah, like how Europe was just a series of islands in the Cretaceous.
So it's pretty strange, especially because usually when we think of paleocontinents, people think of Pangaea, when all the continents were combined and it was very arid. You don't think of a lot of moisture in that environment. Or if you're a little more knowledgeable, you might think about Gondwana in the southern hemisphere and Laurasia to its north, but still supercontinents, not a lot of ocean in between the land masses. But depending on the time period, there were a lot of islands in the Mesozoic, and this is especially true in the late Cretaceous. By that point, the continents had broken up, and sea levels were also very high, which meant that the oceans could fill in a lot of the low-lying areas around the different continent coasts, and also pretty far inland in some places. And that meant that a lot of the hills and plateaus on the continents suddenly became islands because all the low areas were covered in sea.
Well, maybe not suddenly, but yeah.
Suddenly in geological times, I guess. So yeah, Europe was split into many islands. There were also islands in the Americas, Africa, Asia, India, Antarctica, and Australia. Basically, all the continents had islands that aren't islands today.
And there were also islands that are islands today, like Madagascar.
True, yeah. And some islands like India became part of a different continent.
Mm-hmm.
So the Geological Society of London had a special publication back in 2019 by Michael Wagereich et al., and they were addressing the question of why sea level was so high in the Cretaceous. And it was actually a huge project by UNESCO and the International Union of Geological Science. They spent 6 years with over 150 scientists working on it. And the reason it's worth figuring out and putting so much effort into it is because it's a problem we're dealing with today. Obviously, with global warming and sea levels rising, they were hoping to learn from the past to see what caused it in the Cretaceous, what the impact was of these different effects on the sea level, and then, hopefully we can apply that to today. So they found that there were both short-term and long-term causes of sea level rise in the Cretaceous. In the short term, we're talking about tens of thousands of years to millions of years.
Short in geological time.
Yeah. And I mean, there might have been some of these things that could affect in just a year or even 10 years, but you would never see that in the fossil record. So the smallest order of magnitude you can get down to is about 10,000 years when you're talking about Cretaceous stuff. What they found was that temperature is a pretty big factor. Water expands when it's warmer, and you can get up to about 10 meters or 30 feet of sea level rise just from an increasing temperature. This is the one that I'm always thinking about today with global warming, is just that thermal expansion of the water.
That just got me thinking of how in the summertime when it's hot, my fingers expand. So if you're wearing a ring, for example, it might feel a little bit tighter.
That can happen, yeah.
Because of that water expansion.
I think that's more of a biological system. But yeah, almost everything does expand when it's warmer. They also found that continental sea ice can obviously change sea level. So sea level drops when water is trapped on ice above land. Ice in the water doesn't affect sea level. So for example, the ice on Greenland and Antarctica help to lower sea level, but the ice that's at the North Pole, which is just floating in the Arctic Ocean, doesn't do anything for sea level because it just displaces the water and it doesn't make a difference whether it's ice or not. Continental ice is estimated to have up to 120 meters or about 400 feet of sea level change when it's all trapped up in Greenland and Antarctica. But that's probably not very relevant for the Cretaceous since we don't think there was much, if any, continental ice back then. More significant for the Cretaceous is groundwater and lakes, it turns out, which was really surprising to me. What they said was, quote, stronger humid conditions result in higher storage in groundwater reservoirs and higher lake levels, thus filling up the continental aquifers as discharge into the oceans cannot keep up. This lowers sea level, end quote.
Interesting.
Yeah, so if you've ever dug a well or used water from a well, you know that beneath the ground there is tons of water, even on the continent. But when it's really dry out, you have to dig deeper. And you see that in desert environments and stuff. The wells are a lot deeper than in somewhere where you're right by the coast or where there's a really high water table and things are more moist. It turns out that with this water trapped up on the continents, that reduces the sea level. But when it gets drier and more arid, groundwater and lakes dry out, and then that water gets added to the oceans. Because it has to go somewhere. It's always somewhere on the crust of the earth. It's either in the oceans or it's on the continents, but it's somewhere. It's a really slow process, this change from groundwater and lake water to the oceans or vice versa. It's on the order of about 0.5 millimeter per year of sea level rise or less, but it can continue for tens of thousands of years, and they estimate that it can reach nearly 100 meters or 300 feet of sea level rise if things completely dry out. Which is huge.
That is.
That's almost as much as you get from the continental ice, which was pretty surprising to me.
Yeah.
So those are the short-term ways that sea level can change. In the longer term, meaning millions of years and up, there are more causes of sea level rise. One of them is when continents collide, they basically pile up on top of each other, leaving more area for the oceans to fill so that sea level has more space to spread out, and therefore it has to drop a little bit as it's spreading more of the area.
Oh, I didn't think about that.
Yeah. They estimate that that can cause a drop of up to about 10 meters or 30 feet over millions of years. So that's similar to the amount that you get by heat expansion. You can also get sea level rise from sedimentation. So sediment can slowly run off continents into the ocean or form in the ocean itself as carbonates, displacing water on things like coral reefs and increasing sea level on the order of up to about 100 meters or 300 feet over millions of years.
So continents have quite an impact in the long term.
Yeah. Yeah. Whether that it's a lot of it boils down to is there something in the ocean area displacing water towards the land, or is it all piled up on the land
Mhm.
and then there's more space in the ocean for the water to spread out? But the biggest impact the researchers found was that seafloor spreading and ocean floor volcanism really can increase sea levels. So there are huge mountain ranges that fill the middle of oceans and displace ocean water.
Mhm.
Over millions of years, they can displace hundreds of meters, nearly 1,000 feet of water in sea level rise terms.
Wow.
This was probably the major driving force of ocean level rise in the late Cretaceous because, as we know, that's when Africa and South America were separating. There was a lot of ocean building happening in the late Cretaceous. And as a result, there were these huge underwater mountains forming. And each mountain that forms has to displace a mountain worth away
Mhm.
from the ocean.
Things have to go somewhere.
Yeah. The estimates in total, combining the short term and the long term impacts from the Cretaceous, were that roughly 170 to 250 meters or 550 to 820 feet of sea level rise occurred at some points in the Cretaceous. And for the record, more than half of humanity lives below this elevation. So that would be a big problem if that happened today.
Yes.
For comparison, today about 29% of Earth is covered by land, but at the sea level peak in the Cretaceous, only about 18% of Earth was covered by land.
That's how you end up with so many islands.
Exactly. Yeah, there were islands all over the place, including places today that are pretty far inland. And that also means that a lot of dinosaurs ended up being isolated on these newly formed islands.
And then evolution did its thing, and you get some really interesting results.
Yes. Yeah, we've talked about how some titanosaurs in South America were smaller when they got isolated on Patagonian islands. And obviously, Hateg Island, you talked all about in episode 400,
Mm-hmm.
which was an island, but it's now just part of Romania.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very weird to think of Romania as being an island since it's surrounded by other countries. There's only a little bit of seashore that it has. But that's what happens when hundreds of feet of sea level rise come up.
Yes. And we'll be focusing on the dinosaurs and the islands in Prehistoric Planet 2. So just spoiler alert if you haven't watched it yet.
Yeah. The nice thing about Prehistoric Planet is it's not anything you wouldn't really. I mean, it's predatory dinosaurs chasing herbivorous dinosaurs, sometimes other predatory dinosaurs and things.
There's some playful moments.
There are some surprises, but it's not like a whole story arc where you're going to be like, oh no, we know who gets caught in the end or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely recommend watching Prehistoric Planet if you can.
Mm-hmm. First, I wanted to share some VFX stats about Prehistoric Planet 2 because it was impressive to me. Season 2 took 3 years to make, which must mean there was some overlap between Season 1 and Season 2.
It does, doesn't it?
They built for Season 2 58 prehistoric animals, so new ones, that included dinosaurs, pterosaurs, marine reptiles, crocodilomorphs, mammals, and more. And they built them kind of bone up because, you have the bones, then you got the muscles, then the skin, then scales, fur, feathers, teeth, whatever details you need.
Yeah. And then the dirt and dust and everything on top of that to make them look like they're really in the environment.
Yes. There was 1,183 VFX shots, and at the peak, more than 300 artists were working on Prehistoric Planet 2. So it just gives you an idea of the enormity of this project.
Yeah, it's huge.
And like we said, episode 1 for season 2 is all about islands. The 3 main islands are Hatzeg, Madagascar, and Antarctica. And like Garrett mentioned, we have talked in depth about Hatzeg Island in episode 400. So We won't get too much into it here, but I did want to talk about the formations for Madagascar and Antarctica. So on Madagascar, we've got the Meverano Formation. It's in northwestern Madagascar, and at the time, it would have been a seasonal environment with rainy and dry seasons, and it was semi-arid, and there were rivers. This is in the late Cretaceous. This formation was first explored in 1895 by French military physician Dr. Félix Sallet and his staff. They sent fossils and information to Charles Desperey, who named 2 dinosaurs from that formation, Titanosaurus madagascariensis, which is now a nomen dubium, with some of its fossils have been reassigned to a different sauropod, Rapedosaurus, and Megalosaurus crenatissimus, which is no longer known as Megalosaurus. As we've talked about, Megalosaurus is a wastebasket, or has in the past been a wastebasket taxon, so now those fossils are known as Majungasaurus.
It's a good one.
It is. There's a lot of animals that have been found in this formation. There's frogs, including the devil frog, Beelzebuffo, turtles, snakes, lizards, mammals, multiple crocodiliforms. Apparently they were abundant at the time. Also fish. And in terms of dinosaurs, we've got Majungasaurus, there's Machikosaurus, and we've covered Majungasaurus back in episode 124, and Machikosaurus in 127 if you want to learn more about those specific dinosaurs. There's also Rapedosaurus, multiple specimens found, and we covered that in episode 311.
Are you going to list every episode?
Well, I mean, if you want to know details.
You did put a lot of work into those dinosaurs of the day, I know.
Thank you. There's Vahini. That's a titanosaur we haven't covered yet, but it was named in 2014, and the genus name means traveler in Malagasy, and it's known from a partial brain case. There's also an ankylosaur that we know of based on teeth. We used to think it was Stegosaurus, then we thought it was Majungasaurus, then a hadrosaur or a crocodilian. Now we think it's an ankylosaur.
That's hard when all you have is teeth.
Yes. And then as for the more bird-like dinosaurs, there's the enantiornithine Falcotaekle, there's the Paravian Rahonavis, and the ornithomorph Verona.
Yeah, that Falcotaekle one is really crazy. Like, it looks just like a toucan.
But with teeth and a different tail.
I know, it's so crazy. That could be a fun dinosaur of the day at some point.
It could be. We'll see.
Oh, am I onto something?
Maybe. Okay, so moving on to the other island. On Antarctica, we've got the Snow Hill Island Formation, and that's on James Ross Island in Antarctica. I couldn't find as much information on this one. Maybe that makes sense. It's probably a little bit harder to get to.
Yes.
There were a lot of animals that lived there, though, including plesiosaurs, mosasaurs, ammonites, fish, bivalves. And as for the dinosaurs, there's Imperobator.
Yeah, I think we usually say Imperobator, but then in Prehistoric Planet, they were saying it more like Improbator or something.
Yeah. Yeah, because it appears in the first episode there. Then there's Morosaurus, which is our dinosaur of the day. Also appears in episode 1 of Prehistoric Planet 2. There's Trinosaura, which has a lot of similarities to Morosaurus. There's Antarctopelta, an ankylosaur.
Oh, they could have put in an Antarctopelta and they didn't. Although that might have been in the first season, actually. I think it might have been.
Sounds familiar. There's an indeterminate iguanodontid and an ornithopod informally named Biscoviosaurus, but that might be Morosaurus. It's unclear. Not enough overlapping material to know for sure. And then there's Antarctic avis, a type of bird.
Yeah, I think one of the things people talk about with James Ross Island, too, is that it was pretty far south even back then. So it probably was fairly cold, and the dinosaurs probably had to deal with periods of time without much vegetation, which would have been hard for the herbivores. And then, obviously, if the herbivores are hibernating or something, that means it's harder for the carnivores, too, because what are they going to hunt?
Can't hunt ice.
No, you can't.
So next we'll talk about the filming locations for episode 1, but before we do that, we'll take a quick sponsor break. Now I want to talk about the filming locations for episode 1 of Prehistoric Planet 2 and the animals associated with them. There were a lot of filming locations. for all the episodes.
Yeah.
So, again, spoilers because this is going to kind of break down filming locations by the scenes in the episode. The episode starts off and you see a Zalmoxes on a raft. Well, actually, you see a little baby pterosaur, but then you see a Zalmoxes on a raft.
A really tiny raft.
Yes, a very tiny raft, and it actually needs to swim. It needs to jump off the raft and swim to escape a mosasaur, Prognathodon. I don't know if I should give away whether or not it makes it.
You can give it away.
Okay, it does, and it finds a friend. Yay! Okay. For this scene, there were a number of locations. There was Wells next to the sea in Norfolk, England, which is a seaport town. They went also to Hardingham Lake in Norfolk, England, Cromwell Quarry in South Gloucestershire in the UK. It's a diving center. And Noah's Creek in Queensland, Australia, which is a World Heritage Reserve in Daintree Rainforest.
So they went from the UK all the way to Australia for one scene.
Yeah. Just really quickly, Prognathodon, that's a mosasaur. It's heavily built. It's got thick pointed teeth, and it could crush shells and rip apart flesh. And according to the people at Prehistoric Planet, it was, quote, essentially the killer whale of its day.
That's interesting because that is what I was thinking when I was swimming towards the little raft. It reminded me of those killer whales trying to wash seals off of sea ice by like making a wave come at the raft.
Yep. And then, like I said, it went after Zalmoxes. Zalmoxes made it. And Zalmoxes was our dinosaur of the day in last week's episode, 442. So get all the details there. Then, like I mentioned, we also see a baby pterosaur. That's an Alcyone, I think is how it's pronounced. And it's just cute and fuzzy.
Yeah, they didn't actually name that one in the episode, but they officially did announce that.
Yes.
So since there isn't really a sense of scale in that scene, I thought it'd be kind of fun to talk about the exact size of these animals. So you might remember from last week, Zalmoxes, depending on the species, were about 2 to 2.9 meters long, or about 6.5 to 9.5 feet long, and they were probably under a meter or 3 feet tall, which basically means it's like the size of a big bipedal dog, if there were bipedal dogs, with a really long tail. See how you could imagine Zalmoxes. And it's a plant eater with a beaky mouth, too, if you didn't see it in the show. The mosasaur Prognathodon that was coming after it was one of the biggest mosasaurs. Its skull alone was 1.4 meters, or almost 5 feet long, which means that it could fit most of Zalmoxes in its mouth pretty easily.
It'd be a snack.
Yeah, I think so. And for the record, the total size of Prognathodon was over 10 meters or 33 feet long, which is about twice the size of a large great white shark. And that Zalmoxes was very right to be afraid and trying to get away as quickly as possible. It's also extremely lucky that male Zalmoxes found a female Zalmoxes and ended up on a natural raft together.
A bigger raft.
Yeah, huge raft. It's possible they could establish a new species. We saw this proposed with the first hadrosaurid found in Africa that was described back in 2020. It's named Ajnabia odysseus, and Ajnabi is Arabic for foreigner, and Odysseus obviously, quote, after the mythical voyager, end quote.
Went on a long journey.
Yeah, so they were basically imagining a long journey in this sort of way, you know, something like Prehistoric Planet, where it's either on a raft, just like Odysseus, going across the Mediterranean Sea, or otherwise it just had to walk a really circuitous route, or maybe swim, or got swept out to sea, or who knows what. But in this case, we've got a rhabdodontid instead of a hadrosaurid, although they're both ornithopods, so they're pretty similar.
Yeah. Jumping over to Hatzeg Island, there's a scene where Hatzegopteryx is hunting Tethys hadros, and it goes after the babies. It's giant and terrifying at being an Ajdarchid.
Yeah. They really conveyed the sense of dread that you'd have as this little dinosaur pleasantly eating in a field, and then it's almost like military aircraft or something coming from overhead, or Star Wars, like TIE fighters or something coming in.
Yeah. Although the Tethys hadros, just wanted to talk about real quick, was it serrated beak? Kind of looked like a mustache.
It really did look like a mustache, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, they go after the babies because a lot of times you end up hunting babies.
Yeah, apparently that was kind of a theme throughout Prehistoric Planet.
Yes. And, unfortunately, not all the babies got away.
Yeah.
And as we know, Hatzegopteryx is the apex predator of Hatzeg Island. We talked about that in episode 400. And Tethys hadros we covered in episode 77. That was a while back. They filmed this scene in Thetford Forest, Norfolk, in the UK. It's the largest lowland pine forest in Britain. And yeah, it was really cool. Like, the pine forest was kind of a barrier for Hatzegopteryx.
Yeah, it was like they were hiding inside something, but they were just inside the forest.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess it was too tricky for the huge giraffe-sized Hatzegopteryx. In the show, they mentioned that Tethys hadros is about as tall as a human.
Really brings it all into perspective when you're watching. Then you're like, oh no, that could be a human trying to get away from this giant predator.
Yeah. Although in the show, they didn't go after the adults because the babies were easier pickings. I think the adults, especially if it was a more desperate situation or if there weren't babies around that were easier pickings, certainly could have been on the menu.
Mm-hmm.
I always think of those Hatzegopteryx now as like a flying murder giraffe. I don't know, like a giraffe with a spear for a head.
Right, that's how they're often described as. It's because the neck is so long.
Mm-hmm.
I was looking at a picture of a giraffe the other day and I thought, oh, what if that was a predator?
Yeah, I do too. Now when I see a giraffe, I imagine the giant beak of a Ashtar kid on it. But even though Tethys hadros was about the same height as a human, it was much bigger than a person by weight. The estimate for Tethys hadros is roughly half a ton.
Yeah, that is a lot heavier.
Yeah, a human would be much easier of a meal for Hatzegopteryx. And they did a little behind the scenes with Mark Whitten where he pointed out that the neck is about as wide as a man's shoulders. So it kind of tells you that maybe Hatzegopteryx could swallow some of us whole.
Yikes.
Yeah, definitely not an animal you want to mess with. It's a good thing they hid in the forest.
The next island is Madagascar.
It's a big island.
It is a big island, so there's a lot of animals there. And there's a lot going on. They filmed it in the Lower Zambezi National Park in Zambia, which is known for its wildlife, which I'll share a little bit later. That wasn't great for this filming.
Well, yeah, I always imagine when you're filming something, you want it like a sound stage. You know, you don't want anything else making noise. You don't want anything else distracting you. So a lot of wildlife around isn't really ideal.
Well, it depends because usually if you're doing a nature documentary, you're there to film the nature.
Oh, that's true. Yes.
Yeah.
That's sort of the one exception.
Yes.
Except when you're doing a nature documentary about the Cretaceous and you don't want a bunch of
modern animals.
Yeah.
So there were some dinosaurs in these scenes, but there were also mammals and snakes and crocodiliforms. I'll start with the mammal. They had Adalatherium, which is large for the time and heavily built. It was named in 2020, so they kind of had to rush to create this mammal for the show.
Mm-hmm.
It's similar in size for a badger, so again, big for its time. And it had a broad head and a short snout. It ate tough plants. It had good hearing, and it was a burrower. In the show, we see a mother taking care of her young in a burrow.
Yeah. I also saw some estimates that it might have been like a possum-sized, but badger-shaped. But yeah.
And, as a VFX side note, they made 3 million hairs for all these mammals.
Wow.
For the mother and the babies. Anyway, then we got a giant python-like snake, Matsoya. It's up to 26 feet or 8 meters long. Now, it looked like a python, but it wasn't closely related. It probably also hid in burrows, and in the show, it surprise attacks a Machikosaurus.
Yeah.
Because just because you're a dinosaur doesn't mean you're automatically protected from other animals.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, I saw that Matsoya, the first specimen they found in Madagascar, was estimated at about 5 meters, which is under 20 feet. But later they found a much longer individual, or at least some bones from a much longer individual that, they estimated that 8 meter, 26 foot length. And I think that's about the size of the Matsoya in Prehistoric Planet. It definitely looked longer than 5 meters. And that makes it bigger than any snake alive today, including the anaconda and the reticulated python.
Ooh.
although it is much smaller than Titanoboa, which is sort of a famous paleontology specimen of snakes,
Mm-hmm.
which fortunately for dinosaurs wasn't around until after the Mesozoic, but Titanoboa reached lengths of over 12 meters or 40 feet. So it's like as long as a T-Rex. And it weighed about a ton.
I'm glad that's not still around.
That could have really taken down some large dinosaurs if they had coexisted.
Mm-hmm. Could have taken down some people. Going back to Machikosaurus, we covered that one in episode 127, and it's kind of known for its interesting teeth because it's a theropod, but its front teeth were projecting forward instead of straight down.
Yeah, we've got an interview coming up with Darren Naish, a little hint at what's to come in future episodes.
He's the consultant for Prehistoric Planet.
Yep, the paleontologist. And I didn't recognize the Machikosaurus at first in Prehistoric Planet because they reconstructed it with the teeth in a more normal position. So the top teeth point down and the bottom teeth point up, rather than usually the jaws of Machikosaurus are reconstructed in a pretty dramatic curve, sort of pointing out at the front of the mouth.
The teeth are coming out?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
It reminds me kind of a sand tiger shark, if you've ever seen those. It's just sort of like crazy teeth pointing out all over the place. And it looks almost like it's using its teeth as like an extra snatching ability, or like, kind of like chopsticks or something sticking out of the front of its mouth a little bit. But the Machikosaurus in Prehistoric Planet doesn't have them quite as dramatic. And on top of that, all the theropods in Prehistoric Planet have lips, so you can't see the teeth as much.
Mm-hmm.
So it sort of camouflages that it's Machikosaurus. And I don't think I would have recognized it if they didn't call it out.
Yeah, same. Actually, in a later episode, we go back to Madagascar, and I think it's a baby Machikosaurus, and it took us a long time to figure out that was Machikosaurus.
Yeah, you figured it out before me. I was like, it must be an ornithopod. It looks like an ornithopod to me.
And then Darren confirmed for us, so that's good.
Mm-hmm.
There's also Simosuchus, which the thinking is this one might become a fan favorite because it's pretty cute. It's a pug croc. It's a crocodiliform, and it's got a short, broad face. That's why it's a pug croc.
That's the nickname, pug croc. It's not like an official scientific term.
Oh, true. And it's got teeth meant to eat leaves, so it's an herbivore. It was heavily armored. It had powerful legs. It may have used burrows, and in the show, those burrows help it to escape an attack.
Yeah, it is a cute one.
Yeah, you're really rooting for that one. It's being attacked by Majungasaurus. We covered Majungasaurus, I said, back in 124 episode. Majungasaurus is the top predator in the ecosystem, and we've talked about before, there's evidence that it was sometimes a cannibal. It has this blunt spike or horn on its head and very short arms. Like, I'm kind of surprised we didn't see it belly flop while it's running around.
Yeah, they didn't show the display like they did with Carnotaurus and its little like blue arms in the first season.
Yeah, and actually now that I think about it, because it's going after the Simosuchus, which is in the burrows, and it kind of tries to get at it in the burrow, like puts its mouth in there. But how does it get out with no arms or with hardly any arms?
I would have to use its legs, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised because Majungasaurus is a well-documented cannibal that they didn't use that at all in the episode. Although, after talking to Darren, he pointed out that it's a family show, so I can kind of understand why they didn't go the cannibalism route.
Mm-hmm.
And also big predators chewing on each other, potentially on other carcasses and stuff, might not be the brand that they're going for.
Yeah. Or who knows, maybe if there's more Prehistoric Planet seasons, they could explore that.
It's true.
You want to leave something for the future. So I mentioned before that filming in that national park wasn't necessarily the easiest, and it's because it's home to a lot of lions and a lot of elephants.
Jeez.
And while they were filming, this is according to assistant producer Rebecca Bangay, quote, "The presence of these magnificent animals was a challenge, not a bonus." Because they didn't want any of the animals in the shots. They're just trying to get the environment so that they could put the CGI animals in.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently elephants often photobomb them.
I mean, they're so big that even if they're way off in the distance, I could see the elephants being a problem.
Well, this is a really fun quote from Rebecca. Quote, "The most memorable of these visits was from an elephant mother and calf. Just a few feet from our trucks, the mother dug a deep hole in the dry riverbed to reach the water below, tenderly providing her calf with a much-needed drink. It was behavior Paul Stewart, a highly experienced wildlife cameraman, once spent weeks searching for to film, and yet here he could only watch, beguiled but frustrated. Luckily, I could at least capture it with my iPhone. Paul was gutted that his camera was out of reach, ready for the next plate shot. It would be the perfect backdrop for our Madagascan prehistoric animals, but necessarily clear of the wonderful wildlife that surrounded us on location.
That's really funny. That's just how animals are, right? You try to get them to do something or find something for weeks, and then when you least want it, that's when they do it.
And you're not even able to get it on camera yourself for later.
That is a really cool thing. I didn't know elephants did that. Dug water holes for their young.
Yeah.
It's very cute.
Yeah, I'm sure that was a nice moment to watch. Okay, now we're moving on to the Antarctica scenes, or Antarctic scenes.
James Ross Island.
Yes. They had a lot of filming locations for these. There was Abraham Lake in Alberta, Canada, which is an artificial lake and Alberta's largest reservoir. The Alvey and Dalratty Estate in Scotland in the UK, and that's a secluded highland estate. And the Callahan Valley and Squamish Leoit in British Columbia, Canada, which is home of the 2010 Winter Olympics Whistler Olympic Park.
So they did Canada and Scotland.
Yes.
Those are cold places.
Yeah.
Might be similar today to how Antarctica was back then.
So these are the locations for Imperabatar and Morosaurus. And Imperabatar was named in 2019. We don't know much about this dinosaur. We covered it as a news item back in our episode 232, and we only know a partial foot. But it's a paravian. You know that from the foot. So based on that, we're thinking it's got the long tail and feathers, and it's about, in prehistoric planet, 4 to 5 meters long, or 13 to 16-ish feet.
Yeah, it's cool because paravian is more bird-like than what they originally thought or what you might think when you see it, because it really looks like a dromaeosaur.
Mm-hmm.
But they actually think it was a little bit closer related to birds even than just dromaeosaurs are. But it was roughly the size of Utah raptor, or alternatively, the velociraptors in Jurassic Park. Although, of course, in Prehistoric Planet, it is completely feathery, fluffy to like the nth degree compared to the velociraptors in Jurassic Park. Like they couldn't be more different in that way.
Yeah.
The huge fan of tail feathers, the feathers all over its body, its arms, its face, everything. They were huddled together for warmth in one scene.
Oh, yeah, with the thermal imaging.
Mm-hmm.
That was great.
Yeah. Very different than the velociraptors at Jurassic Park.
Some ways their behavior was similar, though.
Yeah, for sure.
Like the pack hunting behavior.
Yep. And the way they sort of like duck their head down to run faster.
Mm-hmm. Then we've got Morosaurus, which is the prey. That's our dinosaur of the day for this episode. So I'll just quickly say it had powerful legs. It had these slim 3-toed feet, so we know it was a fast runner. And in the show, it's coated with these hair-like filaments to help with insulation. And also in the show, it's got short arms and a muscular tail and a narrow beak. And there's a whole sequence where they're on some thin ice, literally.
Yep. Running across a frozen lake. I assume that was one of the ones in Canada.
Oh,
because
maybe.
I think you get more frozen lakes in Canada than Scotland. Well, you probably get them in Scotland too, because they have curling there and stuff.
Mm-hmm. I'm not familiar enough with these locations to be able to tell. Like, oh, yeah, that's Canada, that's Scotland.
One of the ones you named was a reservoir, so I was assuming that reservoir in Canada might have been the frozen lake.
That makes sense. And then last, jumping back to Hatseg Island.
Or near Hatseg Island.
Near it, yes, true. They went to the Maldives to film on an island, and it was to film specifically Hatzegopteryx, kind of doing a whole display thing. This is the Hatzegopteryx that manages to get one of the baby Tethys that it caught earlier. At least I'm pretty sure it's the same one.
It seemed like they were implying that, yeah.
Yeah, and it brings it back to this island to show, hey, I'm capable. Mate with me.
Yeah. It puts it in like a little altar looking thing.
Yeah.
To try to, it reminds me of when it's like a castaway on a tiny desert island trying to spell something out, but rather than trying to like get saved, it's looking for another Hatzegopteryx on this island, and it figures if any other Hatzegopteryx are flying over, they'll look at the island and see like, oh, look at this.
Spoilers, it works.
Yep. Yeah, it was a really cool little island that they found for that scene.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was just supposed to be like an unnamed tiny island near Hateg Island somewhere.
Yeah. One of the many islands that's now Europe.
Yep. And in just a moment, we'll hear way more about Morosaurus. But first, we're going to pause for one last sponsor break.
And now onto our dinosaur of the day, Morosaurus, which, as we mentioned, appears in the first episode of Prehistoric Planet 2. Somehow, we missed this one. It was named in 2016. Oops. We were still getting the hang of things.
Yeah, I'm surprised we missed it.
Yes, but we do mention it in our book, 50 Dinosaur Tales, so we didn't totally miss it.
We sort of caught up when we wrote the book.
Yeah. But in good news, there's been some new research published since 2016 about Morosaurus, so yay, we would have probably talked about it again anyway. So, Morosaurus is an ornithopod iguanodont that lived in the late Cretaceous in what is now Antarctica at James Ross Island. It looked somewhat like iguanodon, but smaller, and it had longer legs. It's considered to be medium-sized. It's estimated to be up to 13 feet or 4 meters long. It probably was a fast runner. The type and only species is Morosaurus antarcticus. The fossils were found in 2002 by Fernando Novas, who found a partial skeleton in the Snow Hill Island Formation, that one we talked about earlier. And then it was named and described in 2016 by Sebastian Rosadia and others. The genus name means El Moro lizard, and it refers to El Moro on James Ross Island where the fossils were found. The species name, you can probably guess, refers to Antarctica.
Antarcticus?
Yes.
Yep.
The holotype is part of the right hind leg and part of the foot, and it's now housed at the Museo Argentino of Ciencias Naturales. Rosadia and others wrote, quote, "The Cretaceous fossil record of non-avian dinosaurs in Antarctica is strongly patchy and biased," end quote. I'm not surprised.
Strongly patchy. That's funny.
Apparently, the holotype was found about 30 meters or 98 feet below a theropod.
Wow.
Yeah. Just keep excavating, I guess.
I presume it was like down a hill and not just like straight down into the earth. Because they probably wouldn't dig like a 30-meter hole just for the heck of it.
I couldn't tell in the paper. But the fossils were found associated with plesiosaur bones and a lot of marine invertebrates. Now, in 2019, Matthew Lamanna and others described more Morosaurus material, including more of the foot and associated but unidentified fragments. And they think that that foot material probably belonged to the holotype of Morosaurus based on where it was found, and that part of the foot was missing with the holotype. They also mentioned some sort of ornithopod skeleton found near where the Morosaurus holotype was found, and that could be Morosaurus, but there's no overlapping bones to compare. The ornithopod skeleton doesn't have the hind limb, so we can't know for sure. That's the one I mentioned before, the Biscovosaurus. Morosaurus is closely related to Trinosaura, which is the only other named ornithopod found in Antarctica.
I don't remember that one.
We haven't really talked about that one. But Morosaurus had a stouter femur and tibia, the leg bones, compared to Trinosaura, which was more gracile. And Morosaurus was bigger than Trinosaura. In 2020, Jordi Garcia Marsa and others did histology on both Morosaurus and Trinosaura, and they found that the holotype of Morosaurus was a sexually mature subadult. They found the growth patterns of Morosaurus and Trinosaura to be similar to Gasparinisaura and Australian ornithopods. And they found that Morosaurus could grow fast, but it happened periodically, not continuously, and growth slowed down as it got older. Past histological studies found that Triassic and Jurassic archosaurs grew in cycles, and they grew quickly when they were young, which means this is a plesiomorphic feature or ancestral for archosauriforms, and this feature would have made it possible for dinosaurs to live in extreme environments without needing important physiological changes.
Because they could sort of just hibernate or slow down in the winter.
Exactly. Or whenever they needed to, if food's running low. Which, yeah, usually the winter.
Yeah.
And Morosaurus is part of the group Elasmaria, which they're known for running fast. And they include dinosaurs from what is now Patagonia, Antarctica, and Australia. And that shows that all of these places had similar types of animals.
Makes sense they were all connected back then.
Yeah, there's a land connection between Patagonia and Antarctica. So you've got some shared animals and plants. It also seems that dinosaurs from the James Ross Basin are similar to the dinosaurs found in southern South America. Morosaurus lived in a seasonal climate, with winters getting down to almost negative 30 degrees Celsius.
Oh, wow, that's cold.
Yes.
That's about negative 20 Fahrenheit.
I figured they were pretty close, because I know, was it negative 40? It's the same?
Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
And it explains why in Prehistoric Planet they had it all covered in fuzz.
Yeah, they were probably protected somehow.
Mhm.
The area could also get a lot of rainfall, and there was a lot of humidity. So yeah, now we've done Morosaurus.
Just 7 years, maybe late.
Yeah, there's updated information.
Okay, good point. And our fun fact of the day is that there are a lot of types of islands, but continental islands are the places you want to be if you want to find dinosaurs.
Continental islands, now continents?
Sometimes.
Okay.
It's complicated. So pretty much all the islands we were talking about in the Prehistoric Planet episode are continental islands, but there are a lot of other types of islands. The definitions vary, but I came up with two main types, continental and oceanic, I think are the two best broad categories for islands. So continental islands are simply islands on the continental shelf of a continent. So it can be the continent itself. So like Hatseg Island counts as a continental island when it is an island. But so does something like Sicily, which is still currently an island. So yeah, as long as it's on the continental shelf, it's a continental island.
Okay.
A lot of times they're basically just pieces of the continent that get separated away from the continent by either low points in the elevation that the sea fills in, or otherwise they can be formed when continents split up and like a chunk of it gets ripped off in the process. Like the Falkland Islands are one of those that got sort of torn off from the gap in between South America and Africa. They can end up pretty far away from the continent. For example, Great Britain and Ireland are on the northwest part of the Eurasian plate, and Greenland is on the North American continental shelf, North American plate, although it's usually considered part of Europe. I always think that's kind of funny that Greenland's actually on the North American plate. Iceland is actually half on the North American plate and half on the Eurasian plate. It's the spread between those plates which is causing the volcanism there. And because it's caused by volcanism, it's not usually considered a continental island. Also maybe because it's on two different continental shelves.
Mm-hmm.
A subtype of continental island is the tidal island. These are islands that are only islands during high tide,
Oh,
but then they get reconnected to the continent during low tide.
I don't really think about those.
Yeah, they tend to be pretty small. There are some in the San Francisco Bay that you can walk out to at low tide, and it's pretty fun. We've walked to a couple of those. There are also so-called microcontinental islands like New Zealand, which, depending on who you ask, is its own continent. But usually these are on their own plate, and then so they consider them like a microcontinent, and then they're basically the same thing as a continental island, just on a smaller tectonic plate. All of those continental islands tend to be really old because the continents formed hundreds of millions of years ago, and so you can find dinosaurs on them, and dinosaurs lived on most, if not all of them. Oceanic islands, on the other hand, form from either volcanoes or tectonic activity. So they can be formed by volcanoes or other lava growing up from the seafloor and then eventually breaking above the surface of the ocean. And that's what eventually defines it as an island rather than just a subsurface oceanic mountain.
Mm-hmm.
This includes Hawaii, the Galapagos, and tons of other islands in the Pacific are oceanic islands. It also includes Iceland, which is really young. It's only about 16 to 18 million years old compared to the continental islands that are around it, which are hundreds of millions of years old. So you won't find any non-avian dinosaurs on Iceland unless, I guess, something gets washed onto shore somehow, some chunk of rock that didn't form with Iceland. Hawaii is even younger. Kauai is the oldest island that's currently above the surface of the ocean, and it's only about 5 million years old.
Yeah, we always, when we talk about Hawaii, we think how young it is
Yeah.
since we started this podcast.
Yeah.
Before that, I would have thought it was very old.
Yep. I remember we were there one time and there was a tour guide talking about like Hawaii is this ancient island and it's got, this deep history and everything. And it's like, well, it does for humans.
Yeah.
The whole time, Sabrina and I are looking at each other like, this is one of the newest places we've ever been. So then another type of island is an atoll. An atoll is a combination of a volcanic island and a coral reef. I had no idea what an atoll was before I researched this.
Oh, I only knew because actually a later episode of Prehistoric Planet films in an atoll.
It does, yeah. So atolls occur when an underwater volcanic island has a coral reef grow on top of it until it breaks through the surface, the coral reef does. Or it can also happen if a reef forms around sort of the edge of a volcano, which is out of the water, and then the volcano erodes down after the fact. So atolls basically end up as a ring of coral that surround a lagoon. The Maldives have tons of huge atolls. The island you talked about at the end of the first episode of Prehistoric Planet, where the Hotsegopteryx makes its display with the Tethys hadros baby, is on an island that's part of an atoll.
Mm.
And every other filming location for the episode was on a continental island, or just a straight up continent like Canada.
Yep.
But Canada isn't a continent, North America.
I knew what you were going for.
Yeah. A relatively rare type of island is called a coral island. This is sort of a weird one, but the general formula is if you start with an atoll, if enough carbonate builds up from the coral, it can start to fill in the lagoon. And then once plants start growing on the coral, they can leave behind dirt, which can sort of build up an island. Sometimes they also get filled in with some sand. There are coral islands in the Maldives, Kiribati, Bangladesh, and India. And some of them are big enough that there are actual people living on them, whereas atolls tend to be a little bit smaller. Obviously, continental islands are the best places to find dinosaurs. Everything else is way too recent. The other problem is almost all fossils are found in sedimentary rock, and oceanic islands are almost all igneous. Although theoretically, after a long enough period of time, a coral island could turn into limestone, which is a type of sedimentary rock, so it could have some fossils. So maybe some submerged sedimentary rock from some really old coral islands or atolls might have some dinosaur fossils in there of some really weird stuff that evolved in isolation, like the Galapagos or something. It would be really cool if we could find something like that. But in general, continental islands are the way to go, especially for Mesozoic fossils. I think an interesting thing is that dinosaurs may have lived on oceanic islands, but since those islands mostly aren't around anymore, we don't have the fossils of what evolved and lived on those oceanic islands. So unless, we can find some submerged thing, we won't really know what evolved on those oceanic islands. But it's fun to think about.
Mm-hmm. And that wraps up this episode of I Know Dino. Stay tuned. Next week, we'll be talking about dinosaurs and Badlands.
Including volcanoes.
Yep. And, of course, more of Prehistoric Planet 2. And if you want even more dinosaurs, like dinosaurs in your inbox, then you can sign up for our newsletter. That's at iknowdino.com. Thanks again, and until next time.
Hello and welcome to I Know Dino. I'm Garrett.
And I'm Sabrina.
And today, in our 444th episode, we're going to be talking about dinosaurs in the Badlands. And by that, we mean in volcanic environments as well as in the desert. And that's because Prehistoric Planet 2, Episode 2, is about the Badlands. I think it's also kind of fitting because 444 is an extremely unlucky number in Chinese.
Oh,
so,
you're saying the Badlands is unlucky?
I mean, it's got bad in the name. It's not great. We also have an interview with Mike Gunton and Tim Walker, who are the executive producer and showrunner, respectively, for Prehistoric Planet 2. And we have Dinosaur of the Day, Icysaurus, which shows up in this episode of Prehistoric Planet. Not surprisingly. But before we get into all of that, we want to thank some of our patrons. And this week we have 3 new patrons to thank. They are LIO, also Transylvanosaurus King, and Paul M., who just upgraded to a shout-out tier.
Awesome.
And then rounding out our shout-outs, we've got Chris, Resident Zeno, Stefan, Albertosaurus, Ray, Adilosaurus, and Eric.
Yeah, thank you so much for being a part of our dino community and supporting our show. We also want to give a big thank you to Drew/Scooter from Sleep With Me, the podcast that puts you to sleep. He recently sleepified one of our episodes. It's the one about how dinosaurs evolve flight. And in case you're not familiar with Sleep With Me, it's a bedtime story podcast to help you fall asleep. It's been around since 2013, and it combines the pain of insomnia with the relief of laughing. So in our Sleepified episode, which is out now, he finds a really fun, entertaining way of connecting Bette Midler, eagles, and dinosaurs. And if you make it far enough into the episode without falling asleep, there is one line that made me laugh out loud. I'm not a peacock, I'm an ostrich. So, Easter egg for you. You can check it out now by subscribing to Sleep With Me or going to the website at sleepwithmepodcast.com. So now, as promised, we'll talk about dinosaurs in the Badlands, specifically the ones that appear in Prehistoric Planet 2. I was thinking about, these are not the typical Badlands that we talk about.
No, because according to Prehistoric Planet 2 terminology, Hell Creek, which is the most popular Badlands I know of in terms of dinosaurs, is considered a swamp, because we're talking about what it was when we were in the Cretaceous, not what it is in today's world.
Yes.
Because in general, there are a lot of Badlands which are good for finding dinosaur fossils in, because as Hans Sues was saying in a recent interview, deserts are great because there aren't any people in the way, there's no vegetation in the way. It's a great place to find any kind of fossil. So Badlands are a very popular place to go prospecting. But back in the Mesozoic, there were still Badlands.
They had fossils too. The dinosaurs just weren't prospecting.
Yes.
So, since this is all about episode 2 of Prehistoric Planet 2, there are more spoilers, in case you haven't seen it yet.
Definitely recommend watching it.
Yes.
But we will explain the situation, so even if you don't see it, you'll know what we're talking about.
And as Garrett mentioned at the beginning of the episode, it's about volcanoes and deserts. Specifically, it's the Deccan Traps and the Nemegt Formation.
So starting with the Deccan Traps, we've mentioned these before, but I don't know if we've ever really explained in depth what the Deccan Traps are. They were formed by absolutely colossal volcanic eruptions that lasted for hundreds of thousands of years in what is now India, sort of in the western part of India.
It's intense.
Yes, they're called a trap in this case, not because they like trapped things or anything like that. It's a geologic term which just refers to a dark volcanic rock formation. So you could think of it as like a Deccan igneous rock formation is basically what it means.
It's not as catchy.
No. It is a really enormous rock formation. It's one of the largest volcanic rock formations anywhere in the world. And it was discovered quite a while ago because, it's like black. And there's also some really cool green sort of gemstone-like glassy rock stuff going on. So it stands out in the environment because sort of like the Badlands, it's just a noticeable geological feature. The Deccan Traps are a flood basalt, and flood basalts aren't formed by big explosive eruptions like is what we usually think of when we think of volcanoes. It's more of a long, slow ooze. It's more of like a Hawaii or Iceland most of the time. Iceland sometimes gets a little explodey. But
we'll talk about that later too.
Yeah. Usually it's more of like a slow ooze. So that's what this kind of volcanic eruption is. Flood basalts can flow for hundreds of kilometers or hundreds of miles and form really thick layers of lava. I heard one description of it as sort of like a lava tsunami or like a literal lava flood, which is a good description of it. Although tsunamis also are pretty misunderstood because tsunamis don't usually come in like a huge wave like they do in movies. It's more of just a tide that keeps coming in and keeps coming in and keeps coming in.
It's a strong tide.
It is, but it's more of like it just rises up and just like keeps rising.
Mhm.
If you're right at the shore, obviously the waves will crash just like they do from any kind of tide coming in. But in the same way, this is like lava that just sort of keeps going and going and going. I saw one estimate of a lava flow that went for about 500 kilometers, and they estimated it went about 3.5 kilometers an hour,
Ooh.
which isn't that fast, but it's also not that slow.
Yeah,
You know?
like if you're trying to outrun it.
Yeah, you do have to move.
Mhm.
You don't have hours to wait like some of the ones you see in Hawaii where they're just like barely moving. So the Deccan traps formed in this way over and over again, many, many tsunamis over time, sort of building up on top of each other. Because unlike a tsunami where the water goes away after the fact, once the lava flows into place, it solidifies into rock. And then when another tsunami comes over the top, it just keeps layering up and building up. And so at the end of it, the Deccan traps are over a mile thick. They're, I think, 6,600 feet thick in some places, which is pushing like near 2 kilometers. Incredibly thick piece of rock. Current estimates are that the eruptions probably started just before dinosaurs went extinct and ended somewhere between 65 and 66 million years ago, sort of lasting on the hundreds of thousands of years time frame.
Hmm.
There's a good chance that the majority of the eruptions happened after dinosaurs had already gone extinct, but we do think that they had started before they went extinct. One hypothesis is that the Chicxulub impact actually caused more eruptions at the Deccan Traps, and the Deccan Traps are basically on the opposite side of the Earth from where the Chicxulub impact happened, and that might be analogous to sort of like hitting the bottom of a ketchup bottle. Like the Chicxulub meteor is your hand, the ketchup bottle is Earth, and the Deccan Traps are the nozzle on the other side, sort of like squirting out the lava.
Interesting.
I think we mentioned that when it was described a while ago. I don't know how popular this hypothesis is, but it is a hypothesis.
It goes back and forth a lot between did the Chicxulub impact affect the Deccan traps, or was the Chicxulub impact even the main thing that caused the dinosaurs to go extinct, or was it the Deccan traps? There's a few papers that have come out recently discussing
Yes.
these things.
Yeah, it is a very popular topic of study and a very difficult one to get to the bottom of because we know they happened around the same time and we know before there were dinosaurs and after there weren't, but exactly how those two impacted the dinosaurs is difficult to figure out.
How did that Chicxulub impact things?
Yes. But whatever the cause of the Deccan traps, if it was impacted by the Chicxulub impact or not, they ultimately ended up covering 0.58 million square miles, which is about half the size of India. The eruption rate probably contributed to climate change and cooling or dropping of temperatures of about 2 degrees Celsius or 4 degrees Fahrenheit. At least that's according to one study. It may have caused a drop in temperature because of a large release of sulfur dioxide, which reflects sunlight, basically the opposite of carbon dioxide. Of course, it may have also released carbon dioxide, which could have warmed the atmosphere, as others have suggested. And in that case, it would have actually meant that the Deccan traps helped make the Earth more habitable for dinosaurs in the face of cooling caused by the Chicxulub impact. So there's even one hypothesis where it's like the Deccan traps were a benefit that sort of ameliorated the effects of the Chicxulub impact. So it could be making it worse, it could be not really affecting it that much, or it could be making it much better. It's like all the camps still have good points to make at this point. And another interesting thing is that dinosaurs survived many other large volcanic eruptions, which I'm going to talk a little bit about in the fun fact. So it's not just like volcanic eruptions are always bad for dinosaurs.
Mm-hmm. Now, the other big part of episode 2 is the Nemegt Formation, and we've talked a lot about this formation on our show, so I'll keep this brief. It's in what's now the Gobi Desert in Mongolia. It has a relatively dry climate with hot summers and cold winters, and it was home to a lot of animals: fish, shrimp, turtles, crocodilians, mammals, pterosaurs, and of course, a whole bunch of dinosaurs. Actually, some of the coolest dinosaurs, in our opinion, like Therizinosaurus.
Yeah. I know a lot of people have described the Nemegt Formation as relatively similar to how Mongolia is today, where there is desert, but there are also areas with rivers and there are some forested areas. and sort of a combination of things. And it would have been hot in the summer and cold in the winter. I think it's always kind of cool that it's actually kind of similar because so many of the other places around Earth are very different.
Mm-hmm.
But in this case, it's actually kind of similar to how Mongolia is now.
And it's where some very famous dinosaurs have been found. You've got Tarbosaurus, which is like the equivalent of the Asian T-Rex,
Mm-hmm.
or what is now Asia T-Rex. Then there's the oviraptors, which are, we talk about how misunderstood they are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Velociraptor too. You also get Alvarezsaurs and some Ankylosaurs. There's
Mhm.
lots of good stuff in the Mecht.
They cover a lot of them in Prehistoric Planet 2.
To be specific.
Mm-hmm. So again, I want to talk about the filming locations and the animals associated with them because they went to some really cool sites. So the episode starts with you see a herd of all-female Icysaurus sauropods, and they're walking past lava because we're in the Deccan Traps. Well,
Yep.
it's actively erupting, and they're going to their nesting site. And both Garrett and I think separately, we had the thought, these are very Land Before Time vibes.
Yeah, because they talk about, they have to get up this mountain and they're trying. It's like, just like in Land Before Time, they're going to cross these volcanoes. There's a lot of volcanism in Land Before Time.
Mhm.
And it's a lot of like, if they can just make it beyond this. And also it's sauropods like Land Before Time. It's just, very Land Before Time-y.
Yeah. So the crew went to 3 different sites in Iceland to film these scenes. And my Icelandic is not great, so please forgive my pronunciation. One of the sites was the Fagradalsfjall volcano. It erupted pretty recently in 2021 and 2022, but it's currently inactive. You can hike there if you want. You can hike around the eruption site, and it's about 4.4 miles or 7 kilometers each way. There's 3 different routes to choose from. It's a rocky terrain with mossy areas. You do have to watch out for rain fog and cold temperatures.
And maybe an eruption.
Maybe. Well, apparently it's currently inactive, but the lava from the 2021 and 2022 eruptions are still hot and it's dangerous to walk on. But you can take guided tours or helicopter flights over the volcano.
I watched a documentary about a group of people who got stuck on an island when it erupted, and I have no interest in this now.
That's fair. But what was interesting is the rocky terrain with the mossy areas, they really showed that in the episode. One of the things we've talked about is what is real versus what's CGI, even the environment shots.
Yeah. It's cool too that they used Iceland because it is a similar sort of, maybe not necessarily flood basalt all the time, but that more oozing sort of eruption that they had at the Deccan Traps.
Well, apparently they did want to go to Hawaii to film for the volcano scenes, but because of COVID, it was too hard to access the island. And apparently they were also disappointed that the volcano in Iceland stopped erupting.
They were right about to film it.
Yeah, exactly. And assistant producer Annie Bates said, quote, "The day before we arrived in Iceland, the volcano decided to stop erupting." But luckily, she said they filmed the volcano erupting when they were scoping out the location earlier. So they still got what they needed.
Yeah, good thing they brought good cameras with them for those scoping out shots.
Yes.
I guess if you're going to a volcano, it's like, well, we might as well
Right.
make sure we can get a good shot as long as we're there.
And apparently that volcano had been dormant for like 6,000 years before 2021.
Oh, wow.
All right, so the other location in Iceland is the Namafjallhever geothermal area. And you can see a lot of boiling mud pots and sulfur crystals. And there's also a hiking trail.
Oh, I remember the boiling mud.
I just think it's really interesting that you can hike all these places.
Mm-hmm.
And then last, they went to the Haverfjall crater, which you can also hike. You can walk around the rim. The volcano erupted about 4,500 years ago, and the explosion crater is about 1,300 feet or 396 meters high. So these are for all the Deccan Trap scenes, which include the Icysaurus sauropods hatching, because we mentioned it was the female herd going to their nesting site. Then you see the sauropods hatching.
I assume that crater is the nesting site. That's what it sounds like.
I think so. That's what it looks like in the show. And then the Deccan Trap at these sites is also where we see Rajasaurus that comes in later. It actually snaps up some baby Icysaurus as snacks. But some of the babies hide in cracks in the lava, which I thought was pretty clever.
Mm-hmm. Always burrow.
Yeah.
That's the strategy.
The Icysaurus babies also have keratin on their beaks for when they're hatching.
Yeah, I had to check if that Titanosaur embryo with the pointy beak was an Icysaurus, but it wasn't. It was just called a quote-unquote Titanosaurian embryo.
We don't know enough to know for sure what it is.
No, and it wasn't from India either. It was from Argentina. Or, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Argentina. It was in South America. And they called it a horn, and they made this paleo art of a serious horn sticking out of its face, basically where an upper lip would be on a mammal. It looks like a crazy, huge, weird, pointy upper lip. Do you remember those
Interesting.
pictures?
Yeah.
The prehistoric planet little beak-shaped things were much cuter. They didn't point out as much. They were more down in like a more normal beak place. But yeah, it was pretty cute.
They were cute babies. The babies also call to each other while they're still in the egg to help them with synchronizing hatching.
Yeah, we know that modern bird embryos can communicate with each other while they're still inside their shells. So that's completely believable.
And after they hatch, the baby Icysaurus, they eat their mother's dung.
Yeah, that's called coprophagy, and lots of animals do that. A lot of them, in fact, eat their mother's poop. That includes elephants and koalas, both do that. Presumably, it's to get their parents' gut bacteria, to get their digestive system going. But it's hard to know how nutritious a sauropod poop would be to its young. Some smaller animals eat their own poop to get a second chance at the nutrients. For example, hamsters. That's a pretty well-documented one since a lot of people have pet hamsters. But with the enormous digestive system of a sauropod, maybe they would have been better at absorbing nutrients. There might not have been as much available in their poop. It's hard to say exactly. But it is possible that they could have had a special poop just for their future babies, or like, ate a specific diet right beforehand, or what. Also, parents do all sorts of interesting things right along the time they give birth. Hamsters don't always eat their poop. They only eat specific nutrient-dense types of poop. And apparently, even elephants only manage to digest about half of the plant matter they eat. So there's still a decent amount of undigested food available. But it's mostly small invertebrates like flies and beetles that usually go after it.
Hey, it doesn't go to waste.
Nope. Although, again, their babies do sometimes eat it too.
Yeah. So we learned some of the stories behind creating these scenes. And apparently, speaking of poop, to simulate Icysaurus, according to some press notes that we got, quote, crew members collected bin bags of horse poop whilst being mobbed by the horses who were very keen to get paid in apples. On set, someone then had to be brave enough to meld the dung into dinosaur poop shapes. That doesn't sound like a very fun job.
No. Although horse poop isn't that bad.
No, but having to shape any kind of poop just doesn't sound great.
It's not ideal, though.
In the scene where the Icysaurus are hatching, they dug a trench under the nest, and then one person laid in the trench and they pushed a 3D model of the hatchling through the volcanic sand to simulate them hatching.
That's fun. I always love when there's a person hiding and like sort of manipulating some kind of puppet.
Yeah, me too. And in the opening sequence, the one where we see the herd walking past lava, the crew were airlifted by helicopter to the slopes of the volcano, and the producer, Simon Bell, said that they leapt from the helicopter in high wind, quote, to be abandoned on an island of rock surrounded by rivers of molten lava. And it was, quote, the most terrifying moment of my 25-year career. I can imagine.
Yep, that's how I'd feel too.
Going back to assistant producer Annie Bates, who was saying, they wanted the volcano to be erupting. She also said that they were, quote, plagued by massive swarms of midges and flies when filming at the geothermal hot springs. Often we wore nets over our head, but it was difficult to see through them, so we came up with our own methods of dealing with the flies, but we all managed to eat a few.
Gross. Yeah, I don't think we managed to eat any flies when we were out in the Australian outback, but we did have a lot of flies on our eyes and on our face.
I was constantly swatting at my face, and I felt like I was the only one doing it. I don't know how everyone else managed.
Everyone else who lived there was just used to it, and they would just have flies like crawling on their eyeballs without any reaction.
It's impressive.
I never got used to it.
So going over to the Nemegt Formation, in another scene we see Tarkia, which I know Garrett enjoyed.
It's a good ankylosaur.
just trying to keep cool, and we hear about how the large nose helps with that. And there's a standoff with Prenocephaly and a juvenile Tarchia at a watering hole, and then another standoff between the juvenile Tarchia and the adult, or a nearby adult Tarchia. For these scenes, they went to a couple of places in Saudi Arabia, including Al Ula, which is a market city that was on the Incense Road, and it linked parts of Africa with the Middle East and India, and it's now home to a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and Tabuk, which is a city full of archaeological sites and desert dunes. Then we move on to a couple other dinosaurs. Corythoraptor. This one was one of my favorites to watch. So there's a bunch of male Corythoraptors. They're in the searing heat, but they're tending to their eggs and their nests. And it's just kind of the opposite of what penguins do in terms of like the Corythoraptor are in the heat. Penguins are doing the same thing, but in the cold.
Mm-hmm.
They're nesting in colonies, and they're all kind of
Suffering.
Yeah, together.
But for the good of their unborn babies and eggs that are helpless and need protecting.
Yes. So an oviraptor, Corythoraptor, they're protecting their eggs, and then you get a real egg thief, because we always talk about they're misunderstood. They're not egg thieves at all.
They are not.
They're very parental. But we've got Kuru, who comes and steals an egg. Turns out it's to feed her own young. There's a lot of that in Prehistoric Planet, which we talk about in the interview as well. Like, well, circle of life.
Yeah. A lot of predators grabbing babies in order to feed their babies.
Yes. So for those scenes, they went to the Anza Borrego State Desert Park in California, which is, I didn't know until I looked this up, the largest state park in California with 600,000 acres of desert terrain.
I went there all the time when I was in high school. When I was living in San Diego, because it was like the nearest place to go for good hikes. It's a very nice park.
Oh, good. Could you tell, now that you know, when you think back about these scenes?
Nope. I just assumed it was all somewhere far away. Most of that scene was in the dark at night, so
That's true.
that didn't help. But it's also sort of, there aren't like big establishing shots for most of these places. There were for the volcanoes, but most of the other ones are sort of close in with the animals.
And then the last bit, the crew was in this remote part of Saudi Arabia to film scenes of its Nemectosaurus and Mongolian Titanosaurs and Prenocephaly walking through a canyon. It's a really cool scene to watch, and they do a really good job with the perspective.
Mm-hmm.
I got more Land Before Time vibes, and maybe Disney's Dinosaur too, because there's 3 types of dinosaurs. They're all traveling together. They're clearly on a journey.
Yeah.
And then that's where we see the Tarbosaurus, which they come to panic the sauropods, and then they can go after the sauropods for food. And a family of Velociraptor take advantage, and they go after the Prenocephaly that run away. And as a side note, the Velociraptor babies, they're pretty cute and fuzzy.
And I'm pretty sure there's a velociraptor that kicks a Prenocephaly in the face to knock it off the cliff.
I don't remember that specific detail.
That's what, when we were rewatching it, I was like, did that velociraptor just kick that other dinosaur in the face? I'm pretty sure it did.
So according to producer Dominic Walter, it took weeks to find a canyon large enough to fit all of these dinosaurs. It ended up being in a, what they put as a, quote, very remote location.
Yeah, because when you're in the desert, usually the canyons are really narrow and really steep. You don't get ones that are wide enough for a herd of sauropods all that often.
Yes. And then I want to share, it's kind of a long quote, but it's pretty interesting. They said, quote, often it would be a day's drive between shots for the same sequence, and in the 45-degree heat in Celsius, it's 113 degrees Fahrenheit, we sifted out all the small stones from the sand by hand. The area was covered in small bits of litter and ash from tourist campfires that needed to be cleared. There were also a lot of really small stones that would have caused havoc with adding dino assets to the plates. This was particularly problematic for foot and sand interaction. We sifted fresh sand into buckets, then we fanned it over the plate area using our hands, then a leaf blower, and finally a feather duster.
Oh, man.
It would take about 2 hours each day to clear the area, as every night more debris would be blown in. The team worked incredibly hard. And that's another example of, like we were saying last time, when they're in this park with all this wildlife like lions and elephants, and normally you want to film that, but when you have dinosaurs in your show, you don't want any modern things. You don't want human footprints or
No.
yeah.
And you don't want any imperfections in the sand because it screws up your CGI. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm. And the canyons themselves were also apparently tricky because, according to the press notes, they were, quote, a labyrinth of passages with many dead ends and false trails. There was a real risk of getting lost, so the team employed members of a local nomadic tribe to guide them.
Yeah, you don't want to get lost in there.
No.
Especially if it's 100-something degrees.
Mm-hmm. So not the easiest locations to film in.
Yeah, Badlands is an apt name for those places.
Yeah.
It's interesting to me that they didn't film in Mongolia at all, because we were talking about how Mongolia is pretty similar now to how it was back then. So I would have expected them to just go to Mongolia to film it. But I guess when you're shooting a documentary and you have ideas of very specific scenes, like they wanted this canyon scene, if they couldn't find a canyon like that in Mongolia, then they have no choice.
Well, I have no idea how many places they scoped out before they settled on the places they did.
Yeah. There is also always a consideration of like the practicality of filming in places. Like I know the reason almost every island thing is filmed in Hawaii is just because there's a bunch of places in Hawaii that are really easy to get like film crews and have the electrical stuff and all that. And Mongolia might not be the easiest place to do that stuff.
I wouldn't know. I don't make documentaries.
I just assume since they didn't go to Mongolia. And in just a moment, we'll get on to our interview with Mike Gunton and Tim Walker. But first, we're going to pause for a quick sponsor break. And now on to our interview with Mike and Tim. But as always, we have an extended version of this interview. So if you're a patron, make sure to check out your premium content feed. So we're joined this week by Mike Gunton, who's the executive producer and director of the BBC's Natural History Unit, and Tim Walker, the showrunner and producer of Prehistoric Planet and Prehistoric Planet 2. Thank you both very much for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
So first of all, I just want to say we absolutely love the show. We watched the first season, I don't know how many times, and we've already watched the second season, I think 3 times. So
and we plan on watching it again.
Yeah.
Seems like every time we watch it, there's more to notice.
Yeah.
That's good.
That is good. And I think that's probably in the back of our minds whilst we're making it, that's always there. That it's a multi-layered experience, because the natural world was.
So was the inspiration for Prehistoric Planet sort of that same thing where you were thinking about how complex the ancient world was, or where did the general idea of Prehistoric Planet come from?
Well, it came from trying to make a planet Earth effectively, but based 66 million years ago. So would it be possible to transport people to experience the world of dinosaurs or the animals that lived at that time, 66 million years, using all the techniques and all the storytelling and all the approaches that we apply today, so that you get that sense that you are there? It's like the ultimate safari, that if you could step into a time machine and step out of the door and see this world, and you had a camera with you, what would you see? What would you film? What would it be like? And then share that with an audience that are living here today. And that everything in terms of how we've approached it stems from that premise, that authentic experience of filming real animals that just happen to have lived 66 million years ago.
And Mike coined this great phrase, which we've all adopted now, and we'd like to claim it as our own, but we can't because it came out of his mouth. But it's time traveling natural history, and that's hopefully what it feels like. In fact, you should hopefully not even think about the time traveling bit. You're just watching natural history. It just happens to feature cast of characters that on the whole aren't around us anymore.
Yeah, that is how it feels.
That's when you've succeeded. When people, when they think, "Oh, okay, is that we're going to be okay?" You're caught in the story of an individual, and you want an outcome because you're so invested in it. And if people feel that, then on one level, I think we've absolutely succeeded in that sort of experiential sharing that we wanted to have.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And I think there's another layer to it that you get to in Prehistoric Planet that you don't usually see in nature documentaries, which is you often have more of a complete arc, because you'll have, oh no, I hope that animal's okay, and then it gets caught, but then it gets taken back to the predator's babies, and you're like, oh, okay. So like I see more of, like it's not so
Circle of
bad.
life.
Yeah, circle of life, exactly.
Because it could be hard to film stuff like that, I'm sure, compared with if you could animate it, you might have a little more freedom.
Yes and no. I mean, to be honest, the trick with this is to not have too much freedom, because the danger with animation is you can do anything. And if you do, you lose the authenticity, because you can't do everything in a nature when you're filming for real, because animals won't read scripts, don't do retakes. They might eat you, they might run away, you might you might upset their life. So you have the very strict sort of rules of combat, so to speak, when you're filming real animals. And we absolutely replicated that, filming, as I call it that, because that's what it should feel like, filming these animals. So I hope that when you see it, you'll recognize the same sorts of imagery and the same sorts of story development that you'll see in a contemporary world. So same thing, we wouldn't dwell on any, if an animal is eating another animal, we don't dwell on that when we're making Planet Earth, because that's not that interesting. The interesting thing was the relationship between those two animals before that incident happened, or the backstory, or what's going to happen next. Is that, as you said, is that predator now going to take the success of its hunt to its babies, and which one of them will get the food first? And is that because it's more, that's the interesting stories, not the actual moment of demise of a creature. That's one of the least interesting things in nature.
Going back to how it does feel like any other kind of documentary, especially the time-lapse bits, like you got Corythoraptor and we're seeing the sunset and then it's nighttime and just all of that. I found, it was really beautiful to watch.
Good. We've taken a lot of time working with a wonderful team of producers from the Natural History Unit who have spent years and years and years in the field, filming animals on every continent, every type of animal. And they know how animals behave and how you have to film them under certain circumstances. So that rationale has been applied to the creation of the blend of CGI and natural world that we incorporate into Prehistoric Planet. And we think about, if we're filming for real, what would our conditions be like when we're following T-Rex, for example? We'd have to be a small unit. You'd have to therefore have a limited range of camera equipment. That in itself would then give you a limited range of shots. You'd have to be a distance away from them because you wouldn't want to be anywhere near a large predator. You'd have to respect their environment, and you might be able to get a drone in the air occasionally, but still not very close. All of that starts to build towards the grammar of how the films look and feel as if we have really been there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's so cool. I was going into it, I was imagining, it sounds like prehistoric, or I would assume that doing a prehistoric planet would be easier than a planet Earth, but it sounds like it's even more complicated because you're still doing all that front end work of how would we shoot it, and then on top of that, you actually have to create the animals at the end of the day and make sure they're not too perfect, that they're more realistic.
But also, real animals just do their thing. So, if you turn up and you film an animal doing something completely bizarre, nobody's going to say, well, that's not true. It's because we filmed it. But if there's something extraordinary that a dinosaur does and you represent that, people go, really? How do you know that? And so some of that's a constant kind of calibration in our heads because the truth is, animals do the craziest things, particularly when it comes to things like sexual display and all that kind of stuff. And actually, we were quite conservative. The scientific community, some of them said, well, absolutely amazing, but we were surprised. We thought you'd push it a bit harder there. I certainly am. I think we both feel I'd rather be on that side of the line, that people are saying it's more conservative. But I know in to the back of my mind, I've seen things in nature which, if we had put those in Prehistoric Planet, people would have shouted fake or ridiculous or preposterous. So yeah, we have to. It's been a weird. We're all going to need therapy at the end of this, because it's a really weird thing to try and get your head around, trying to do this real, but it's historic and we're making up, and it has to feel real, but it has to feel so real that if it feels too real, people won't believe you. All that kind of stuff.
It's a very fine line.
Yeah.
Basically, I think one of the reasons why we wanted to do this was not just because it would be fun, and also because it was we found that the time was right in other ways, but also because the scientific community were migrating, or we sensed they were migrating from just historically, it's what species is it? What did it look like? Where does it fit in the phylogenetic tree? Whereas so much now is about, well, what did it do? How did it live? What was its life? Who did it live with? How did it interact with those things? And people have very generously said that's partly as a result of watching our programs. That's what sparked that interest. So trying to move this work into that space was a really important part of our life, a part of our process, our ambition.
Yeah. And just kind of talking about behaviors too, because I mean, of course, there are some fights and hunting and the things you'd sort of expect, but there's also a lot of playful behavior. Like I really enjoyed the scenes with Repetosaurus in the mud bath.
Yeah. Well, you see, that's an interesting sequence because that's a classic. I think that's a very good, authentic sequence because if you think about that, what would we have gone to film? So we would have almost certainly gone to film the courtship behavior of a Beelzebufo. That would, if we were discussing a sequence, we know that would be fun because they're incredible creatures and we know their courtship behavior involves this croaking and it would be funny and all that. But then what turns up? A load of massive great sauropods. Now, if we were there filming them, we say, right, guys, this is the story. Let's now build this into our story. But it feels like found footage. It doesn't feel like we've written that. It feels like that's the kind of weird stuff that happens when you're out filming. And that's why when you're out shooting, you go with a story in your mind, but then you sometimes have to turn it for the better. And that, I think, is a really lovely example of what could well have happened if we went out there. And that's exactly how we would have shot it.
Yeah.
I love that scene.
I'm glad you mentioned too the planning process of like who the crew is, because now that I'm thinking about it, those Repetosaurus, they're all shot from really low. Like, it's the frog crew. It's not the sauropod crew that's there.
Yeah. On the baby legs. The little tripod.
Yeah.
With that, there's a couple of drone shots thrown in there because somebody quickly get a drone up in the air. But yeah, the camera's down low and, there's no chance. That's a once in a day, maybe even in a lifetime occurrence. So those Repetosaurs come and behave in that way. There's no time to suddenly reset. And like Mike says, you can't tell them to say, hang on a minute, let's go for another take. Yeah, action.
But of course, also because you would have gone there with your head thinking about Beelzebufo. When this story turned up, you could have said, actually, let's tell the Repetosaur story about them going to a mud bath. But no. We've started off in the frog world, so let's continue to tell this from the frog's perspective. So this is all about how he sees these Repetosaurs and their bizarre scale in relation to him, but also how they are a new pressure on his life. They're now the challenge that he's having to deal with. He didn't expect that, but it's still informative about the challenges that an amorous male frog would face if he was living in that world 66 million years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. And not something we normally think about when we're thinking about dinosaurs, like sauropods interacting with these smaller animals.
Yeah.
Well, they would have eaten them. Some of them. I mean, we always think of those things as being very, herbivorous, but they were probably pretty omnivorous. They probably eat anything that they get in their mouths, including probably Beelzebufo. We'll never know.
Yeah. If he accidentally got squished, then they're just gobbling him up.
He'd definitely become toadkill if one got in the wrong way.
But
he's been waiting to get that in for about 3 years. I tell you. So thank you for making his day. His year.
I know you used some new camera techniques for the filming for the dinosaurs, and VR played a role. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, the camera techniques is something that we wanted to incorporate to reflect the advancement of the series. So anytime you do a sequel from a large landmark nature documentary of this type, you always push the boundaries in terms of the technology you can use and the storytelling and what have you. And we've incorporated the same thought process. So we've shown thermal imaging in the second series to illustrate the warm-blooded nature of the dinosaurs. We see effectively starlight cameras, which are a commonly used tool now in wildlife filming to enable people to film in really low-level light conditions, nighttime especially, which can basically portray night as day. And so we've incorporated that. We show quite a lot of slow motion. Again, something that we've seen as filmmaking has progressed over the last 20 or so years. because the cameras have got better, and we've applied the same rationale. So we see a lot more slow-mo, which shows definition of the behavior within sequences. And then we're taking the camera closer as well. And so we see a lot more close-ups of the animals, which gives a really lovely emotional attachment with them as well. In terms of VR, we incorporated VR in the earlier stage of the process. So having worked out what stories we're going to tell, we then go through a process which sees us create what we call an animatic, which is a moving storyboard of each sequence, which is drawn for us by artists. And then we take that and turn it into a virtual world where an environment is created and fed into a VR system, which then the camera operators can enter and move around and interact in that space with the animals.
I've got to ask you a question quickly. So in the Badlands episode, the little baby podlet, little baby isosaur who falls down, something happens to that little baby, which probably means it's not going to make it. What did you think at that moment?
Oh, I've got a new view on babies since having one.
And sauropods are Sabrina's favorite dinosaurs too.
Yep.
So
I did have a reaction, but
I'll tell you, I did a show a little while back about penguins, and in that film, some penguins fell into this crevice, and we filmed it. Anyway, we did a making of at the end of the show about how we went and rescued the penguins.
Oh.
In a way, we didn't actually reach in and grab them, but we helped them escape from a certain death. Caused a huge furore. Oh, should you be interfering? Is this, are you like war correspondent? Massive thing. And I just said all along, of course you would rescue them. Of course you would do that. So the question what I'm hoping is that when people watch that film, our Prehistoric Planet, that episode, they're going to say, did you rescue the penguins? Did you rescue the penguins? Because if they think that, then I think we've absolutely got it right. And of course the answer will be, yeah, of course we did.
Yeah. I could see that being a question that people think of.
Yeah.
And Sabrina, what do you think of the depiction of the sauropods across the series? Is they your favorite dinosaur?
Yes, I love them. Oh my gosh.
They're actually, the reason why I think Tim's asking is they're really difficult. They were the hardest ones to get right.
Why is that?
The anatomy of those sauropods is quite unusual. And basically, when you try to make them in a computer, they start to not look real because the anatomy is so peculiar. And then when they start to move, they start to look very peculiar as well because the physics don't seem to align with what we accept as locomotion and then the associated movement with locomotion as well. When an animal walks along, its legs aren't the only things that are moving. Other aspects of it, although maintains stability, other parts of it move as well. And they were very, very tricky to get right. And in fact, we changed the gait between Series 1 and Series 2 due to some of the work we were doing. And we worked with world-renowned locomotion experts at the Royal Veterinary College in London to guide us on how the animals work. But when you're then recreating it in computers, sometimes what is real in terms of the anatomy, the skeleton, the musculature doesn't portray very well on screen. And then they also throw up another problem, which is when you're doing the lighting and what's called the comping the animals into the background. They're very hard to get right because of the texture of the skin and their scale. It's very, very challenging to get them to look real. So to hear that people are liking them is really music to our ears, because people have worked very hard on getting them right. And the animation team, the VFX team, will be delighted to know that people are loving them as well.
Oh, definitely. And all the details too on like the coloring and just details on the skin and everything. I'll have to go back and watch more closely how they're walking next time.
So what was the specific change with the gait that you made?
I mean, to be honest, it's pretty subtle.
Okay.
And it was, it's an argument about where certain muscles might be attached. My recollection is to do with hip. You know how the tail musculature works with the hips and where the tail swing is. I once I thought it'd be quite fun to do a little behind the scenes of a conversation between three of our experts talking about the musculature, a piece of musculature on a T-Rex skull, which is quite an important one in terms of how the jaw operates. So I got my iPhone out and I started filming a little video of them chatting on this phone. And because I thought, a couple of minutes. After about 5 minutes, they were still going. And after about 50 minutes, my arms were beginning to ache. And after 30 minutes, I could stop and say, well, I'm not getting it. And that was just one muscle that was being discussed. So that is and this was a transatlantic thought. Somebody was in LA or New York, I can't remember, somebody in America, somebody in Switzerland, somebody in the UK.
Yeah.
And it was the scholarship, we've took, one of the things we're obviously very proud of it as a piece of television and the entertainment and all those things that we want to deliver. But I think we intended it, hoped it would have this other level, and are very pleased that there is this really, really high level of scholarship. I've worked on so many shows which I've never had the underpinning, because you have to make decisions about things as minute as that muscle or the eyelashes or how a little twitch might happen. You have to make those decisions so far upstream because you can't go back. You can't undo it once you get, you can. It's mind-blowingly complicated and expensive. So to be sure of that, you have to ask difficult questions up front because you have to make your decisions. And David Attenborough, who's our original, and there's always a big force in these things. Veracity and truth and accuracy and authenticity are so important to him. And he was talking about this, saying was one of the things he enjoyed hearing how those decisions were made and how you sort of it's a maximum parsimony, whatever the expression is. You get rid of all the things that it can't be, and then it must be this. And that's all these little threads to give you that come to that conclusion.
Yeah.
It's fascinating.
The hard work shows, and it's gorgeous, and it already is one of those, maybe like once in a generation, you get these amazing documentaries that affect people or influence people for decades or the rest of their lives. And even a lot of our listeners, like during the pandemic, we would do watch parties and there'd be documentaries and people were like, I watched these as a kid and I rewatch them all the time. And Prehistoric Planet, I think, is definitely one of those now.
Yes.
Yeah. Great. Yeah. Great. We know that there was an effect caused by what with dinosaurs in Jurassic Park, the paleo effect, people getting interested in dinosaurs again in the prehistoric world, and even getting into studying it. And fingers crossed that this will do the same as well, 25, 30 years on from that.
Definitely.
It's wonderful.
Yeah, you want it to be a kind of part of that pantheon of, this is the kind of, we want this to people to say, if you want reference, not just in television, but in academic reference, what was the thinking? What do we think the world of dinosaurs was like? What was the most accurate representation as we thought of it in 2023 of this world? Go to this series because that's the one. That if it's in the Smithsonian, I'm joking really, but you know what I mean. If it has that kind of, I don't know what the word is. I can't think what the word is, but that kind of touchstone that people go to it to say that's what it should look like, then I think we'll be super pleased.
Yeah.
Legacy. That legacy. The legacy.
Thank you. That's a good word.
Yes.
Legacy, yeah.
I think it does. I think it will.
Yeah.
But thank you so much for chatting with us and giving us a little more insight into the series. We are huge fans.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. Yeah,
oh, no. It's a pleasure. It's lovely to talk.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much, Mike and Tim and the whole team that scheduled everything so we were able to have this interview. It was really cool to be able to talk to the people who made Prehistoric Planet too.
Yeah. And in just a moment, Sabrina's going to get into a new sauropod dinosaur of the day, Icysaurus. But first, we're going to pause for one last sponsor break.
And now onto the dinosaur of the day, Icysaurus. As we mentioned, it appears in the second episode of Prehistoric Planet 2. It was a titanosaur that lived in the late Cretaceous in what is now India and Pakistan, in the Lametta Formation and Pab Formation, which were about the same age. Reconstructions make it look kind of hunched over, with a short neck for a sauropod, and with very long legs.
It did seem sort of short-necked in the depictions of Prehistoric Planet.
But then, of course, being a sauropod, it is fairly large. It's got the long tail, walked on 4 legs, and it's got that proportionally small, elongated skull. In Prehistoric Planet's version, it looked pretty stout to me.
Yeah, especially the babies.
Yeah. Icysaurus was medium-sized. It was estimated to be about 59 feet or 18 meters long and weighed 15 metric tons. Its humerus, the arm bone, was about 58 inches or 148 centimeters long.
So was that almost 5 feet?
Pretty long.
That is.
And back in 2009, Sauropod Vertebra Picture of the Week posted that the reconstruction of Icysaurus was, quote, weird as heck. They said that there's conflicting reconstructions that are also weird. Both reconstructions are based on data from the original paper that describes it, but one reconstruction is based on the scale bars in the figures in the paper, and another one is from measurements written in the paper.
So apparently they don't agree very well.
No, and the Sauropod Vertebra Picture of the Week, they did their reconstruction based on the measurements in the paper.
Oh, really? I would have thought the picture.
I think the reason was that it seemed that the measurements in the paper might be more accurate, but they ended with advocating for measuring the skeleton again to determine if it's the scale bars or the published measurements that are the accurate numbers.
Oh, I see. Yeah. For some reason, scale bar is probably different than like an actual scale. I was imagining in the picture, like how you can have a picture of the actual scale in it, but this is probably a bar that was added after the fact.
Could be.
Which you're probably right, might be a little more prone to error.
They also wrote, quote, we know that Icysaurus must have been pretty darn weird because its cervicals are so short.
Meaning its neck vertebrae.
Yep. So it's got some interesting things going on. The type species is Icysaurus colberti. Originally, it was thought to be Titanosaurus colberti. It was named Titanosaurus colberti in 1987 by Sohan Laljain and Saswati Bandyopadhyay. The species name is in honor of Edwin Colbert, who's, quote, the foremost exponent of dinosaurs. The authors in 97 wrote, quote, the earliest record of titanosaurids anywhere in the world was established in India in 1877, which I wanted to quote because for whatever reason, I didn't know that before I read this paper. Yeah. But Titanosaurus was found in the Lametta Formation, and that's below the Deccan Traps.
Titanosaurus is from India.
Yes.
Huh. What do you know? Yeah, when I hear Titanosaur, I think Argentina, not India.
Yeah, the group Titanosaurs, but same. I guess that's what happens, though. We haven't done Titanosaurus as a dinosaur of the day yet. So
we haven't?
No.
Oh,
yeah.
Weird.
It is. Anyway, it was only fragments that were found, but that was enough at the time to name Titanosaurus.
I actually don't know if I even knew Titanosaurus was an animal. Like I knew Titanosaurs, but I don't know if I knew Titanosaurus.
Oh, I did at least know about Titanosaurus, but I didn't know
anything about it.
1877. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're talking about Icysaurus, and those fossils were collected between 1984 and 1986. They found a well-preserved, partly articulated skeleton of 65 bones. Yeah, it included vertebrae, ribs, parts of the shoulder, left arm, pelvis, but it was missing a skull and hind limb and foot bones, possibly due to erosion.
Okay. Yeah, because the way they depicted it, they sort of have it in more of like a Brachiosaurus type posture with the longer front arms than hind limbs. And that's probably because that humerus is so long. But without the hind limbs, it's always a little bit speculative. Although if they have the hips, sometimes you can get the angle of the back a little bit from that, so that can help.
That's true. With these fossils, since it was so articulated, they think it was probably buried close to where it died.
That helps too with the posture.
It does. Icysaurus has differences in the tail vertebrae from other titanosaur species, including some more slightly curved surfaces, and there's some differences in the shoulder and the arm bones. So in 2003, Jeffrey Wilson and Paul Upchurch renamed this specimen to Icysaurus colberti. They reevaluated all Titanosaurus species and found only 5 of them to be valid. And they actually found the type species of Titanosaurus indicus to be invalid. So we've got Icysaurus colberti, and the genus name means icy lizard.
Or ISI lizard.
Yes, because the name is in honor of the Indian Statistical Institute, which, quote, houses India's foremost collection of Mesozoic fossil vertebrates and whose scholars discovered and described the holotype skeleton.
Yeah, and that's one of those where it's like, how do you pronounce it? It's an abbreviation.
Yep.
How do you pronounce ISI? We can't call it ISI-saurus. That would be crazy. But in Prehistoric Planet, they go with Icysaurus, so that's what we're doing.
Yep.
I kind of like that they say I at the beginning of it since it's ISI.
Yeah. Was helpful. Thank you, David Attenborough. Now, other sauropods that were found in what's now India include, obviously, Titanosaurs, multiple species, fewer as of 2003 than before, but there's still multiple ones, and Janosaurus. And Icysaurus lived alongside Janosaurus. In 2011, Jeffrey Wilson, Paul Barrett, and Matthew Carano referred a, quote, nearly complete, relatively undeformed brain case, end quote, to Icysaurus.
Nice.
Yeah, and that brain case was found in Pakistan. They said that there hadn't been any systematic comparison between sauropods found in both the Pab and Lametta formations, and, quote, there remains a strong possibility that more of the remains collected from the Pab formation will be referable to Icysaurus and Janosaurus, end quote. It's also possible there's other titanosaur species there. They said that Janosaurus and Icysaurus don't seem to be closely related and that they, quote, represent distinct titanosaur lineages.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that's always interesting when they live alongside each other, but they're pretty different. There's some coprolites that are thought to have come from Icysaurus, and they contained fungus. And that fungus is known to infect tree leaves and cause leaf spot and red rot. Which, when I looked up leaf spot and red rot, they look how they sound.
One's a spot on a leaf and the other is a red rotting thing.
Now, if those coprolites belong to Icysaurus, it means Icysaurus ate a variety of different tree leaves and probably was a high browser like camels and giraffes today. Based on that fungus, Icysaurus probably lived in a tropical to subtropical climate.
That's where fungus likes to grow.
Now, other dinosaurs found around the same time and place as Icysaurus include abelisaurs like Indosuchus and Rajasaurus. And other animals that were around at the same time and place include fish, shrimp, gastropods, turtles, and crocodiles.
Because they weren't just in volcanoes.
Yes.
And our fun fact of the day is that the Triassic-Jurassic extinction event, one of the largest extinction events in Earth's history, was likely caused by volcanic eruptions similar to those that formed the Deccan Traps.
I think that's one of the reasons why there's an argument or a hypothesis that the Deccan Traps contributed more to the demise of dinosaurs.
Yeah, and you covered an article a little while back where you were talking about how throughout basically the Mesozoic and Cenozoic, a lot of the extinction events seem to line up with different volcanism. So there's this sort of correlation there. But there's so much volcanism all the time that it's not that surprising that some of them would line up. I think it was like 3 or 4 out of 5 of these major extinction events. But there are literally dozens of major volcanic eruptions. So yeah, it's difficult. But part of the reason I bring it up is because for a long time, there was a large group of scientists that thought volcanism both started and ended the dinosaur era, meaning the Jurassic to the Cretaceous. And the reason I say the dinosaur era is the Jurassic to the Cretaceous is because dinosaurs really got going after the Triassic-Jurassic extinction event. They were around in the Triassic, but it wasn't really like their time the way it was starting in the Jurassic.
Not until those volcanoes got to the other animals.
Yeah, wiped out the other stuff. Now pretty much everyone agrees that the Cretaceous-Paleogene extinction was caused by the Chicxulub impact and not by the Deccan Traps volcanism, although again, some people think the Deccan Traps may have contributed. But the leading theory is that the Triassic-Jurassic flood basalt, which is called the Central Atlantic Magmatic Province, or CAMP, is what caused the Triassic-Jurassic extinction event.
Camp sounds innocuous.
It does. They're just going to camp. Camp is an enormous area. It's about 11 million square kilometers, which is an area about 10% larger than Canada, which is obviously way bigger than the Deccan Traps. The camp formed as North America, South America, Africa, and Europe split apart from Pangaea, and a lot of magma was released in those 4 continents and what is now the middle of the North Atlantic Ocean. Uranium-lead dating, published in 2013 by Blackburn and others, put the date right on the Triassic-Jurassic boundary. Up till that point, there was some debate about how well it lined up with the boundary. And when they did their research, they were like, it's exactly there. It's sort of like when they found the Chicxulub impactor site and did the dating on it, and they were like, oh, that's right there.
Interesting.
So the camp eruptions happened right about 201 million years ago. That's the boundary between the Triassic and Jurassic, and it lasted for about 600,000 years. A study by Capriolo and others from last year looked at how much CO2 would have been released by the camp eruptions, and they found that enough CO2 was released that it could have raised the temperature of the atmosphere by up to 5 degrees Celsius or 9 degrees Fahrenheit.
Wow.
Which is some extreme warming. Us humans are worried if we can handle a temperature change of less than half that magnitude because it would mess us up and our food up. So you can imagine back in the Triassic, Jurassic, doubling that amount would mess up all sorts of food webs as well. That increase in CO2 would also drop oceanic pH by about 0.2, which doesn't sound like much, but animals with shells and exoskeletons in the ocean can be really sensitive to more acidic water, and that acidification alone could have caused huge problems in the Triassic oceans even without the temperature change. So this means that the camp eruptions probably caused the end Triassic extinction, which wiped out tons of entire animal families that were doing really well in the Triassic, including lots of archosaurs, like adasaurs and other really cool pseudosuchians. The only archosaur groups to survive were dinosaurs, pterosaurs, and crocodilomorphs. They're the ones that we always talk about because they also survived the KPG boundary, other than pterosaurs. So we're very familiar with those groups. But yeah, the Triassic-Jurassic boundary was very rough, probably caused by volcanism. So you could see why people look at the Deccan traps and think, well, did they have an impact on this too? I just find it really interesting too that the camp eruptions are linked to global warming, whereas the Deccan traps they think might have released a bunch of sulfur dioxide and cooled the Earth. But then other people are like, no, they released carbon dioxide and warmed. There was just more cooling happening and it was offset. So the Deccan traps are more complicated for sure to figure out.
Hard to know about something that happened so long ago.
Yeah, and when there was a huge meteor impact at the same time.
And on that lovely note, what a way to end the show.
Well, I see the camp eruptions as a sort of positive thing because in addition, the mammals survived it and had an increased presence in the Jurassic than they did in the Triassic. So it sort of set up both the dinosaurs and mammals on a good path forward.
Well done, mammals. Thanks. And that wraps up this episode of I Know Dino. Thank you for listening. Stay tuned. Next week, we'll be covering dinosaurs and other animals in the swamps for Prehistoric Planet 2, Episode 3. And if you want even more dinosaur goodness in your life, then sign up for our newsletter. That's at iknowdino.com. Thanks again, and until next time.
Hello and welcome to I Know Dino. I'm Garrett.
And I'm Sabrina.
And today, in our 445th episode, we're talking all about swamps. Dinosaurs and swamps.
We don't talk about swamps a lot.
We don't. And the reason we're talking about swamps is because the third episode of Prehistoric Planet 2 is about swamps. And in this episode, we're going to talk about pachycephalosaur headbutting, Austroraptor fishing, and T-Rex hunting at night.
Of those three dinosaurs, the only one that I would have guessed, that was all I heard, was the Austroraptor fishing for swamps.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's true. Because you don't think of pachycephalosaurs in swamps, or T-Rex for that matter. But there are reasons, which we'll get into. And we also have Dinosaur of the Day, Falca Takely, or maybe it's Falca Takeli. Not exactly sure how the Latin and Malagasy combine into an English pronunciation, but it's that cool little toucan-toothed bird-looking thing that we talked about the other day.
You're giving it all away.
Well, we already gave that away the other day.
True.
And then we've got our fun fact, which is about T-Rex eye sizes and other really big eyes.
What big eyes you have.
Mm-hmm. But before we get into all of that, we want to thank some of our patrons. And we're recording this episode a little bit earlier than usual, so we're not thanking any new patrons, but we do have 10 existing patrons to thank. And they are Keith, Elijah, Jeff, Eric, Diplodocate, Daniel McGill, Ranger Chris from Dino for Hire, Anna Rose, Christine, and Linda.
Yeah, thank you so much, existing patrons. We love all our patrons, and you're the reason we can keep doing the show, so thank you.
Yeah, definitely. And why, when something like Prehistoric Planet 2 comes out and we suddenly get access to the videos, we can rush through and work on it all and release a little mini series on it because we're working on this full time because of the support of our patrons. So jumping into dinosaurs in swamps.
Yeah, in Prehistoric Planet 2, it covers some areas that we've already seen in the third episode, that we've seen in past episodes, but there are new dinosaurs and new scenarios, and there's 5 areas in this episode. There's the Songliao Basin, the Allen Formation, the Maverano Formation, the Scullard Formation, and the Hell Creek Formation.
Yeah, and especially with the Hell Creek Formation, I usually don't think of that as a swamp.
No, I guess because today, Hell Creek to me means Badlands.
Yes.
And so then I don't often remember to think about what it was like in the Cretaceous.
Yeah. And then the other thing is, it was by the Western Interior Seaway, which obviously is ocean. But I don't think of swamps at the interface of oceans. I just think of it as like a beach, I guess, or something. But a really useful definition of the word swamp is a wetland that is forested. I like that definition a lot.
Mm-hmm.
On Earth, now swamps are not much of the total land area. It may have been more in the Cretaceous. I couldn't find a good estimate for it. But nowadays, wetlands only account for about 6% of Earth's land.
Well, another reason we might not think about it too much.
Yeah, it is a fairly uncommon type of land. But wetlands aren't just swamps. They include marshes, floodplains, and other areas that are wetlands but don't have trees, that aren't forests.
Mm-hmm.
But the definition is a little bit loose. So some people say that all 6% of wetlands count as swamps because they basically just say like, well, wetlands, swamps, whatever, it's all the same. Other places are like, no, it has to have this scale of tree in order to qualify as a swamp. Otherwise, it's just a marsh or something else.
Interesting.
Yeah. But it's always at a transition between land and water, and it's a good place to see terrestrial and aquatic animals interacting. It's also a good place to be if you're semi-aquatic like a crocodile because there's land you can go up on. There's also water you can swim in.
Yep. Chase your prey by swimming and running.
Yep. Or lay your eggs on the land and then get back in the water. Whatever you need to do. So when I hear of a swamp, I imagine what's more scientifically called a bog. A bog is a wetland full of decaying plants.
Bogs don't sound great.
No. Well, to me, the term swamp is not like an attractive thing.
Do you think swamp monster?
Yeah, it's just like, this gross sort of decaying, unpleasant place. But that's really not what a swamp means. Again, it's a wetland that has trees in it.
It's where Kermit the Frog would sing Rainbow Connection.
Yeah, that's one of the places for sure. He might just be in a regular pond, but I guess if the pond has trees around it, that makes it a swamp. Swamps can also be places like the Everglades too, where it's like lots of trees and water around. It doesn't matter if it's freshwater or saltwater, both can be swamps, and it can also be a swamp whether the water is moving or if it's completely stagnant.
Oh, that's interesting, because when I think swamps, my first thought was stagnant water for some reason.
Yeah, it's usually slow-moving water at a swamp, but it can be at the interface of like a river and things like that as well. Swamps are really important for humans because they can absorb excess water to reduce flooding, and they also protect coastlines during storms, basically in the same mechanism. If there's a big storm, it sort of messes up the swamp temporarily. The swamp recovers. But if you just have a cliff face or something with a bunch of buildings above it, the storm will just beat up that cliff and erode it, which is a problem because a lot of areas where there used to be swamps, the swamps have been drained for either converting to farmland or just building buildings. And then the coastlines are a lot more vulnerable because they don't have the swamps protecting them.
Mm-hmm.
Swamps are also great places to collect food, even for humans. According to National Geographic, quote, 2/3 of the fish and shellfish that are commercially harvested worldwide are linked to wetlands.
Oh, and wetlands are only, you said, what, 6% of Earth?
Yes.
Interesting.
So they really punch above their weight in terms of impact on fish.
Yeah.
National Geographic says from Brazil's varzeas, or freshwater swamps surrounding the Amazon River, to saltwater swamps near the Florida Keys, commercially valuable fish species that depend on wetlands are threatened with extinction, end quote. And part of this is because a lot of fish breed in wetlands. So even fish that are caught far out into the ocean might rely on wetlands during the breeding season. So you might think like, oh, there's a fisherman that's doing deep sea fishing. What do they care? You know, like all those fish rely on the ocean, but they don't care about wetlands, but they might actually, because they might go there to spawn.
Some fish travel a long ways to spawn.
They do, yeah. It can be pretty complicated. One last benefit of swamps is that they hold an enormous amount of carbon in the form of peat. Peat is basically dense, partially decayed plant matter that doesn't decay completely because it's sitting in acidic anaerobic conditions, which stops the decay process. We've sort of alluded to this in the past because in a long enough time scale, that peat can turn into coal. And coal and other fossil fuels, again, are not made of dinosaurs. They're mostly made out of plants. But yeah, so peat is basically this natural carbon sequestration that happens, and it happens in swamps. For dinosaurs, they were certainly important for a species that appreciated that close proximity between trees and lots of water. For example, many dinosaurs that liked fishing would have spent a lot of time in swamps. It'd be handy to sort of hang out in a tree. They could live in a tree and then they could fly down and grab some fish or climb down, depending on if they have wings that are functional.
Yeah. Or even the plant eaters. Lots of vegetation around.
Absolutely, because we know Equisetum, the horsetail, is one of the most nutritious plants, we think, for dinosaurs. And you see a lot of that at swamps in those like lower, not so deep water that isn't moving too fast.
I'm thinking of the Dinocyrus scene in Prehistoric Planet in season 1.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that was definitely a swamp.
It was eating plants. It was scratching itself, having a grand old time.
Yeah. Yeah, there are definitely swamps in a lot of other scenes in Prehistoric Planet other than just the swamp episode. That's true of all the like sort of general categories of the episodes. Some dinosaurs also probably went to swamps to make nests because we know many birds do that today. According to USGS, wetlands are so popular with birds because they can get the exact depth of water that they like. For example, if they're standing in water to fish, they might want one that's deep enough for fish, but not too deep because they want their legs to reach the bottom. And they also can get ample amounts of food and material to make shelters without too many predators around, because a lot of times swamps aren't the most hospitable for the specific animals that might be hunting those birds. So there's a lot of great things about swamps.
Yeah.
And they are not just the gross, decaying bogs that I envision when I hear the word swamp.
With monsters.
I guess in your case, they have monsters.
Not really. The phrase swamp monster keeps coming to mind. I don't know why.
Probably because it is a character in the show Dinosaurs.
That's right. And we just watched that episode recently.
Yeah, the baby's afraid of the swamp monster. Yeah. But yeah, they're basically just any wetland with trees around, or not trees, depending on how loose you want to be with it. So in Prehistoric Planet 2, in the third episode with the swamps, they started off in the Songliao Basin. In the episode, they call it the, quote, vast swamps of Northeast Asia. But fortunately for us, we got some press materials and they specified that it's meant to be the Songliao Basin.
That would have been really difficult for us to figure out on our own.
It would have been basically impossible because the dinosaurs, or the animals, there aren't any dinosaurs in the scene, the animals that they name aren't really known particularly from that formation. They're known from more Mongolia and like the Jadokta formation.
Well, the scene also has baby Ashdarkids, but it doesn't specify which type of Ashdarkids.
Yes. And I don't think those are found in this basin yet either. But yeah, I think that's why they went with the generic baby ash tarkid, because it's like, oh yeah, they were probably there. They were all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
So the Songliao Basin is a different time period than I think all of the other formations in the entire series.
Yeah. Oh, and just real quick, it's in China.
Yeah, it's in northeast China. New research from Wang Wendong and others, published last month, actually,
That is new.
dated the area to 83 to 85 million years ago. This is about 10 to 15 million years older than all of the other scenes. They're basically all within the last 6 to 7 million years of the Cretaceous, and this is more like almost 20 million years before the end of the Cretaceous.
Is it still considered late Cretaceous?
It is definitely still late Cretaceous. Late Cretaceous starts at 100 million years ago. So we're well into late Cretaceous, but late Cretaceous is a very, very long time span.
Kind of like late Triassic.
Yeah. This is even longer than late Triassic, actually. I think all the other formations, too, are Maastrichtian. This one's Campanian, or maybe even a stage earlier than that. So yeah, it's a pretty different place. They describe the area as a lacustrine and delta facies deposit. In other words, lake and river deltas. But in Prehistoric Planet, it's depicted with many trees, which makes it officially a swamp.
Because you need trees in some people's definitions to be
You
a
do.
swamp.
Yes. The Songliao Basin is not a very popular area in terms of vertebrate paleontology research. I think this is maybe the first time that I had read of that basin, but it includes the Nenjiang Formation, which we've heard of at least. That area is known for crocodilomorphs such as Rugosuchus and Paralligator. In Prehistoric Planet, there's also the close relative of those two, Shamasuchus, and also that unnamed Astarkid baby.
Mm-hmm. They interact.
Yeah. The Nenjiang Formation also has a bunch of mollusks and fish, as well as unidentified species of turtle, mammal, dromaeosaur, troodontid, and possibly a tyrannosaur. All of those dinosaurs, though, are based on just teeth, which were published last year.
Oh, that's also new.
Yeah. Yeah, so I wonder if that's why they're picking this formation, because it's sort of a new, up-and-coming, interesting place.
Yeah.
Where we're starting to learn some new things about it. The Songliao Basin is sort of a similar environment to the Jehol group, which was also in northeast China, although the Jehol biota is about 40 million years earlier. We've talked about that one quite a bit. If they do a third season, I really hope they do the Jehol biota.
Think of all the feathered dinosaurs.
There are so many, and they could easily just do an entire season on the Jehol biota because there are so many dinosaurs there. You've got Eutyrannus, the big feathered tyrannosaur. There's Caudipteryx with this big fan of tail feathers weirdness. There are Therizinosaurs. There's a ton of dromaeosaurs, and then also a whole bunch of early birds.
I wonder how many millions of hairs or feathers would be on Eutyrannus if they had 3 million for the small mammal.
Yeah. Well, feathers cover more ground, but yeah, if you're talking about a feather, each one has, I don't know how many hundreds of those little filaments sticking off of it. So yeah, that would be quite a feat. Even if they make a season 3, though, I don't know if they'll get there because we've only gone back now at most 80 million years and only in this one specific spot. Everything else is basically still just the last 6 to maybe 10 million years of the Cretaceous.
They could just keep this series going indefinitely.
Yeah. I would love it if they just went back like 5 million years at a time and just kept going. We were like season 70 of Prehistoric Planet. I'd be very excited about that.
That would be amazing.
And there are some other formations too, but first we're going to pause for a quick sponsor break.
Another formation in this episode is the Allen Formation, and it's located in what is now Argentina. It's from about 73 to 69 million years ago. It's it was semi-arid, and it had some coastal marine environments, so that makes sense for a swamp episode.
Yep.
In terms of the dinosaurs that have been found there, they've found dinosaur eggs. There's also dromaeosaurs like Ostroraptor, hadrosaurs like Bonapartosaurus, titanosaurs like Bonatitan, abelisaurids like Niebla, and nodosaurs like Patagopelta. There are also pterosaurs and fish and snakes, plesiosaurs, frogs, and mammals.
Yeah, I suppose for every swamp, there should be fish as well as things that live on land. Because otherwise, the classification as a swamp is questionable.
Does that include frogs too?
Yeah, I mean, ideally, but fish fossilize pretty well, so it seems like
Yeah.
should at least be able to fight a fish if it's going to be a swamp.
Maybe some invertebrates.
Oh, I guess that's true. Yeah, because with the Songliao Basin, it was a lot of like mollusks.
Mm-hmm. Maybe some gastropods.
Yep.
Snails. There's also the May-Verano Formation, and if that sounds familiar, it's because we talked about it in episode 443. That's when we were discussing the first episode of Prehistoric Planet 2 in Madagascar. In that episode, that's where we saw the Adalatherium, the badger-like mammal that has, between the mother and babies, 3 million hairs that they made.
Yeah.
And the Matsoya, the huge prehistoric snake. Machikosaurus with its usually crazy teeth, but less so in Prehistoric Planet. The cute little Simosuchus, and the not-so-cute Majungasaurus.
Yep. It's a really good formation. I love that one.
Mm-hmm.
And there are even more animals that they talked about in this episode.
Yes. Then there's the Scalward Formation that's located in what is now southwestern Alberta. It includes the same time period as the Hell Creek Formation in the U.S., but it goes a little bit earlier and a little later in time. There's actually a little bit of the Paleogene after the dinosaurs went extinct. There are a lot of ferns and conifers here. Some mammals have been found, but that's rare. In terms of the dinosaurs, a lot of indeterminate theropods, also Ornithomimus. Then Torosaurus and Triceratops. So depending on how you feel about that.
Or just Triceratops and Triceratops.
Yeah.
Triceratops and adult Triceratops.
Yep. Edmontonia, Ankylosaurus, Edmontosaurus, Leptoceratops, that's Ceratopsian, and of course Pachycephalosaurus. I bring that up because that's where we see the head-butting scenes in this episode of Prehistoric Planet.
Yep.
And then the last formation in this episode is the Hell Creek, which we've talked about the Hell Creek a lot on our show. So I'm not going to tell you the same old stuff that we usually talk about.
Probably the most famous formation, maybe in all of paleontology.
Yeah. So as a quick overview, it covers parts of what's now Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Wyoming. Back then, it was a humid climate, possibly subtropical. There were a lot of floodplains and swamps, a lot of plants, including many angiosperms, which are the flowering plants. Those lucky dinosaurs.
Yeah.
And of course, it's famous for its dinosaurs like T-Rex, Triceratops, Edmontosaurus. Those are the three that appear in episode 3 of Prehistoric Planet 2. There's also Parasaurolophus, Dakotaraptor, many, many more. And then, just to round it out, you've also got pterosaurs, crocodiles, lizards, snakes, turtles, frogs, salamanders, mammals, and of course, fish.
Let you know it might be a swamp.
Guess we should have known then, or we could have figured it out.
Yep.
All right, so on to the filming locations for episode 3 and the animals associated with them. We start off with that scene of the baby Ashdarchids flying, kind of learning to fly, flying for the first time. And Shamosuchus, that crocodile, almost gets one because they're flying over this body of water.
Not just almost gets one.
Oh, it did get one?
Oh, yeah, they got a couple of them, I think.
Oh, okay. I forgot about that part. I remember the part where one gets away.
Yeah, they do tend to end on like the happy note of like, wait, here's the one. There is one that made it. Don't be sad.
Yeah. And like we were saying earlier, that crocodile, it's going after its prey in the water and on land.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it might be the most intense scene in the show, actually. At least it gave me the most, I don't know, emotional reaction. Basically, because you're waiting the whole time to see if Shamosuchus pops up out of the water.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like a Jack-in-the-Box situation where there's that anticipation, like, when's it going to come?
Or Jaws.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, is the pterosaur high enough this time, or is it drifting too low? Is it going to be able to snag it out of the air? Yeah, it was a very intense scene. I think they did a great job with that one.
Yeah. So to film these scenes, they went to 3 different places. There's Greenfield Lake Park in Wilmington, North Carolina, and it's a 250-acre park, apparently very dog-friendly, and there's lots of biking and walking trails.
It's a lot friendlier than it used to be.
Yeah.
Although this isn't the same place, because this was in China.
Yeah, the Songliao Basin, so. There's also the Okefenokee National Wildlife Refuge in Georgia. They provide a habitat for threatened and endangered species, including the wood stork and indigo snake. And they've got a swamp that's a shallow 438,000 acre peat-filled wetland.
It's got the peat.
Yeah, sounds like a perfect filming location. And then there's Black River, North Carolina, which is a tributary, meaning it flows into a larger river, and in this case, it flows into Cape Fear River. It's about 53 miles long, and it's home to rare fish and mussels.
Nice. Yeah, all the mentions of the rare animals and how the different animals like those places is why people are always emphasizing how we got to protect wetlands, which means swamps, it turns out.
Yes. So after that tense scene with the baby Ashdarkids, we see Ostroraptor, which is this bird-like dinosaur, but much bigger. Well, bigger than most birds. 20 feet, 800 pounds.
That is bigger than most birds.
Yep.
All modern birds.
It's depicted as having teeth like a crocodile's, and it's got a snout that makes it good for fishing. So it catches some fish. And then they later fight over those fish that they caught.
Yeah, the depictions of Ostroraptor remind me a lot of wading birds, similar to how Spinosaurus has been proposed to fish out of water. Although Spinosaurus, sometimes they say that it put its mouth in the water and just left its mouth open and waited for a fish to swim through before snapping close. I could see why they didn't do that with Ostroraptor, since its mouth is not nearly as long and skinny. And also the success with that strategy probably depends on how clear the water is, because if a fish can tell it's swimming between a bunch of teeth, sharp teeth, it might be smart enough to avoid it. I guess it depends on the fish. But yeah, snapping down into the water does seem like it would probably work better for something like an Ostroraptor, especially if they had those quick reflexes and strong neck and all that. I would love to see a prehistoric planet version of Spinosaurus, though, although I don't blame them for not wanting to take a crack at the accurate restoration of Spinosaurus.
Because by the time they built it, it might be considered inaccurate.
Yeah, almost certainly. Well, no matter how you build it right now, someone's going to consider it inaccurate. And certainly no matter how you depict it walking and standing and swimming, people are going to have thoughts.
That's true.
But it would still be fun to see.
Oh, we've talked about Ostroraptor before in episode 303.
Yeah, it's an Unenlagian. That's the group of raptors from South America, thus the Austro part of its name, which means southern in Latin.
Yep, and it's been found in the Allen Formation in southern Argentina. To film the Ostroraptor scene, they went to Great Otway National Park in Victoria, Australia. This park has over 250,000 acres. It's home to lots of koalas. You can also see glowworms along the stream banks and walking tracks. And it's home to a lot of birds. It's identified by BirdLife International as an important bird area. I really like that designation.
Yeah.
Now, according to the press notes we got, the team collected fish from a fishmonger for the sequence, and then they drove several hours in the summer heat with that fish, so that stunk up their car. They also used a screwdriver to simulate bite marks of Ostroraptor on the fish.
Screwdriver.
Little teeth pricks.
Yeah.
After the Ostroraptor scene, we go back to Madagascar, the Maverano Formation, where we see Rhapetosaurus, and we covered that dinosaur back in episode 311. The scene actually starts with a baby Machikosaurus. That took us probably too long to figure out that it was a baby Machikosaurus.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard for me to recognize because I'm expecting those crazy teeth sticking out, but yeah, it was in fact supposed to be Machikosaurus.
We did confirm that with Darren Naish, so glad we got to the bottom of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I was on Paleobio database looking up every animal in the formation, and I was like, what could it be? I don't see anything in there that looks like this small bipedal thing. But yeah, it was just a Machikosaurus all along.
Yes. And then we move on to one of my favorite parts of season 2, which is the Beelzebufo, the devil toad trying to attract a mate.
Yeah, and it almost gets squished by a careless sauropod.
No. That's not how it comes off.
The shot of it is like this poor frog sitting in the pond, and then this giant foot comes in, and it's like, oh no.
They notice eventually. They get curious.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Thinks about eating it.
The toad, the Beelzebufo, it's really cute. it's going down a hill and it kind of somersaults down the hill.
Mm-hmm.
They like that. And it's trying to attract a mate via sound in the middle of a mud puddle. But like you're saying, it gets cut off by a herd of Rapatosaurus because they're coming by to take a mud bath. And they're just relaxing, hanging out. It ends up working out for the frog, though, later. So that's good. And we talked a little bit about that scene with Mike and Tim in last week's episode, and specifically the camera angles.
Yeah, I loved that. And the idea that they basically set it up as if they were intending to shoot the Beelzebuffo, and then they had to change strategies halfway through, or they're like thinking a film crew would be changing strategies halfway through to shoot the Rapatosaurus, and how that affected, how everything looked. And it really does make it more effective. You don't think about it while you're watching the show, but it really does add a lot to that sort of innate nature documentary, this is real life vibe that you have, that it looks just like Planet Earth, except with dinosaurs.
Now, also, according to the press notes, Beelzebuffo had a bite force of over 2,000 newtons, or 200 kilograms / roughly 440 pounds, and that rivals modern wolves and tigers. But this frog's only about 13 inches or 34 centimeters long and weighs a little over 4 pounds or nearly 2 kilograms.
That's crazy. That is a lot of pound for pound strength.
Yes.
Or specifically, it's like 100 pounds per pound of strength. Yeah, they're not nearly as big as they are in something like Ark either, because I think you can ride them in Ark, the video game. Yeah, they're really, really big. They're really big for a frog.
Yeah, but 4 pounds is not big enough for a human to ride.
No.
Hey, though, it could hold its own against those sauropods with that bite force. It was fine. It was fine.
As long as it didn't get stepped on.
So to film this scene, they went back to the Lower Zambezi National Park in Zambia. We talked about that one in episode 443. It's known for its wildlife, which isn't necessarily appreciated when you're making a documentary about
that place.
Dinosaurs that no longer exist.
Like the elephants rolling in and all that.
Yeah. The park was declared a national park in 1983, and before that, it was the private game reserve of Zambia's president. Quick fun fact there.
Yeah, it's not too far from Madagascar either. It's one of the ones that's actually on the closer side of modern filming location to ancient ecosystem.
Oh, you know what? The Rapatosaurus also helped the Beelzebuffo out a lot, because when they leave, their tracks are so big it makes more mud puddles, so the frog has more chances for attracting mates.
It's got more options.
Yeah. So, yeah, like I said, it works out. So then we move on to the Scullard Formation. That's in what's now Alberta, Canada. And that's where we have the Pachycephalosaur headbutting. And I say the debate continues, because I feel like this is going to be an ongoing debate for a while. Now, according to the press notes, 22% of male Pachycephalosaurs had head injuries, and one animal had 23 lesions on the dome of its skull. That's a lot of lesions.
Yeah. In their behind the scenes, that's what they basically point to as the main evidence for headbutting, that there are all these marks on the skull that look like headbutting. It's pretty good evidence. It's similar to Triceratops with the gouges on their frills from other horns. You say like, well, how did it get that? It seems to match pretty well. They're probably bumping heads. And they also used analogs to bighorn sheep and similar animals that sort of headbutt / wrestle. And the microstructure of the head does look strong and able to withstand a big impact. Those are some of the key points they went through, which sent me down a mini rabbit hole of Pachycephalosaurus headbutting.
Okay.
Because usually when we talk about this, my first thought is, what about the neck strength? Because when I think about headbutting or anything happening to my head, what happens to my neck is like a close second consideration. There has been some research on this, so I figured I'd do a little review. So back in 1997, Kenneth Carpenter said that he thought dome headbutting was unlikely due to the small contact area, and flank butting was more likely, meaning rather than going head to head, smashing domes against each other, they would go dome head to flank or like shoulder side of the other pachycephalosaur. And the goal would be not to bash her head into their head, but to bash her head into their side and either knock them over or just injure them with a good strong smash.
Yeah, they do both in Prehistoric Planet.
They do, yes. The way Kenneth Carpenter put it was, quote, 2 types of flank butting are recognized on the basis of dome structure. Type 1 is seen in Pachycephalosaurus, Prenocephaly, and Stegosaurus, all of which had tall, rounded frontoparietal domes. Such domes would maximize the mass of the head in flank-directed blows. Pain would be felt by the opponent without causing serious injury. Type 2 is seen in Stygimoloch, in which squamosal horns are developed along the posterior margins of the dome. These horns seem to be an adaptation for causing maximum pain locally during flank butting without causing serious injury. The horns probably were not sharp but blunted, end quote.
Stygimoloch, now thought to be Pachycephalosaurus.
Yeah, depending on who you ask.
Yep.
I think most people are okay with that, them getting lumped together and Stygimoloch just being like a juvenile Pachycephalosaurus. But the reason I like that quote so much is because in Prehistoric Planet 2, they seem to have gone with a large dome and large horns on Pachycephalosaurus, which sort of doesn't work with this dichotomy because it's like, well, they're either using their dome head for a type of attack or they're using the points on the back of their head for a different type of attack. But in Prehistoric Planet 2, it has both going on. I do like how it was both a weapon and a display structure because the males seem to have both a brighter red coloring on their domes and also a larger dome than the females. Although it's interesting that both the males and the females in the show had some pretty sizable horns.
Yeah.
The horns are much larger than the American Museum of Natural History specimen, which is the one I always envision with Pachycephalosaurus. That's the one with the little bumps on the back of the head. And I think the one that you usually see reconstructed if you get like any sort of Pachycephalosaur toy, they usually have these little bumps on the back of the head, not huge horns.
That's how I remember it in Land Before Time, too.
Yeah, the horns are more like the Sandy nicknamed specimen that's at the ROM in Canada, or Stygimoloch, if you consider Stygimoloch to be its own genus, or just the ones that are, you know, the Pachycephalosaurs that are used to be called Stygimoloch. But like you said, in Prehistoric Planet, Pachycephalosaurus do both direct headbutting, but they also do some flank butting, and that ended up being the most effective strategy in the fight too. So I kind of thought that was a nice little nod. I wonder if that was sort of in reference to this paper or some of this research where it's like flank butting might have still been really important, not just headbutting. There have been quite a few papers on whether or not Pachycephalosaurus could headbutt and similar Pachycephalosaurs. A paper by Snively and Theodore in 2011 looked at modern animals that headbutt and found a pretty good analog. They found that the type of antelope called a duiker has a similar small and round dome on top of its head and is pretty close to Stegosaurus, one of the Pachycephalosaurs. There was also a paper last year by Brian Moore and others that looked at well-preserved Stegosaurus individuals and recreated its body musculature, not just the head. And what they found was that it had arms that were pretty weak, but its legs and hips were really strong, which would have had a wide, sturdy stance and relatively short, powerful legs that, quote, would have proved advantageous during hypothesized intraspecific headbutting contests, end quote.
Yeah, that's why I say this debate's going to go on for a while.
Yeah. Although, unfortunately, that paper did not mention anything about neck strength, and neither did Prehistoric Planet in there behind the scenes, which I think is still potentially the weak point in the using heads to slam into each other, because it's possible that their heads could handle a much larger impact than their neck. There is much less discussion on their necks in these studies, possibly because a lot of it boils down to the posture and the neck musculature, which is way harder to reconstruct than just looking at the skull itself and looking for scratches. But for example, if the neck was curved, sometimes it's described as having an S-curved or U-curved neck. And if they run head first with that curve in the neck, it's possible that the vertebrae could get bent at basically a fatal angle, or at least in a way that seriously injured the animal. But it is much harder to reconstruct that neck posture, especially during a specific task like headbutting. So going with the evidence on the skulls, I think makes a lot of sense. And even though when I first saw it in Prehistoric Planet, I was like, oh, they're doing the headbutting.
Mm-hmm.
That's bold. After digging through the research, I think that most of the recent research agrees with it. And I don't think there's going to be a big outcry of like, what are they doing?
Yeah.
That's not what we think.
Prehistoric Planet does a good job with the research.
Yeah. I don't think it's in the same vein as the air bubbles on the Dreadnoughtus neck. It's just sort of like totally out of left field.
Well, not totally, but yeah, more speculative. So to film that Pachycephalosaurus headbutting scene, they went to Lake Morena County Park in California, which is a remote reservoir in San Diego County. They've got 8 miles of trails and you can camp and fish there.
There's a lot of camping and hiking, fishing going on in swamps.
Makes sense. And then last in the episode, we go to the Hell Creek Formation, where again we see T-Rex and Monosaurus and Triceratops. They're at a watering hole. Because there's so many dinosaurs around, there's too many eyes on the T-Rex, so they don't try to attack. It's a pair of them. But they do go for Edmontosaurus at night, because sneaky T-Rex has large eyes, which are good for low light vision, so they can go on these night hunts. And in Prehistoric Planet, they're nearly silent with the cushioned pads on their feet.
Yeah, we've seen some research on that, where basically theropods like T-Rex literally tiptoed and would have been very quiet even though they weighed several tons. Our feet are really sloppy and rigid compared to theropod feet. Their long toes really gracefully cushion their landing. It's really cool. If you ever get a chance to look at slow-mo footage of like a bird walking, or if you can ever just watch a bird walk, their whole foot changes shape so dramatically when they take steps. It's not just like ours, which is sort of like a little hinge flapping. It's like it's more like if you use your hands to walk around on the ground, like you can use your fingers to like gently rest down on the ground.
I bet there's some humans that walk quietly, like ballerinas.
Yeah, it's possible to do pretty well. Like if you literally tiptoe, like that's why people tiptoe when they're being quiet. But if you're doing heel strikes, it's a lot louder. But dinosaurs never did heel strikes. They always landed with their tips of their toes and then slowly rested the rest of their foot down on the ground.
No tap dancing for dinosaurs.
Nope. We also saw a paper years ago where they even argued that the angle between theropod toes helped to conceal the sound of the footsteps, which I thought was really interesting. But basically, since not all of the energy is pointed straight in front of them, it sort of goes out to the side on the two side toes. That might help make them even quieter.
So yeah, these quiet T-Rex, they're hunting together. They split up and they surround the Edmontosaurus herd. And then one deliberately makes a sound to scare the Edmontosaurus.
Yeah, I thought that was a really clever way to have T-Rex roar right before attacking, but in a thoughtful way.
Yeah, because usually you're quiet when you're hunting.
Yeah, animals don't usually shout to alert their prey right as they're about to attack. They stay as quiet as possible all the way up. And, what's even the point in yelling at any point? Put your energy into the attack, not yelling.
You yell if you're trying to defend yourself, maybe, and seem more ferocious.
Exactly, or scare off a competitor or something, not when you're in the middle of a sneak attack. Yeah, in the narration, they talk about like it intentionally makes a noise, which I wonder if they're alluding to all these other documentaries where T-Rex is just like charging and roaring, but for no reason, and then has to chase it.
Could be. So, yeah, one roars to scare the Edmontosaurus, and then the other T-Rex rushes out, and the Edmontosaurus, the herd, they run, but it's a trap, and one Edmontosaurus runs to one of the T-Rex, and now they have their food.
Yeah, I rewatched that scene a couple times, and the last time was on my computer screen, so I could get the brightness higher because it is a pretty dark scene. But there is a lot of detail of the kill in that scene. You can see that one T-Rex bites onto it, the one that's waiting in the ambush, and then the one that originally was chasing them just to scare them joins in and basically tackles the Edmontosaurus by like headbutt ramming its flank and knocking it to the ground, and then they sort of pin it down together to finish it off. So it's an interesting combination of like how it hunted together, and it wasn't just like, well, it had the strongest bite force and that's all it needed. It was still using other techniques in order to win that hunt.
Yeah, it's kind of An interesting recurring theme in this season, I noticed, was the idea of predators hunting together or in packs. So we've
Yeah.
got the pair of T-Rex here, but there's also in the Badlands, the Velociraptor pack kind of work together with the Tarbosaurus.
Yeah. And some of it's sort of incidental, or maybe they're thinking like, oh, I hope the Tarbosaurus does this.
Mm-hmm.
And other times it's more carefully planned, like in this case
Yeah. Or in the first episode,
with the Hotsegopteryx.
I was thinking the Imperator going after Morosaurus.
Mm.
There's a group of them.
Yeah. Yeah, there are all different levels of coordination possible.
Mm-hmm. So to film this T-Rex night hunt, they went to Bog Pond. So they went to a bog in Waterford, Maine. It's about 40 acres. There's a lot of fish there and beavers. There's beaver dams around, and a forest surrounds the pond that's mostly fir and cedar.
I wonder if it's actually a bog, if it is full of fish and beavers.
Oh,
Because sometimes things are named weirdly.
good point. I did not know enough about bogs when I was looking that up.
Yeah.
Now, apparently it took, on a VFX note, more than 65,000 hours to render the T-Rex night hunt scene. So you can imagine how many hours it took to make the whole Prehistoric Planet 2.
Yeah. I mean, there is a ton of detail. I recommend, if you can, either cranking up the brightness on your TV or a computer screen so you can really see the details of that scene, because there's so much you can see, like different angles of that Montosaurus and the T-Rex and how they're moving during the hunt is really cool.
Mm-hmm. Now, according to assistant producer Leah Arnold, to film the dinosaurs gathering in the swamplands, quote, each day we loaded 2 flat-bottomed fishing boats and several kayaks and crossed a small lake. The transition between water and land was not very defined, so we built a temporary platform on the bog as a base to tie up boats and keep equipment dry. But out on the bog, so she keeps saying bog, it must be a real bog.
Yeah.
There were more challenges. If the crew stayed put too long, we found we would slowly sink. So by wearing snowshoes, we were able to spread our weight and prevent getting sucked in. While the camera was rolling, the whole crew had to hold very still or the ground would jiggle like a giant waterbed, making the shot unstable. At times, what looked like a safe route was a thin layer of bog plants hiding waist-deep water. Director Tom Brainerd fell in at least once, but being well over 6 feet tall, it was not too deep for him.
Yeah, that's really funny.
Yeah, she also said that they had to watch out for sudden thunderstorms. Quote, you don't want to be standing in a saturated ground when lightning strikes, so there was a quick evacuation when we spotted lightning on the horizon.
Oh, man. That's something you imagine as one of the hazards of being in a swamp. Is
Yeah.
lightning. But it makes sense.
It does.
I like that they were wearing snowshoes so that it gets sucked into all the like decaying plant matter.
Mm-hmm. Gotta be careful in the bog.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that episode was great.
They were all great. It's hard to choose, but although one of my favorite scenes is in that episode. The mud bathing scene.
Oh, yeah. I liked that opening scene with the Ashdar kids and the crocodilomorph trying to snatch them out of the air. It's so intense. And in just a moment, we'll get on to our dinosaur of the day, Falcatakely. But first, we're going to pause for one last sponsor break.
And now on to our dinosaur of the day, Falcatakely or Falcatakely. And I'll admit, we are taking some liberties here with this dinosaur of the day because, you know, it's not necessarily in Prehistoric Planet 2, but it's not necessarily not in Prehistoric Planet 2. I guess we know from the press notes now that it wasn't. But there's one quick shot of a flock of birds in episode 3, in the swamp episode, and you can't see too many details, but the tail of those birds look kind of similar to Falcatakely.
It's a very distant shot of a flock of birds. They don't mention what any of the birds are, though.
That's true. So it could be. Leave it to the imagination.
There aren't that many birds from this formation, so it's one of only a few options.
Yeah, it's an antiornithine. It lived around the same time and place as the animals featured in the episode, so why not?
And it's just really cool.
Yeah, as I said, it's lived in the late Cretaceous in what is now northern Madagascar in the May-Verano Formation. It was about crow-sized. It had a deep, long beak, about 3.5 inches or 9 centimeters long.
Okay, so it's not quite as toucan-like as I had imagined from the paleo art.
It did look similar to a toucan's.
But not quite as big, I guess.
Yeah. As an enantiornithine, in many ways, it would have looked like a modern bird because it had a high, long face like a modern bird, but it had teeth in the premaxilla.
That's a big difference between modern birds having teeth.
Yes. Falcatakely was described by Patrick O'Connor and others in 2020, so it's a relatively recent one. They found a nearly complete, well-preserved skull back in 2010, and they CT scanned the skull in 2017. The skull is small. It's about 3 inches or 8 centimeters long.
Oh, so the beak is like longer than the skull.
It's a big beak. And parts of the fossil are paper thin, like the maxilla is less than 1 millimeter thick.
Oh boy. I'm glad they had a CT scanner so they didn't have to try to prep all that out.
Yeah. Falcatakely had a narrow preorbital region that's in front of the eye socket. The type and only species is Falcatakely forsterae. The genus name means small scythe, and it refers to the shape of the beak.
Scythe beak.
Yeah.
Small scythe beak.
And the species name is in honor of Catherine Forster's, quote, contributions to work on Madagascan paravians. So it was unexpected for the paleontologist that Falcatakely looked superficially like a toucan.
Wait, what is a toucan doing here?
Yeah.
In Madagascar 68 million years ago.
What's an example of convergent evolution because it evolved this toucan-like beak tens of millions of years before toucans and other modern birds, and it's also pretty distantly related
Yeah,
to
it's
a
an
toucan.
enantiornithine, right?
Yeah. They found a complex series of grooves on the bone, and that's what showed that it had a large beak. And this beak shape is like a modern bird with a high, long upper bill. However, its face had similar bones as Velociraptor and other non-avian dinosaurs. Unlike non-avian dinosaurs, it had a bone under its beak and a large upper jawbone, so a large maxilla and small premaxilla. This is unlike modern birds where there's just one bone under the beak, the premaxilla. Falcatakely probably used its beak for a lot of purposes, including moving objects and grooming and feeding. And, of course, it lived in a swampy floodplain that had wet and dry seasons.
And it's a little cutie.
Mm-hmm.
Except for the teeth. Make it a little less cute.
Yeah, watch out for the teeth.
And our fun fact of the day is that T-Rex has the largest eyes of any dinosaur.
That does not surprise me.
That was, as they put it in Prehistoric Planet 2, but it actually has the largest eyes of any land animal, period.
Wow.
Yeah. As the American Museum of Natural History puts it, an adult T-Rex has eyes the size of oranges.
Navel oranges or mandarin oranges? That can vary.
I saw the orange reference a few places, and then I went to verify it. But the precise estimate I got for the actual size of a T-Rex eye is bigger than just about any oranges that I've seen, navel or otherwise. They're about 13 to 16 centimeters in diameter, about 5 to 6 inches, and weighed about 2 kilograms or about 4 to 5 pounds. So that's closer in size to an average grapefruit and about 4 times as heavy as a typical grapefruit.
I wonder where orange came in.
I don't know. I think maybe more people know what an orange is than a grapefruit. There are different categories. I'm not going to get too far into the weeds of how they size produce, but the largest size of orange is in that range.
Okay.
So it's like an extremely, like how you can get eggs in different sizes. If you get like the biggest version of oranges, they get to this point. But an average grapefruit is that size. There was a study a few months ago about how T-Rex could have even had bigger eyes, but it sacrificed larger eyes for a stronger bite. Pretty sure we covered this on the show. And it has like that keyhole-shaped eye socket, which helps with the strength. And in the study, they found that if T-Rex had the same eye proportions as smaller dinosaurs, their eyes would have been just over 30 centimeters or 1 foot in diameter and weighed about 19 kilograms or 42 pounds.
Oh my gosh.
So rather than orange-sized, if you start with the largest bowling ball allowed in U.S. 10-pin bowling competitions, which is 16 pounds, and I think a little over 8.5 inches in diameter, this hypothetical huge T-Rex eye would be about 3 times the volume of that bowling ball and almost 3 times as heavy,
Oof.
which is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, maybe not something that T-Rex wants to lug around in its head because there are diminishing returns on eye size. So the trade-off of only having the largest eyes on land by a small margin in order to have the strongest bite in the world by a wide margin is probably worth it. The largest eyes of any living land animal are still on a dinosaur. They're found in the ostrich.
Oh, yeah, they do have large eyes.
We might have talked about this before, but the ostrich eye is about 2 inches or 5 centimeters in diameter, and that means they should have a mass right around 60 grams or 2 ounces. Eyes basically have the same density as water, just like a lot of body parts. That's what I'm basing that on. For comparison, our eyes are about 24 millimeters in diameter, or just under an inch, and they have a mass of around just about 7 grams, which makes them about 1/10 the mass of an ostrich eye and less than 1% the size of the actual T-Rex eye, not the hypothetical one, but the real one.
And that's why it would be a lot harder for us to go hunt for Edmontosaurus at night.
Yeah, I think so. T-Rex also had some pretty good brain power dedicated to vision.
Mm-hmm.
They have the T-Rex puppet from the show T-Rex Autopsy at the Australian Museum, and it has the eye pulled out of its head, and you can really appreciate how big it is.
Oh, yeah, it's in its own little stand.
Yeah, I really like it. Their museum sign mentions too that if it had those little bones around the eye called the sclerotic ring, it would have been able to focus more quickly, which I thought was interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it might have also been useful for supporting such a large eye, because we know that's one of the purposes of a sclerotic ring is sort of supporting the eye. And if they're getting that big, I could see a good use for it there. In all the close-ups of the eye in Prehistoric Planet, you can also see its nictitating membrane, that horizontal second eyelid that birds and crocodiles have. And it definitely makes it look extra creepy, seeing that thing.
You can see that not just in the T-Rex and Prehistoric Planet, but in a few of the dinosaurs.
Yes. Yeah. Because they probably all had them, right? Because if birds have them and crocodiles have them, their common ancestor probably had it. And that also includes dinosaurs. So that's our best guess. Those don't really fossilize, little thin piece of eyelid. In these world's largest eye of a land animal, the word land is very important.
Oh, because fish have big eyes.
There are a lot of animals with bigger eyes in the ocean. For example, just one example, the big eye tuna,
right in the name,
aptly named, has eyes up to about 4 inches or about 10 centimeters in diameter, which is bigger than the ostrich, but not as big as a T-Rex. I point them out just because they're vertebrates and they have fairly similar eyes to us. They hunt in deep water using vision, which is why they evolved those big eyes. Very helpful. Big eye thresher sharks.
These things all just big eye something or other.
I guess when you fish one out of the ocean, you're like, look at those big eyes. What should we call it? I guess the big eye thresher shark. So the big eye thresher shark have similar sized eyes, but maybe a little bit larger than the big eye tuna. I couldn't easily find what the largest eyes of any big eyed fish. Maybe there's even one that isn't called big eyed that has big eyes. But the main reason it's hard to find this is because squid blow everything else away. And when you try to find out what's the biggest eye on a fish, they're like, you mean a squid? Because the squids are the one with the really big eyes. So giant squid have eyes that are often described as the size of dinner plates, which is accurate. It's crazy how big they are. They're not perfectly round, as is often the case with eyes. Our eyes aren't perfectly round either. But as eyes get bigger, sometimes they tend to get a little more squished in one direction than the others. Giant squid have eyes that can reach 25 centimeters or 10 inches in diameter.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's bigger than a soccer ball or volleyball. And
next time you hold one of those balls, just think about it as an eyeball.
Yeah. Although it would have been a little squished, so yeah.
You can squish a soccer ball a little bit.
Oh, that's true. It's way, way bigger than a T-Rex eye. And then even bigger than the giant squid is the colossal squid.
Sure, it's right in the name.
It is. They have eyes that can reach 27 centimeters or 11 inches. They might be able to reach even bigger. We have very few examples of colossal squid, but one of them that was actually recovered and measured was 27 centimeters. That's similar in size to that theoretical bug-eyed T-Rex, but it's an actual animal living today in the ocean. So, yes, the ocean has bigger, scarier eyes than anything on land. But on land, the dinosaurs, either T-Rex in the past or ostrich today.
It's kind of like when you talk about on land, dinosaurs were the biggest animals, but then enter whales in the ocean.
Yep. I did look up whales, mentioning whales. Blue whales have the biggest eyes of any living vertebrate, according to Guinness, with a diameter of 10.9 centimeters or 4.3 inches. Although they note that the big eye thresher shark is another contender, but the eye shapes are different, so it's a little bit hard to compare. For the thresher shark, they say, quote, unusually, their eyes are bigger vertically than they are horizontally and are shaped more like an upside-down pear rather than being spherical. They also point out that ichthyosaurs had eyes about the size of the giant squid, or possibly even bigger than the colossal squid on some species. So it's definitely possible for vertebrates to get enormous eyes too. It's not just a squid thing. And some animals definitely surpassed T-Rex, especially in the oceans.
Interesting. Well, that wraps up this episode of I Know Dino. Thank you for listening. If you want even more dinosaur goodness delivered to your inbox, head over to iknowdino.com and sign up for our newsletter. And stay tuned for next week, where we have an interview with the scientific consultant and advisor for Prehistoric Planet, Darren Naish. Thanks again, and until next time.
Hello and welcome to I Know Dino. I'm Garrett.
And I'm Sabrina.
And today, in our 446th episode, we have an interview with Darren Naish, the consultant and paleontologist for Prehistoric Planet 2. And along with that theme, we've got the episode 4 discussion, which is about oceans.
Yep.
But it's fitting that we have an interview this episode because there's not as much dinosaur stuff to talk about when it comes to oceans, but there is some really cool stuff.
Oh, yeah. They have a whole bunch of ammonites.
Yeah. And we also have Dinosaur of the Day, Baptornis, which is a Hesperornis relative, right?
Yes.
And then I've got a fun fact, which is all about the different types of webbing that you can find on dinosaur feet, and we could probably find on non-avian dinosaur feet. It was a really fun rabbit hole, or a Rictodromius burrow, I should say. And I've got some guesses about like what type of webbing Spinosaurus might have had, which is also fun to think about. But before we get into all of that, we want to thank some of our patrons. And this week we have 4 new patrons to thank. And they are Tom, Abigail, Sydney, and Nikki. Thank you all very much for joining.
Yes, thank you.
And we also want to thank Bill Jago, Ermel, Robert, James Pasco, Velociraptor, and John for their continued support of our show.
Yeah, thank you all for being Dino-it-alls. And thank you to all of our listeners and our community, because we say this every week, but you support our show.
So without further ado, jumping into the dinosaur era animals in oceans.
Really rolls off the tongue, huh?
It does.
I was thinking we'd say dinosaur era animals because this episode of Prehistoric Planet 2, it's more about mosasaurs and ammonites and plesiosaurs than it is about dinosaurs. But there are scenes with Hesperornis and Pyroraptor, which we'll get into. It makes sense because the episode is titled Oceans.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's Prehistoric Planet, not Dinosaur Planet.
Yes.
That's a different show.
It's dinosaur heavy.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's 5 areas for this episode that they cover. The La Bouchard locality in what is now France, the Western Interior Seaway in the US, the Lopez de Bertodano Formation, the Hakubuchi Formation, and the Tethys Sea. So if you've been listening to our mini-series here, then you'll know that we're going to talk about these localities a little bit. I'll start with the La Bouchard locality in what is now France, and that's where Pyroraptor was first found. There's other animals that have been found that includes a Nodosaur, Rhabdodon, Abelisaurids, Titanosaurs, and turtles. Not too much I could find about that particular locality, so we'll just keep moving on.
Sounds like a swamp. You got turtles and dinosaurs mixed together. Swampy France. Then Western Interior Seaway is the next one we're going to talk about. that is a very popular place to discuss.
Mm-hmm.
And it was around for about 30 million years, or I should say up to 30 million years. The current estimate is between 66 and 96 million years ago. It was around, so pretty much all of the late Cretaceous, except for the first couple million years. Although it might not have been there that whole time, there might have been periods where it receded, or, like hot periods, or whatever was going on, cold periods. We were talking the other day about what affects sea level rise. There's so much stuff that can happen over the span of millions of years with humidity increases or ocean spreading, all sorts of stuff like that. So it may not have always been there in the middle of North America. But at its largest, it connected the Caribbean Sea to the Arctic Ocean by cutting straight through North America, which just seems insane because the Caribbean Sea is not anywhere near the Arctic Ocean.
Yeah.
It's literally thousands of miles of continent and pretty high elevation continent these days. So it's no small feat to cover that whole area with water. Basically, if you draw a line from Louisiana and the eastern part of Texas, northwest through Kansas, the Dakotas, Montana, Alberta, and Saskatchewan, that's where it was.
It's a large area.
It is. And if you want to see where it is, when I was confirming this, what I did is I went to the Paleobio database and I put in Hesperornis and Elasmosaurs,
Mm-hmm.
and you'll just see them peppered all through the middle of North America because those were pretty common animals in the Western Interior Seaway. It also leads to really funny things like how the Mosasaur Tylosaurus is the state fossil of Kansas, despite Kansas being about 700 miles from Lake Michigan or the Gulf of Mexico, or really any other large body of water.
Yeah, but back in the day, Tylosaurus was around.
Yeah, Kansas was essentially completely underwater in the middle of the ocean, which is just so weird to think about. At its deepest, the Western Interior Seaway reached about half a mile deep, and it was about 600 miles or 1,000 kilometers wide at its widest. It would have been a really weird environment because that's actually not that deep for an ocean, and most of it was a lot shallower than that. So with all the runoff coming off of North America, from Laramidia to the west and Appalachia to the east, it probably would have been less salty and also full of silt from all that runoff. So it would have been sort of like a river delta, at least in some places. And it just kind of would have been an unusual place. It might have been pretty murky a lot of the time. It's kind of hard to imagine
Yeah.
what it would be like, really. But it's a really interesting place.
It was full of animals.
Mm-hmm. Big animals with sharp teeth.
Yes. And smaller animals.
With sharp teeth.
Yeah. Then there's the Lopez de Bertodano Formation. That's in the Antarctic Peninsula. There's one estimate of temperatures that found at the intermediate and deep sea ocean temperatures. It was a mean average of 43 degrees Fahrenheit or 6 degrees Celsius. And it ranged from 39 to 54 degrees Fahrenheit or 4 to 12 degrees Celsius, which is cold for me.
Yeah, although that wouldn't really be cold enough for sea ice. So I saw something too where it was like there's disagreements about whether or not there would be sea ice there. But in the Prehistoric Planet 2, they did take the approach of icy, I think, because it makes it more fun. There's more interesting stories you can tell if there's ice, and that might be one of the most likely places to find ice where we have fossils from.
Mm-hmm. There's also the Hakubuchi Formation. That's in now what is Hokkaido, Japan. And it's known for a lot of invertebrates, mostly bivalves and ammonites. But there's also Mosasaurus, Phosphorosaurus, sea turtles, and the hadrosaur dinosaur Kumwisaurus, which is a saurolophine, so it doesn't have a crest, and it's estimated to be 4 or 5 tons.
Yeah, that was a big one. That's sort of like a Montosaurus level almost, if I remember right.
Yeah. And then last, there's the Tethys Sea. We've talked about that a little bit on our show. It was a prehistoric ocean. It was in the Mesozoic and in the early Cenozoic, which is our current era, so it lasted a long time. It was named after Tethys, a sea goddess in ancient Greek mythology. And in the late Cretaceous, when Gondwana was breaking up, it pushed what's now Africa and India north across the Tethys and opened up the Indian Ocean. And it was home to a whole bunch of ammonites, which we'll talk a bit about later. Ammonites are really cool.
Yeah, I think all of the European archipelago stuff was basically considered part of the Tethys Sea too. So sort of that whole Europe and Indian Ocean sort of area.
Yeah. So for the filming locations, we'll talk about where they went for episode 4 and the animals associated with them. According to the press notes, this episode was, quote, voted the unluckiest episode to shoot.
Because you're just filming like boring ocean with nothing in it.
Not at all. It's underwater shoots. They're affected by the weather and the surface, as well as the underwater currents and the sea swell. So you've got a lot of challenges.
Oh, I see. You want like clear water.
I don't think there was anything boring about any of this. They said, quote, every shoot experienced some form of freak weather event. Hurricane Ida in Grand Cayman, a Medicane storm in the Balearics, and in Sweden, where the team needed to film sea ice, temperatures went from negative 27 degrees Celsius to 12 degrees Celsius in under a week, which meant all our ice melted.
Yeah, that sounds problematic.
Yes.
So maybe not boring, but very frustrating.
Yeah. And it's also hard to film in real underwater landscapes because LiDAR apparently doesn't work underwater. So they ended up using an underwater drone with several cameras.
Okay, and they must have used LiDAR to figure out the mapping for their CGI, I assume.
Yeah, I'm not totally sure. Now, the episode starts with Phosphorosaurus in a reef. It's hiding in reefs from bigger animals and bigger mosasaurs, but it is also a predator, so it hunts when the sun sets, because that's when it's safer and also when lanternfish and other smaller animals swim around the surface. According to Prehistoric Planet, Phosphorosaurus has the largest eyes of mosasaurs. It is itself a mosasaur, so it's got good night vision.
Proportionally the largest.
Yes.
Not by absolute size.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, there are a lot of animals that do that kind of thing. Hang out in reefs and then wait for the sun to go down so they can get around without getting gobbled up.
Mm-hmm. They do the gobbling instead.
Mm-hmm.
To film the scene, they went to Grand Cayman, which is the largest of the Cayman Islands, and it's a cruise ship port. It's known for its beaches. They also, interestingly, went to the underwater studio, so they did do some filming.
In a giant indoor swimming pool?
Yes, and not everything was in real underwater landscapes. It's a film studio where Harry Potter, James Bond, and other films have been filmed. There's a pool that can hold around 150,000 gallons of water. According to producer Amber Eames, quote, Mike Gunton set the bar extremely high for our Prehistoric Planet Series 2, and my first shoot for the Oceans episode was one of the hardest. It was an underwater story on a unique tiny mosasaur found in Mukawa in northern Japan. Phosphorosaurus had large eyes and a well-developed binocular vision, field of view 35 degrees, indicative of its predatory behavior. This was a night hunter. On set, we dived down to 20 meters below sea level to capture the truly diverse and distinctive underwater world found only in the Cayman Islands. To film it, we had one of the largest crews of the Prehistoric Planet series, with submarines working alongside and a super talented dive crew to capture the underwater world in a way never achieved previously. Despite the challenges, the toughest part of the shoot surprisingly wasn't the underwater elements at all. On the 27th of August 2021, Hurricane Ida hit. It left us all hiding out on the ground floor of our accommodation without food or running water for several days. Fortunately, we all rode out the deadly hurricane safely, but the entire crew will never forget this shoot.
Yeah.
A hurricane will do it.
I wonder, it seems like being in a submarine during a hurricane is probably a pretty good place to be, but if you need to come back up, maybe not so much.
Nah. It's probably not safe to go out in one.
It's also interesting that you said that they were filming in August of 2021, which was a year before the first season of Prehistoric Planet came out. That sort of
good point.
confirms that they were working on this even before.
Maybe they are working on a series 3.
The way the people, when we asked them about season 2, responded versus how they respond to season 3 was exactly the same, which makes me think there is going to be a season 3 and they just can't confirm it.
Yeah, it could be. Well, I hope it's true.
Me too.
In the next scene, we see Hesperornis grabbing fish in the water.
It's our first dinosaur.
Yes. So, of course, we have to talk about that one. And it swims through schools of fish. It was a really interesting scene because you've got the fish, and then you see Hesperornis obviously being a very good swimmer and successfully catching some of these fish. And then you've got this larger fish, Zephactinus, that comes onto the scene. And at first it seems okay because it's got its huge mouth and it's scooping up fish. It seems happy. It can swallow prey half its size whole, apparently.
Yeah, that ability to eat huge prey is based on a real fossil called the fish within a fish. It's a 14-foot or 4.2 meter Zephactinus with a 6-foot 3-inch long fish of another genus, Gillicus, I think it's pronounced. And that fish is completely inside it. It's fossilized inside it. And I think its mouth is too small to swallow me whole, but it might be able to swallow me in pieces. Even though it swallowed the fish whole, it may have died as a result. One hypothesis is that the fish struggled inside it and tore open its esophagus or stomach or something on the way down, and then, ended up killing it. But there are at least 2 other examples of Zephactinus swallowing Gillicus whole. So I guess swallowing this other genus of fish as a whole thing at once was just...
It's just what it did.
Something it did regularly. You can see the fish within a fish at the Sternberg Museum of Natural History, which was a previous sponsor of the show. So I'd recommend that.
Mm-hmm.
And then as another little side fun fact, Zephactinus has also been found in the gut contents of a large shark called Cretoxyrhina, which was bigger than a great white shark.
Ooh, fish eat fish world.
It is. Still is.
And Zephactinus also was cannibalistic, just to add to it.
Yeah, I tried to look up if that ever was seen, if there was a Zephactinus inside a Zephactinus. Couldn't find it, but I found all those Gillicus inside Zephactinus, so.
So knowing all this, maybe it's not so surprising that Zephactinus goes after Hesperornis, even though it's catching its own fish.
Yeah, it reminds me of an orca going after a penguin. It's sort of the same, like, huge thing going after, like, this poor little dinosaur. I've never thought about a Hesperornis getting, chased before. But yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
I mean, penguins get chased by predators, too.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I've just because when I'm thinking about the Mesozoic, a lot of times I'm not thinking about the non-dinosaurs in it. But the Hesperornis in the prehistoric planet is really fun to watch swim because it has its feet facing out, sort of like it's going into a ballet plie, and then it like pushes their feet together simultaneously with a big kick, kind of like doing the breaststroke.
Okay, yeah.
Except with like more flexible hips, so you can get those feet really pointed, like soles of feet together.
Flap them together.
Yeah. I also found, looking through my notes about the Western Interior Seaway, some notes about Hesperornis distribution because it's all up in the Western Interior Seaway. There was a presentation by Chapman et al. At SVP 2021, and they were talking about how Hesperornithiformes, meaning the group that includes Hesperornis and its relatives, lived in the Western Interior Seaway between 83 and 72 million years ago, and they ate cephalopods, crustaceans, and sometimes fish. They had a lot of similarities with cormorants and diving ducks. And they ranged in size from 0.8 to 2 meters or 2.6 to 6.6 feet long.
They got pretty big.
Yeah. They've been found from Arkansas all the way up to the Canadian Arctic. So literally the entire stretch of the Western Interior Seaway. And most of them are marine, but there were some found in lakes and rivers in Wyoming and Montana, which kind of makes sense because, they didn't have gills, so they can handle different water salinities. They also did some models to predict where Hesperornis would be. And the main thing that they found was when there were elasmosaurs around, you were less likely to find Hesperornis. So they were probably competing with each other. They probably wasn't like one was eating the other one, like Elasmosaurus was eating Hesperornis, because it seemed like they were probably eating fish and crustaceans as well based on their gut contents.
But they're eating the same fish and same crustaceans.
Yeah, exactly. So they might have just had to separate so that they both had enough food to get, basically. They also found a bunch of Hesperornis babies in the Arctic, essentially, above 50 degrees latitude. So they might have preferred these high latitudes, especially for mating, sort of like penguins.
Yeah.
They didn't specifically find any predators in their study, but they proposed that something like Tylosaurus, the large mosasaur, which is the state fossil of Kansas, and sharks might have been predators.
Always got to watch out for sharks.
Yeah. If it can eat a Zephactinus, which can eat a Hesperornis, then Hesperornis also needs to worry about the shark. And we'll get on to where they filmed the Western Interior Seaway after a quick sponsor break.
To film the scenes with Hesperornis and Zephactinus, the crew went to Dunsborough, Western Australia. It's a coastal town. It's a popular tourist destination that's about 3 hours drive from Perth, and it's known for its wineries, hiking trails, and beaches.
Probably good surfing, too.
Yes. And we did talk about Hesperornis back in episode 250 in our Bone Wars episode if you want to go back and learn even more details about that dinosaur.
I didn't remember it was a Bone Wars dinosaur.
Yeah.
I always think of it as like a more modern discovery for some reason.
Now we've known about it for ages.
Like 150 years.
Now moving on to the islands of prehistoric Europe. This is where we see the first ammonites. These are ammonite eggs that are in the tides.
Oh yeah, they're so cute.
They were so cute. They're a fraction of an inch in size, and then they break free from their egg, and they move by jet propulsion. And then the tide is getting low, which is dangerous for them. They got to get out, so they kind of work together to move as one so as not to get stuck and die from lack of water.
Although the ones in the back of the pushing do get stuck.
They don't make it. But that works out because then baby Pyroraptor comes out and eats the stranded baby ammonites.
Those are even cuter.
Yeah, they're fuzzy.
Yeah, it's a pretty good claws going too. They didn't have much for wings, but they had pretty massive claws on their little fuzzy bodies.
Yeah. And we talked about Pyroraptor in episode 390, if you want to go back and listen for more details. But it's a feathered raptor and it had a long, thin tail and was probably a cute baby. To film the scene, the crew went to Porto Santo Island, close to Madeira, Portugal. It's an island known as the Golden Island because of its long beach. The island is nearly 7 miles, or about 11 kilometers long, and nearly 4 miles, or about 6 kilometers wide, and the beach is roughly 5.5 miles, or 9 kilometers long.
There's a lot of beach.
Yeah, so it sounds like it's mostly beach. It's a good place for diving. Oh, and if you want the baby ammonite specifically, it's a Nostoceras. But we'll talk a little bit more about that because there's even more ammonites in this episode. But in the next scene, we go to the middle of the Pacific Ocean to an atoll, and that's where we see Taurangosaurus, which is an elasmosaur, and it leaves that area for deeper water to go for food. And then you've got Mosasaurus, which is an ambush predator, and it uses its large tail to accelerate and goes after the Taurangosaurus. It can strike with such force that the impact alone can kill it. Now, in Prehistoric Planet, Mosasaurus is about 50 feet long. That's about 15 meters. The team did a study, and they found that Mosasaurus could probably clear 75% of its body length in 1 second. And in the bonus at the end of the episode, they talk about how if this Mosasaurus was 17 meters away from you, in 1 second, it's 75% closer, and the next second, it has gone past you and maybe eaten you along the way. So there's a few things that may have made it so fast. Like crocodiles, it had muscles that could give it short bursts of a lot of power. And like fish, Mosasaurus could have had this C start where it bends its body into a C shape and then pushes itself, and it can accelerate from standstill to full speed.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, and they go more into it in the bonus part of the episode if you watch that part. So for filming these scenes, they're again at Grand Cayman, that cruise ship port, largest of the Cayman Islands, and the underwater studio. So they were able to do a few scenes from the same sets or landscapes. The next scene's in the seagrass beds off the coast of Europe. And now we've got ammonites in all shapes and sizes. I think they call this the Ammonite City scene. You've got Baculites, which is a 6-foot long ammonite. Diplomaceras, which is they describe it as a paperclip shape, but it's similar in size to Baculites.
Yeah, that one's a weird one. It's almost like a snail if it didn't connect to itself in the middle. So there's like a weird gap as it spirals out. but it is spiraling in like a weird paperclip shape.
Yeah. And these ammonites, they eat plankton, small crustaceans, and fish, which shouldn't be surprising. They're very big.
Mm-hmm.
The Nostoceros ammonite juveniles, they've made their way to this ammonite city, and they look like they're parachuting through water.
Yeah.
And the adult Nostoceros are very coiled. Apparently, there's thousands of ammonite species, and ammonites had been around for 400 million years by this point in time in the late Cretaceous.
Wow. And they were right about to go extinct.
Yeah, we were talking, well, sort of talking on Twitter about how ammonites, it's amazing how long they lived, and then they went extinct. And we got a book recommendation I'll have to check out later. But one person was saying that apparently ammonites had their larvae swim in the plankton, which are ocean surface dwellers. And then what killed the dinosaurs also killed off the surface dwellers.
So then the babies didn't have any food?
Yeah, I think so. So I'll have to check out this source. Maybe it'll end up being a bonus episode.
Mm-hmm.
So to film this scene, the crew went to the Es Fraias Marine Reserve in Ibiza and Formentera, Spain. This reserve was created in 1999 to protect ecosystems. It's about 13,600 marine hectares, or about 33,600 acres, and there's a lot of underwater landscapes, including the Posidonia Meadows, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. And Posidonia is a seagrass. It's known also as Neptune grass or Mediterranean tapered, and it forms large underwater meadows.
That sounds pretty.
It is.
It must have been pretty in the show, too, and I just didn't notice because I was paying attention to the ammonites.
Well, it's the background for the ammonites.
Yeah.
There are over 30,000 ammonite species, and ammonites have been found pretty much everywhere that there used to be oceans.
It's helpful that they fossilize really well, since they're basically a giant skeleton and they get buried in sediment that fossilizes them easily.
Yeah. Well, there's so many that they're index fossils. So if you see certain ammonites in a rock layer, that can tell you what time period that layer's from.
It's my favorite thing about invertebrates. They help you know how old vertebrates were.
Then last, we've got the scene in the frozen sea around the Antarctic. And we see Mortunaria, the plesiosaur, and it's got a thick layer of blubber. They describe it as secretive and elusive. And it migrates from South America to get to the Antarctic for spring. And then it goes there to eat polar mud that's full of small animals.
Yeah, that was so weird. And they were saying they didn't think anything else had ever evolved that sort of weird filter feeding strategy.
Yeah.
Which makes sense because it's so strange. It is kind of like how a baleen whale works, except without mud.
Right. Yeah, it keeps its mouth partially closed and uses it to kind of filter out the mud. To film that scene, the crew went to 3 different places.
I guess I could see that because you got underwater, you've got like the ice, little holes in the ice, and a third thing.
Yes, so they went to the Kronoren Nature Reserve in Sweden. That's a nature reserve created in 1975, and it has ice reefs and water-filled boulders.
Ice reefs.
Yeah. They also went to the Ormberget Hetzolandet Nature Reserve in Sweden, and that's a nature reserve that's about 8 square miles or 21.6 square kilometers, and it has a lot of hiking trails. And they went to Breakwater Fort in Plymouth Sound in the UK. That's a concrete island/fort that was built between 1860 and 1880. It was meant to defend Plymouth Sound, also known as the Sound, which is this deep inlet. A sound is a smaller body of water that connects to a larger sea or ocean in the English Channel. The Sound is in the English Channel. And they also have the Plymouth Breakwater there, which is a 1,710 yard or 1,560 meter stone breakwater to protect the Sound. And it's a stone structure to protect against tides. It's freestanding, and it's part of a large man-made reef that goes down almost 60 feet in some spots. So some interesting places to film for the plesiosaur eating mud. I do like the idea of ice reefs.
Yeah, I don't get what that is.
I'm not entirely sure either, but I think it involves ice and reefs.
Okay, thanks for clarifying.
Anytime.
And now onto our interview with Darren Naish. But of course, as always, we got going on all sorts of different dinosaur rabbit holes, Rictodromeus burrows,
Mm-hmm.
and we couldn't fit it all in the episode. But if you're a patron, then you can get access to it by going to your Patreon premium content feed or patreon.com/IKnowDino and listening to it there. I definitely recommend it because I think we were his last interview of the day, and the producer who was setting up the call and listening at the end was like, wow, that was a really good conversation. You guys really got into a lot of different territory that the other interviews didn't get into.
A little humble brag there. I think we might have geeked out a little more on the dinosaurs.
Yeah, because we're a dinosaur podcast and not like a general TV show magazine or something. But it was a really fun conversation.
It was.
We're joined this week by Darren Naish. He's a paleontologist, author, science communicator, and founder of Tetrapod Zoology, which includes a blog, podcast, and convention. But we're talking to him today because he's the scientific consultant and advisor for Prehistoric Planet. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me. Great to be here.
So before we talk about the second season, I wanted to say thank you for putting Therizinosaurus and Dinochirus in the first season because they are delightful.
Yes.
Yeah, fan favorites now. Yes.
Did you have any say in which dinosaurs were featured?
Yeah, I mean, I've been involved in, every step of the process from, well, we always agreed that we were going to be working on the latest late Cretaceous in the Maastrichtian, and which animals are we going to have? Which animals are our stories going to be built around? And among the list, we've got to have Dinochirus, we've got to have Therizinosaurus. If we can do it, then yes, let's do it. And we did. What a thrill.
Yeah.
Awesome. So one of the most noticeable features in the first season, before we get into the second season, I promise we'll get there, is that you had the balloons on Dreadnoughtus. And I noticed that Alamosaurus and Rapatosaurus didn't have them in the second season. Was there a reason why you chose to put those neck balloons on Dreadnoughtus and not the others?
Well, those of us involved in building that particular story, we did want to push the idea that at least some dinosaurs would have, part of my research has looked at sexual selection theory as applied to dinosaurs. So it's like dinosaurs in general, non-bird dinosaurs, it goes for birds as well, but non-bird dinosaurs, they're very flamboyant animals, crests and frills and all these remarkable structures, excellent color vision. I think a good argument can be made that they would be visually flamboyant animals. So with that in mind, how did the gigantic sauropods display? Well, the one possibility is that they could have had really remarkable display structures that we don't have represented in the fossil record. And the same way today that there are birds and other animals that have really strange and often, disturbing, weird display structures like inflatable sacs. Classic example is a frigate bird, Goulart sac. Could you have this on sauropod dinosaurs? Now, there's been this argument going on for a couple of years. Could the long necks of sauropod dinosaurs have had some role in visual display and sexual display, during the mating season? And add all that together, we wanted to play with this idea. Can we realistically pull off the idea that some sauropods might have had visually unusual display structures? So in the same way that if you think of an unusual display structure in a living animal, let's say, for example, the peacock's tail, that doesn't mean that all birds related to peacocks have that kind of tail. Of course, they don't. The others are all doing different things. So that's the example that we are sort of going with there. It's like maybe some sauropods had unusual display structures, but it doesn't mean that closely related ones did. So by no means, by putting those speculative sacs on Dreadnoughtus, by no means would you expect them to be present on like all titanosaurs or all close relatives. That's the thinking.
Gotcha.
I did really enjoy them.
Yeah, and the little sound effect that went with them.
I love the sound effects they make. Yeah. And the amount of experimentation that we indulged in to get those sacs looking the way they did, you would not believe. There was a lot. Well, maybe you would believe, just a vast amount of R&D basically in trying to make them look right and weird, but not too weird. There's always this balancing act that we indulge in. I find myself saying to the people doing the CG all the time, on the one hand, it's got to look like a living animal, but on the other hand, totally not. It's like, I know this is this contradiction we have to come up with. And I mean, I think we obviously succeeded because our animals are basically so convincing. They really do. They look embedded in the landscape. They look like real animals. yeah, so
The entire series, I was like, how is this all CGI?
Yeah. And I remember reading somewhere that like certain aspects of it weren't CGI, but there are still some scenes where I'm like, I can't tell. Like in the first season where there's the Tyrannosaur trying to step on the crab. I'm like, is that a real crab? It's like, it can't be a real crab there, but it might be a real. I can't tell the difference.
yeah, and it's in our interest to keep that secret from you because there are many things that people have thought are CG and they're not. And there's other things that people think are real world and they're not. Yeah, it's basically impossible to spot when it's there.
Yeah.
That's so cool. Are there any favorite dinosaurs that you have from the new season?
From the new season, so I've just been asked this in another interview, and I remember coming up with a good answer for season 1, because for season 1, Therizinosaurus, I've always been a big fan of Therizinosaurs.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And getting the big one itself, Therizinosaurus, in there is like, that's a win for me. For season 2, I haven't yet thought of like a particular animal that for me is like, oh yeah, that's a favorite. Really, really like that one. So, I mean, I'm a huge fan of the Asdarchid pterosaurs. So sorry, non-dinosaurs. Having Asdarchids, like absolutely love getting those in there. Really, really like our brightly coloured displaying male Hatzegopteryx. Also in non-dinosaurs, the Crocodilomorph Cymosuchus. I just know that's going to be a fan favourite. Yeah. And then among the dinosaurs, I think I really love the way so many of our dinosaurs look. And off the top of my head, I think we've got 25 new animals relative to season 1. And in that list, Improbator, the Antarctic Paravian theropod, I just think it looks awesome.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Especially how it's introduced with the thermal.
Excellent. Yeah, I'm glad you've seen the sequence. So, yeah. Well, not a well-known animal at all. Still very enigmatic. Only known from a single foot, but our rendition of it just looks so cool. It's like for me, that's like one of the take-home animals of the series. Yeah, it looks great.
So since you were talking about Asdarchids, I assume the idea of showing Hatzegopteryx being that apex predator was your idea. Were you really pleased with how it came across as like this just menacing, almost like a evil, I don't know, terror of the skies?
Well, they've been one of the standout groups of the entire season, haven't they? The Asdarchids. I mean, we've all heard of these animals, but for the majority of the viewing public, it's like they have no concept that such a thing exists. There's this vague awareness of pterodactyls, but the fact that there's these giraffe-sized kind of stalk-billed predators, and yeah, again, like deciding which animals we use is a sort of team decision, and we know we're going to have Quetzalcoatlus. At some point, we make the decision that we're going to have other Asdarchids were present globally in the late Cretaceous, so we're going to have them in other places. And can we get more diverse kinds? Yeah, let's include Hatzegopteryx if we're going to be showing an Eastern European story. We used Mark Whitten as a consultant, as well as myself. Of course, Mark and I both published on this specific group of pterosaurs. So it's not a surprise that the vision of these animals that you see in Prehistoric Planet is the view of them that Mark and I have determined through our research. And just to see them, I mean, again, for me, they're like utterly convincing in Prehistoric Planet.
They were amazing. And I was thinking about the scene in the 5th episode where it's Quetzalcoatlus fighting T-Rex and over the Alamosaurus. And as I was watching it, I was thinking like, these are all giants.
Yeah. And also, no way. There's no way. Like, like teenage or maybe 8-year-old kids arguing about which dinosaur would win in a fight. Nobody's arguing in favor of Quetzalcoatlus over T-Rex. But then when you put it together, it's like, oh, I guess it kind of makes sense. It's like the crows getting rid of a big old hawk or something near the group tactic.
Yeah, so this was kind of inspired by a paper that Mark and I published in 2015. Quite an academic argument, but so we propose that Asdarchids are these terrestrial stalkers. They're moving around in terrestrial environments, picking up little dinosaurs and mammals and whatnot as their prey. And one of the arguments against that view, which comes from one researcher, is he said that surely can't be true because there are these terrestrial predators like tyrannosaurs that would just rip an Asdarchid to pieces. It's like, oh, come on, that's not how the world works. You can walk around on the African savannah today and you won't get ripped to shreds by a lion. In the late Cretaceous world, you can be an animal and live a life. You don't get destroyed by a predator within a few minutes. And an animal like a giant Asdarchid is a formidable beast. It's like, it's really tall, as I've already said. It's kind of like, 7 meters tall or so. It's got a 2 meter long pointed spear on its face. And predators, presumably including even animals like tyrannosaurs, based on what we know about the world today, there are times when they would have been conservative, where they would have chosen not to take an unnecessary risk, just because, like, I don't want to get stabbed in the eye today. So if you have like T-Rex versus Quetzalcoatlus, there's many ways that could go, but there must have been occasions where animals were able to use size, body language, sounds as well to say, do not fight me today. It is not worth the while. It's not worth your time. And my go-to example in the living world is there's cases where big cats have fought storks and cranes as well. And the big cats don't come out as the winners. Like a tiger weighs over 200 kilos. A stork might weigh, 15 kilos. But it doesn't mean that your tiger is just going to destroy the pointy-billed bird. Immediately, that's not how nature works. And I think what we show is perfectly reasonable. I think it's a good argument that you can make.
Definitely. Even the smaller animals, when you're fighting for your life, you pull out all the stops.
Yeah.
Like there's that scene with the Simacucus when he's fighting for his life and he's so much smaller and he figures it out.
One of the sort of main take homes that you have to have when you're thinking about prehistoric animals is they are not kind of like prototype animals that haven't yet evolved mechanisms for living, for doing whatever it is they do. Everything that has lived is a functioning part of its ecosystem, right? It's evolved in the context of like knowing how to take shelter, knowing where to find water if it needs it, knowing where to forage food, knowing how to interact with other members of its species. And in a world where you're living with animals bigger and smaller than you, you must have co-evolved with them. And of course, this is present in everything today. There's no animal that like doesn't have some response to things that want to eat it or kill it or whatever, because everything has some kind of response. So that must have been the case in prehistoric times as well. And of course, we're never really going to know exactly what the mechanisms, what the behaviors, etc., were. But we have to infer that if you're a small animal and you get confronted by a big predator, you run away and hide, or you advertise the fact that you're unpleasant to eat, or you do something to deter the predator. So for an animal like Simacucus, we didn't just make that behavior up. It actually combines various different behavioral tricks that are seen in vaguely similarly shaped living animals. We looked at behaviors used by various squat-bodied lizards and some chunky salamanders. And you have all these like weird, like mouth-opening displays and sort of hissy displays, and like even sort of clapping their limbs against their bodies and like, look at my armor bits, you don't want to bite me, that kind of stuff. And again, it's speculative, but it's justifiably speculative. This must have been present in the world of the age of dinosaurs, especially if you're talking about like a 70 centimeter long crocodilomorph versus like, a big, powerful theropod. They must have had behavioral adaptations like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when the Majungasaurus is trying to eat it and it's making that like clicking, clapping noise, was that it hitting its leg against itself? Is that what that noise was?
Yeah, it's slapping its hind limb against the base of its tail.
Oh.
Yeah, which again, the idea that animals do sort of unusual percussive sounds, all kinds of things to sort of just, a lot of these behaviors they've evolved just to give the predator like a moment of whoa,
Yeah.
what the hell's going on here?
Yeah.
A couple of seconds of misdirection or distraction can literally save your life if you're a small animal. So yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of small animals, I really liked seeing all the babies. What was the baby velociraptor, the pyroraptor, the Icysaurus? Just so cute.
Baby Triceratops was back.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of fun to be had at that point. That there's no getting away from it. A lot of babies die in prehistoric planet, but there's a number of things that we have deliberately portrayed because, again, they were features of that world, and you're missing a trick if you don't get the chance to incorporate them. So, among the list of things, in some ways, the late Cretaceous world is very similar to the modern one, but in other ways, it's unusual. And one of the ways in which most dinosaurs are unusual relative to big animals today is they mostly rely on this strategy of producing huge numbers of babies. So first of all, there's like millions and millions of eggs everywhere, which is going to have all kinds of impacts on animal behavior. But then the fact that like every mother produces 15, 20 eggs or so a clutch, probably several clutches a year. footprints show us that the populations of lots of dinosaur species mostly formed of youngsters or babies and juveniles. Well, then as an obvious consequence of that is that if you're a predator, we don't like this idea. It's like very unpleasant to us, but most predators are going to be baby killers. They're going to be mostly finding little juveniles rather than tackling full-size adults. So that's a fact of that world, and it would be wrong to little bit ashamed about it, but yeah, it's
Well, you
gotta show
showed
it.
some babies did survive, and they
Yeah, there was
Yeah.
always like a happy ending, it seemed like. Like, here's the one that made it.
That's right. Well, it's like, people point to sea turtles and frogs that produce, big flushes of spawn. It's like, yeah, there's going to be times when they all die, or when survival is 1 in 100 or 1 in 1,000. That is a fact of that strategy. But yeah, if there's 1 in 1,000 survive and there's millions of these animals, then there's still millions surviving. So it did well for the dinosaurs, non-bird dinosaurs, for obviously a long time. It's a very successful strategy, made them nearly indestructible for a long, long time.
Yeah. And like with the sauropod, I mean, that the Hatsegopteryx going after the baby sauropods was very intense. But we talk about on our show too all the time, where it's like a giant adult sauropod, it has nothing to worry about. And that's what they show with the Alamosaurus too. It's basically just like old age is the only thing getting it. So the babies are the ones to go after.
Yeah. Now, at various times we have discussed the idea of whether we should show something like big theropods taking on an animal like a sauropod. It doesn't have to be like a sort of, gigantic 50-ton sauropod. It could be like one of only the size of an African elephant, say. But we're making shows for families to watch. And some of these predation events, so yeah, many people have said this, in their writings about dinosaurs. It's like some of the predation events would have been deeply unpleasant to watch. Without going into this in any detail, most of the kills that we see in nature documentaries are censored. They're cut in a certain way, they're edited in a certain way. You don't get to see the full, exactly what happens in the event. And for, let's say, an animal like Tyrannosaurus to kill a Triceratops, or even a mid-sized sauropod, there's going to be lots of blood. There's going to be lots of like removal of tissue.
Yeah.
Predators do not attack other animals with mercy in mind. They're not trying to put them out of their misery. They're trying to eat them, right? So, predatory birds today, sorry, I've gone down a very dark path here. I'll say one more thing and then I'll stop. Predatory birds today, they'll pin something down and they'll eat it. And at some point it'll die, but they don't kill it and then eat it. What I'm getting at is obviously there are certain constraints in how we depict behavior, predatory behavior, and what kind of predatory behavior we can show.
Yeah.
So a certain section of our audience is like, why did you show Tyrannosaurus Rex doing a mating display when you could have had it ripping a Triceratops' head off? It's like, well, we can't show. We can't. Not only is it quite well done, quite tropey, we can't show the full graphic horrors of some of the predation events that did occur.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it's not the style.
I think it was Hatziraptors once after the Tethihadros, not the sauropods.
Oh, my bad. Thanks for the correction.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, it's Rajasaurus, the Abelisaur, that's going for the Isosaurus.
Babies. With the events you couldn't depict too, I was thinking a lot of times we've heard with sauropods, the strategy might have been like bite a chunk out, wait for it to bleed to death, which isn't the kind of thing that it sounds like you want to be depicted.
Yeah, we spoke about that as well. That specific strategy, which of course, Greg Paul's written about that as inspired by false killer whales with sperm whales, and that's a perfectly viable strategy for exploit sauropods in an almost parasitic way. But no, we're not going to show that. Not going to show that. Yeah, yes.
I've got an important question Garrett and I have been trying to figure out on our own. There's a scene with the
Beelzebufo, the devil toad.
Beelzebufo, Beelzebufo.
And right before it, there's that little dinosaur, but we couldn't figure out which dinosaur that was. Could you tell us?
It's right before the sauropods show up and start doing the mud bath.
Yes.
There's a little dinosaur. It kind of looks like an ornithopod or something.
Oh, I was wondering if it was a baby Mashigosaurus.
The only dinosaurs, to my knowledge, in that sequence are there's a Machikosaurus that's shown drinking at the edge of the pool and it runs away. I think the Beelzebufo lunges at it and runs away. So
That's the
I think
one.
that's what you're thinking of.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, vindicate.
Machikosaurus has been like a real education for me actually building that dinosaur, because I don't have the opportunity to really kind of respond to some of the things that people have said about season 1. But let me say one thing. Is some people are like, why didn't you make the teeth more protruding in Machikosaurus? Well, in reconstructing it, I'm pretty convinced that the conventional reconstruction that showed the teeth really like sort of spiraling outwards, like kind of the spokes of a bicycle wheel, it's not right.
Oh.
I think that the lower jaw, the dentary was rotated in the wrong way. And when you correct this, the teeth still look very strange and interesting once the mouth is open, but they don't protrude in the way I think they actually disarticulated the lower jaw when reconstructing it in the original couple of technical papers. Our guide on what all of our animals look like is always based on, well, what do we actually think? You know, there's never a push to like add more teeth and make it look more scary. That's never, I'm under no pressure whatsoever. None of us are to do that. And if something ends up looking, oh, that's a bit disappointing, I was hoping it would look weirder. It's like, well, tough, you know, that's what we're going to go for. And yeah, it's worked because the animals look great. It's just, there's all these, for every single one of them, there's all these like interesting steps as to how we got to where we did.
Yeah, definitely. Awesome. Well, this has been amazing.
Yes. I hope it keeps going. I hope there's a third one.
Yeah.
I can neither confirm nor deny. I mean, obviously, you know, season 1, hugely successful. Every indication so far that season 2, there's a lot of love for it out there so far. I mean, watch this space and fingers crossed. And let's, thanks for everyone's interest and positive comments. Thanks to both of you. Glad you've enjoyed it.
Yes. Thank you so much for chatting with us.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much, Darren, for chatting with us. We loved hearing all about the details of Prehistoric Planet, and for you to, I don't want to say confirm, but, you know, let us hope that there's a series 3.
Yeah, third season would be good. And in just a moment, we'll get on to our Dinosaur of the Day, Baptornis. But first, we're going to pause for one last sponsor break.
And now on to our Dinosaur of the Day, Baptornis. This one, I will say, is also a bit of a stretch, like last week, because it doesn't appear in Prehistoric Planet, but Hesperornis is in Prehistoric Planet too. We already covered Hesperornis, as I mentioned, in episode 250, but Baptornis is related to Hesperornis.
The Hesperornithiform?
Yes, and it also lived in the Western Interior Seaway, like Hesperornis, in the late Cretaceous too. So it lived in what is now Kansas, which we mentioned at the time was mostly the Western Interior Seaway. It was in the Niobrara Formation. It's also been found in what is now Sweden, where the Tergay Strait joined the North Sea.
I've never heard of something which has been found in Kansas and Sweden and nothing between. That's a really funny combination.
Yep, now you have. So Baptornis looked kind of like a penguin, but it had a longer neck and teeth. It was about the size of a loon, and loons are about 28 to 32 inches or 71 to 81 centimeters long, and they weigh about 9 to 12 pounds or 4 to 5.5 kilograms. Baptornis was good at diving and swimming. It was probably a really great swimmer, but not great at moving on land. Its lower legs were close to its body, and the feet stretched out sideways, so it would have toppled over if it was moving upright.
It was in a permanent plie.
Kinda, yeah. Yeah, well, based on how its lower legs were, it would have pointed its toes forward and waddled or took small hops to move around on land. Baptornis ate fish. There's one specimen that was found with coprolites that are about 0.4 inches or 1 centimeter in diameter, and they have remains of a fish.
It's good to know what the diameter of a Baptornis poo was.
Yeah.
Glad we have that detail.
You're welcome. Baptornis probably hunted smaller, more mobile prey compared to its relatives that were larger, and it would have held its prey in its beak. Hesperornithiforms may have been able to hold and turn their prey as they swallowed it headfirst.
Hmm.
The type species is Baptornis advinus, and the genus name means diving bird. O.C. Marsh found the first fossils in the 1870s and then named Baptornis in 1877. The holotype includes parts of the foot, which probably belong to separate specimens, so now only one of them is the type specimen.
It's another Bone Wars dinosaur, along with Hesperornis.
Yeah.
It looks like Hesperornis was also Marsh.
Mm-hmm.
It really seems like Marsh won the Bone Wars.
No. Depends on how you define one.
Named the best dinosaurs from it.
That is one way to look at it. Now, in 1977, Larry Martin and Orville Bonner wrote about a fragmentary immature Baptornis specimen. It included the vertebrae, pelvis, parts of the legs and feet, and parts of the jaw. Other specimens have since been found, many of them juveniles. A young specimen was found in an area that may mean that Baptornis either traveled a long distance from shore or it nested somewhere nearby, like maybe some kind of island.
Oh, yeah, like we were talking about with the islands. They don't all survive, so
Yeah.
it could be hard to know.
Many Baptornis specimens are isolated bones. There's only 5 specimens that have been found that have more than a single bone or element, though in 2015, Alyssa Bell and Louis Chiappi said that there may be more in museum collections. Baptornis may have migrated based on fossils being found as far south as Kansas and as far north as Canada.
And Sweden.
Yeah. It lived in a subtropical to temperate climate, and there was a second species of Baptornis, Baptornis varneri, named in 2007 by James Martin and Amanda Cordes Person, but later that one was reclassified as Brodavis, which is another Hesperornithiform that's about twice the size of Baptornis.
I'm glad I'm not the only one who had to say Hesperornithiform. It's really hard for it to say.
It is. Now, going back to Sweden, the fossils found in Sweden originally were thought to be a Cretaceous flamingo called Parascaniornis stensioi, which lived in the late Cretaceous. But later it was found to be Baptornis. They found a vertebra, so it's not enough to compare and know if this is a second Baptornis species.
A single vertebra can be difficult.
Yes. So they found that there wasn't enough to make Parascaniornis its own species, that Cretaceous flamingo, but it's still unclear if this vertebra is a junior synonym of Baptornis.
And our fun fact of the day is that there are a lot of different styles of webbing that dinosaurs like Baptornis, Hesperornis, or even Spinosaurus could have had on their feet.
That's an interesting one.
It was such a fun thing to dig into. I really enjoyed it. So starting with the most common and most familiar type of webbed foot, it's the type that ducks have. They're called palmate feet, which is Latin for palm-shaped.
They do look palm-shaped.
Yeah, and they're, solid like a palm, I guess. In addition to ducks, it's found on gulls, terns, swans, geese, flamingos, penguins, and a lot of other aquatic birds. The 3 toes that point forward are entirely webbed on a palmate foot. The webbing runs all the way to the ends of the toes, creating basically a full flipper when the toes are stretched out. And when they swim, what they do is they keep the toes spread out on the power stroke, but on the return stroke, they bring the toes together, sort of like collapse the oar in a way.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a lot less drag on the way back. It's a very efficient way to do it. Something we can't do because our feet are big, floppy, immobile objects compared to dinosaur feet.
But we can walk better on land than Baptornis.
Yeah, that's for sure. There's also a 4th toe in dinosaurs that have palmate feet. It points backwards. It's a hallux. But if it's a palmate foot, it doesn't connect. The webbing doesn't connect to the others. On ducks, it can be lobed, but that's a different story. There's also toady palmate feet. That's where the 4th toe is rotated around a little bit and then connected to the other 3, which actually adds about 50% more webbing and surface area to the swimming ability. Because if you have 3 toes, you only have the 2 webbing areas. But if you have 4 toes, then you get 3 webbing areas. A lot of those birds, too, and dinosaurs, presumably, have longer toes when they're swimming, so that they have a big old flipper to use. You can find these toady palmate feet on boobies, cormorants, pelicans, and a few others, but it's much less common than regular palmate feet. There's a lot of regular palmate birds which spend a lot of time on land, like ducks, penguins, and gulls, which is probably why they don't do the extra large flipper of the toady palmate, because you're pretty committed to being in the water most of the time. The Baptornis style of like walking real awkward on land if you go that route. Then there's another strategy for the birds that hang out on shores or stand in swamps, but don't necessarily swim very much. And they have what is called semi-palmate feet. That includes plovers, sandpipers, herons, and some others. If the analogy of Spinosaurus being like a wading bird holds true, then maybe they had semi-palmate feet as well. That's basically just webbing similar to palmate feet, but it doesn't reach the end of the toes. Usually it only goes about halfway down or sometimes much less. So it's essentially equivalent to maybe like a snowshoe, like a small snowshoe, giving some more support on mushy ground. I think it's just like the story you were talking about in Prehistoric Planet with the crew using snowshoes in the swamp. It's essentially exactly what heron and these other animals that are hanging out in swamps have built into their feet with the semi-palmate webbing. The last type is by far the coolest looking and maybe my favorite, but it's also the least functional in most situations. That's called lobed feet or lobate feet. That's the type of webbing that Hesperornis has in Prehistoric Planet. I think they might have picked it just because it looks so cool. Because if you were guessing based on similar, birds, you probably give it palmate feet since that's what most of them had. Each toe on a lobate foot has webbing sticking out around it, but it's not connected to the other toes. And you can also see the joints in the toes too, so they look pretty hilarious, like these big, wide, flat toes. And for example, on the American coot, which is a very common bird in North America, I've never noticed their feet. We've seen these birds all the time, but they're always sitting in water. I need to see their feet. Their feet are huge, and they have these giant, goofy lobes on them. It just is delightful. They're also bright yellow, so it's something else. I would give the analogy if palmate feet are like wearing huge mittens, lobate feet are kind of like wearing big Mickey Mouse gloves. It's just like the individual fingers are just like extra huge and goofy. So some ducks do have that lobate hallux, but the birds that have 3 front toes, which are lobate, include grebes, finfoots, and coots. They're useful for animals that swim more than the semi-palmated waders that are basically just standing in the water, but not as much as the ones that have palmate feet for swimming. It's sort of a halfway adaptation to balance walking and swimming ability. A lot of them have a hallux too that isn't messed with too much. So I don't know, maybe that it's possible some of them could even perch a little bit or at least use their hallux for some stability on the back of their foot. From the Audubon Society, they said, quote, "The palmate toes help a coot push through the water. On land, the lobes fold back when the bird lifts its foot, which facilitates walking on a variety of surfaces like mud, grass, and even ice." End quote. It sounds like a pretty good foot to have.
It does.
If you don't mind looking ridiculous.
Well, if that's the foot you have, I'm sure you don't think it looks ridiculous.
That's true. I love the American coots. I also saw these videos of the parents of American coots. Apparently, one of the things they're famous for is being super aggressive with their babies. And their babies are bright red, which is really weird. But if one baby steals food from the other one, they'll grab the one that stole the food by the neck and just like shake them.
Oh.
It's ridiculous. I'll share a video in our Discord because it's pretty funny.
Funny. That's...
It turns out that foot webbing evolves pretty easily and has shown up in tons of different semi-aquatic animals and multiple times even in similarly evolved birds. Is it just the kind of thing that you can grow pretty easily? All you need is extra skin. There's a gene that stops skin from forming between digits and fusing the digits together. And if that gene gets suppressed, you can evolve webbed feet apparently pretty quickly. It's even easier than growing the flaps of skin for gliding, which has evolved dozens of times. We talked about that with flying, where flying's only evolved 3 times in vertebrates, but gliding evolves all the time. I think these webbed feet are like a whole other level of super easy to evolve. So considering how many times it's evolved in modern dinosaurs, it's most likely, I would say, that non-avian dinosaurs that spent a lot of time in the water would have had webbed feet too. I actually think it's way more likely that they had webbed feet than they didn't have webbed feet. For those dinosaurs that had hands rather than wings, they probably also would have had webbed hands because a lot of quadrupedal mammals and amphibians have webbed hands. You just don't see it on birds because they don't have hands. Their wings, have the whole thing going on that they have going on. They don't have any space for webbing. But I think it's possible if you're drawing Spinosaurus and you think it was actually swimming like fully in the water, it should be drawn with both webbed feet and webbed fingers on their hands too.
That would be interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, webbing.
It's pretty enjoyable. Check out those coots.
And on that note, that wraps up this episode of I Know Dino. Thank you for listening. Stay tuned for next week where we wrap up our mini season on Prehistoric Planet 2 and cover episode 5, North America. Lots of dinosaurs in there. And if you want even more dinosaur goodness delivered to your inbox, sign up for our newsletter. You can do that at iknowdino.com. Thanks again, and until next time.
Hello and welcome to I Know Dino. I'm Garrett.
And I'm Sabrina.
And today, in our 447th episode, we're covering the North American episode of Prehistoric Planet 2 and other North American information. We also have Dinosaur of the Day, Pectinodon.
Yes, it appears in Prehistoric Planet 2.
Episode 5, North America.
Yep.
That's why we're talking about it. And I've got a fun fact that's all about sauropods getting struck by lightning.
Oh, no.
Because it's Lightning Safety Awareness Week.
So what I'm hearing is the sauropods probably saved the turtles and other shorter animals from lightning.
Well, not necessarily, because if they attract the lightning, it might affect the animals around them too. But we'll
Can't
get
let
more
me
into
have
this.
that one. Anyway.
No, I can't. I could if it was true, but it's not. So before we get into all of that, we want to thank some of our patrons. And this week, we'd like to thank Robbo2, Othnelia, Richard, Risa, Kalosaurus Rex, Nicholas, Evelyn and Frankie, Trev, Ray, and Keith.
Thank you so much, everybody, for being a dino at all with us, and hope you enjoy all of our bonus content. All right, so dinosaurs in North America. That is a pretty broad topic.
It is. The other ones were kind of nice and specific and like a type of environment, like a swamp, an ocean, an island, Badlands, and then we have North America.
Well, you could make multiple series on dinosaurs in North America alone.
I mean, there
think.
was a series called Dinosaurs in North America or Dinosaurs Roam North America, something like that.
Yeah. Well, I still liked what they did.
Mm-hmm.
So there were 5 locations in the last episode of Prehistoric Planet 2. The Javelina Formation, the Western Interior Seaway, the Hell Creek Formation, the Denver Formation, probably, the Lance Formation, and the Prince Creek Formation. And by 5, I mean 6 locations.
I was going to say, it seems like it was more than 5.
I'll start with the Javelina Formation. So that one, actually, if you're a Triceratops patron and above, this formation might sound familiar to you because we recently did a bonus episode all about Quetzalcoatlus and other Ashdarchids, and the Javelina Formation played a big role in that.
Yeah, it's pretty much where all or most of the Quetzalcoatlus finds are from.
Most, yeah. So it's in what's now Texas. It's from about 70 to 66.5 million years ago, and it was a woodland habitat. In terms of dinosaurs, there was the Alamosaurus, the sauropod.
Titanosaur.
Yes. Ceratopsids like Bravoceratops. Hadrosaurs like Gryposaurus and Critosaurus. Oh, also Torosaurus, if you think that Torosaurus isn't Triceratops.
Yeah, otherwise Triceratops.
Yep. Then there was Troodon, Tyrannosaurus, and Dromaeosaurs like Saurornitholestes. And then other animals, of course, you've got rays, turtles, and Quetzalcoatlus, and at least one other pterosaur.
Yeah, it's interesting. It was described as a woodland habitat because part of it was definitely considered a swamp since it would have been on the boundary with the water because you don't get rays in a forest usually.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't really confirmed that there are T-Rex fossils in the formation, but there have been indeterminate Tyrannosaurid fossils. So when you said Tyrannosaurs or Tyrannosaurus, it's like maybe it's the right age for Tyrannosaurus. And we've got Tyrannosaurus named from, I think, as far south as like northern New Mexico, which is pretty close. So yeah, there was probably T-Rex there, but it's like still not quite confirmed.
Then, of course, the Western Interior Seaway, we talked all about that in the last episode about oceans. And the Hell Creek Formation, that's another popular formation that comes up on our show. Some of the most well-known dinosaurs are from there.
Mm-hmm. And the Hell Creek and Western Interior Seaway. Actually, the Western Interior Seaway overlaps with all of these formations because it basically covered all of North America right down the middle. And all these sort of were near it, which helps with the fossilization because all that water from the seaway gives nice sediment for the fossils.
Yeah. Then the Denver Formation, I'm not actually completely sure that this was the formation in the show.
That's what it said in the press notes, though, right?
No, it didn't. It is for the scene with Pectinodon, though, which we'll get into for the Dinosaur of the Day segment. But I don't think any Pectinodon fossils had been found in what is now Colorado. In the press notes, it said this was a saline lake in Colorado. The paleo setting was.
I see. Yeah, they didn't always give the exact formation. But like you said, Pectinodon has not been found anywhere in Denver or anywhere in Colorado. So if it's a saline lake in Colorado that has Pectinodon, it's like kind of hard to say what they were going for because we haven't actually found it anywhere in Colorado. But they do have some in Wyoming, which isn't too far away. So I think they just took a little bit of creative license because it's like, we know the dinosaurs could walk
Yes.
a few miles, a couple 100 miles. Probably wouldn't have been a big deal. There weren't any big obstacles in the way. So
There were no state lines
yeah,
worried about
they
crossing.
didn't respect state or international boundaries.
Well, they didn't exist back then.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
we know of.
Plus, the scene is, I really enjoyed that scene. We'll get into it. But there's also the Arapaho Formation, which is within the Denver Basin. And although dinosaur fossils have been found there, none of them have been referred to a specific genus. So there's kind of two areas in the Denver area there. But the Denver Formation is in the central part of the Denver Basin. It's from the late Cretaceous to early Paleocene.
So it spans the extinction event.
It does. Of course, the dinosaurs don't. But the dinosaurs that are there, you've got hadrosaurs like Edmontosaurus, then there's Pachycephalosaurus, Triceratops, Ornithomimus, and Tyrannosaurus. When you talk about North American dinosaurs in the late Cretaceous, I think Tyrannosaurus is almost everywhere.
Yeah, it's been found quite a bit, especially when you're in that sort of central part of the U.S. especially.
Then we've got the Lance Formation. That's from about 69 to 66 million years ago. It's named after Lance Creek in Wyoming.
Yeah, it's basically the same as the Hell Creek Formation, although the Lance Formation extends about 1 million years older. So sometimes you'll find a few things in the Lance Formation that you don't find in Hell Creek just because Hell Creek starts a little later.
Yeah. And it had streams and a coastal plain. It was along the edge of the Western Interior Seaway. It was a subtropical climate. There was probably a lot of rain. There were lots of birds there and other dinosaurs like troodontids, including Pectinodon. And then you've got Tyrannosaurus, Ornithomimus, Nanotyrannus. Yep, Tyrannosaurus and Nanotyrannus.
Maybe Nanotyrannus, if it's valid.
Right. Then Ankylosaurus and Nodosaurids like Denversaurus and Edmontonia, ceratopsians like Leptoceratops, and then depending on how you classify it, Torosaurus, Netoceratops, and Triceratops, or just Triceratops.
Oh, even Netoceratops could be Triceratops.
Mm-hmm. Then there's Pachycephalosaurus. You've got hadrosaurs like Edmontosaurus, and then other animals like pterosaurs, crocodiles, lizards, snakes, turtles, frogs, salamanders, fish, and mammals.
Sounds wet.
Yes.
I guess a lot of these formations have the same animals because they're all connected on the same continent, and we're basically just talking about the last 4 million years of the Cretaceous. So it's not surprising that we're finding the same stuff in most of them.
And if they're touching the western interior seaway too, it makes sense.
Yeah, especially for the marine stuff, it just swim right up.
Yep. The Prince Creek Formation, that's another formation we've talked about a fair amount on this show because there's some cool Arctic dinosaurs.
Yeah, I like the Prince Creek. It's way up in Alaska.
Yes.
The cool thing about the Prince Creek Formation, it's also within those last 4 million-ish years of the end Cretaceous extinction event, but they've found some baby dinosaurs there. We've seen a lot of these little tiny fossils. I think we've talked about before, some of the fossils were so small that they basically fit on like the head of a pin you can use for scale. So tiny. Obviously, they were in eggs at that point. But we also have really recently hatched dinosaur bones that are very small from that area. Some of those, I think there was like a femur that was basically the diameter of like a nickel.
Yeah.
Or a penny or something like that.
Very cute.
It's crazy. And it helped to show that some of these hadrosaurs were there throughout the winter because Prince Creek is on the northern end of Alaska, which means that in order to have babies there, they would have basically had to spend year round there because they couldn't walk all the way there, lay an egg, hatch the egg, and then get the babies out of there before the winter came. They'd have to pretty much be there year round.
Yep.
And then there's also Nanooksaurus up there, which is a relative of Tyrannosaurus that we presume might have had feathers because of Tyrannus, but we haven't actually found feathers with it. It's a little bit of extrapolation.
And being in a cold environment, too.
Exactly, yeah. And it's even a little bit smaller than Tyrannus, so it would make sense if it had feathers. But we're starting to get a good idea about that formation. It's one of my favorites because it's sort of one of the more extreme environments, kind of like Antarctica, except in the northern hemisphere.
Yeah. So now we'll talk about the filming locations for episode 5 and the animals associated with them. Starting with in the first scene, we're on the coast of a vast inland sea that nearly splits North America, and I'm pretty sure what's now Texas, because we start off, the first dinosaurs we see is the Alamosaurus herd. And as adults, they weigh something like 80 tons, so predators don't really go after them while they're alive.
Yeah, they emphasize that, like, once they're this big, nothing messes with them at all.
Yep, like Dreadnoughtus, the fear-nothing dinosaur.
Yeah. Of course, until they show the one that's around 70 years old and just sort of dies of old age.
Yes.
And the rest of the herd just leaves it behind totally callously, as sauropods do, just leave them to fend for themselves.
We don't know for sure.
That's true. And what were they going to do anyway? They didn't have any medicine or anything they could help it with. But the interesting thing about this is now suddenly there's 80 tons of animal immediately available for scavenging. So it goes from nothing could possibly touch this to like the buffet is open for anything with sharp teeth or just a sharp beak, I guess. An interest in meat, maybe I should say.
Yep.
I had to double check because 80 tons is unbelievably heavy for an animal, especially an animal on land. It's essentially the maximum weight of any land living animal that has ever been found. That's about the same as the estimates for Argentinosaurus, which is often cited as the heaviest sauropod of all time. Although there have been other contenders, that 80-ton mark is like sort of the high water mark.
It's hard to know for sure.
It is, yeah. But we base that, on like the circumference of the femur and the humerus, and we think like, okay, well, animals tend to have about this much mass on their body when they have a femur that big. Because they're sort of like, how much could that bone actually hold up? And then there's usually a safety factor because you don't want to like put too much weight on one leg and it buckles or breaks in a worst case scenario. So yeah, we have to kind of estimate, and it's hard to estimate because the only really big heavy things we have now are mammals and they have pretty different bones. But yeah, 80 tons is roughly the estimate of what this Alamosaurus would have weighed. I'm also glad they explored what would have scavenged it.
Yes, because animals wouldn't have let good meat go to waste like that.
Yeah, 80 tons. It's crazy. So Allosaurus was long extinct by this point, so fortunately we don't have to go down that Eryctodromeus burrow again.
Oh, of how much did Allosaurus scavenge
Yeah.
versus hunt? Yes.
Yeah, was Allosaurus the thing that scavenged all the Titanosaurs? Well, it didn't scavenge any Titanosaurs because Titanosaurs weren't around at the same time as Allosaurus.
But sauropods, yes. We've talked about it a lot at length in previous episodes.
We have.
Well, we start off with the troodontids that tried to eat this carcass, but the skin is just way too tough for them because an Alamosaurus is huge, and by comparison, troodontids are tiny.
Yeah, you can imagine something that weighs 80 tons. It's like an elephant times 10, basically, in terms of scale. And just like when elephants die and vultures show up sometimes first, sometimes the vultures can't actually get at any of the meat because it's sealed up behind this really tough hide, and their beaks just can't get in there. And that's basically, that might be the inspiration for the troodontids showing up. They said the troodontids have a great sense of smell, so they showed up, which is just like a vulture would. So they just end up having to wait around for another scavenger to come, tear that hole open, and then they can really start feasting.
So luckily for the troodontids, a T-Rex comes by and starts to eat it. It's lucky in that the T-Rex can get things going, get to the more tender parts of the meat, but the T-Rex is so much bigger that, of course, it's got dibs now.
Yeah. Anytime the little troodons try to sidle up, it's like, no, it's mine.
Yeah.
Go away. Which is also very similar to how it works with vultures. And like a hyena comes up, tears that hole open, starts eating, and then the vultures actually, in the videos I've seen, know their place and are like, okay, we'll just wait off to the side, and when you're done, we'll come in. There's no point in fighting over it. We know who the boss is.
Plenty to go around.
Yeah, but in this case, the troodon was a little bit more, tried to get its nose in there a little bit.
Right, get a few bites in. I wonder if part of the reasoning for that was to show the enormity of the Alamosaurus and the T-Rex. You kind of have the troodontids for scale.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it does help.
Well then, because this large amount of meat is going to attract more carnivores, you've got Quetzalcoatlus that appears. And the Quetzalcoatlus and the T-Rex square off. And it's unclear how things are going to go until a second Quetzalcoatlus appears, and together they scare off the T-Rex. So not necessarily what you think will happen when it comes to Tyrannosaurus Rex fighting another animal.
Yeah. This was maybe the one scene in Prehistoric Planet 2 that I completely did not expect.
Mm-hmm.
If you asked me before watching this show, what would win in a fight, a Quetzalcoatlus or a T-Rex? Or say you've got a sauropod and there's a Quetzalcoatlus and a T-Rex, which one gets dibs?
Mm-hmm.
It'd be like, no question, the T-Rex, because it's so much bigger. One bite from that T-Rex mouth is going to completely incapacitate the Quetzalcoatlus.
Mm-hmm.
But then when you see the way they depicted it, where the Quetzalcoatlus can fly, it's got that insanely long beak, much longer than a T-Rex head, and with that extra long giraffe neck.
Yeah.
It's got so much more reach. It's like a boxer with a 10-foot reach going against a boxer with like a 2-foot reach. There's just no chance, right? And it's got that really sharp, pointy beak at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Unless T-Rex is really hungry and willing to just like, okay, I know I can win this fight. I don't care if I get pecked a couple times along the way, and just sort of like go blitzkrieg at the Quetzalcoatlus. Then the T-Rex is better off just leaving because that beak is just too menacing.
Yes.
Especially when there's two of them. I'd say in this situation, it's sort of like when the lion shows up after the hyena, and then you've got another level. You know, it's like starts out with the vulture and the hyena, and then the lion shows up, and now the hyena's waiting, and then the vulture is just adding up in terms of who gets to eat first.
It's kind of interesting because it's another example of predators teaming up to get their food. But then it makes me wonder, why was the T-Rex by itself? Because in previous episodes, we've seen T-Rex hunting together.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you get that with wolves and stuff too.
Mm-hmm.
There are lone wolves, even though they're usually in a wolf pack.
Or maybe it's different because it wasn't actively hunting. It just found this carcass.
Yeah.
Went for it.
Yeah, and it could be that it has young somewhere else, or who knows what the story is.
Yeah.
I dug into this a little bit deeper because I was curious for a modern comparison between a bird and a mammal, because that's the closest I could come up with. There aren't any big scavenging birds that are flightless. So you can't do a good comparison to like something that's a T-Rex unless you pick a mammal, basically. So the thing that I ended up finding was raptor birds and dogs. They sometimes interact. So hawks and owls specifically sometimes attack dogs. I found a couple of anecdotal reports of hawks and eagles killing Pomeranians.
Oh,
But these dogs only weigh about 8 to 10 pounds, which doesn't sound like much, but it turns out the great horned owl and the red-tailed hawk are more like 3 pounds. So they're weighing about a quarter to a third as much as the dog. And that's showing you how those raptors really punch above their weight,
yeah.
even nowadays, in terms of how much of a threat they are for their size.
They've got good weapons.
They do. They also have such light skeletons that they're just so much more powerful pound for pound than you get compared to a mammal. I should say, though, raptor attacks on dogs are extremely rare, but dogs and raptors aren't competing for food the way this Quetzalcoatlus and T-Rex were. So you can see how that would be a bigger problem. There's also an urban legend that owls or hawks carry off pets. I found a lot of these cases, but then there are lots of people who are experts on birds and they're like, no, these raptor birds cannot lift more than their own weight, and usually a fraction of their own weight. And pretty much every dog or cat weighs more than 3 pounds. Red-tailed hawks are not swooping in and picking up 10-pound dogs. It's just not going to happen.
Well, that's good to know if you own a dog.
Yeah. But if you have a 6-ton T-Rex versus a pair of quarter-ton Quetzalcoatlus, even though that weight difference is even bigger than like the hawk versus Pomeranian, that Quetzalcoatlus is just that beak and everything. I could see why they came up with what they did, because they could easily poke an eye out or something on that T-Rex.
Yeah, it was a really enjoyable scene and interesting. Made you rethink some things. From the press notes, it took about 600 days to animate just that scene.
Oh, man. It was a fantastic scene. It's definitely one of my favorite scenes.
Same.
And I love that they took a stab at answering that whole sauropod carcass scavenging question.
We'll talk about more scenes in Prehistoric Planet 2. But first, let's take a quick break for our sponsors. In the next scene in episode 5 of Prehistoric Planet 2, we're back in the ocean. We're around North America. I think the Gulf of Mexico is what they said. And we see globidens, the mosasaur, swimming. And this is a scene between a mosasaur and tiger ammonites, Sphenodiscus specifically, because the females, they're coming from the deep water and going to the coast carrying hundreds of fertilized eggs. So they're going to lay their eggs in a shallow area. So the globidens is waiting for all the ammonites. And it's really interesting. It ends up disabling a bunch of them by snapping at them and cracking their shell. So they kind of fall to the sea floor.
It was kind of sad.
It was kind of sad. But then that way, the globidens is able to eat when it wants.
Yeah. Store up some food.
Yeah, exactly. But it doesn't get all of them. So some of those ammonites do, or a lot of them, end up laying their eggs. And the cycle goes on. To film the T-Rex and Quetzalcoatlus scene, the team went to Wairariki Beach in New Zealand, which is famous for its archway islands. And if you look up a picture of it, you will probably recognize right away that scene. As soon as I saw it, I was like, yep, those are those archways that are in the background of that fighting scene.
Yep, I felt that way with the Mono Lake one too. I was looking up pictures and I was like, oh yeah, that's the place.
In the next scene, we're at that salty lake, and it's the beginnings of the Rocky Mountains forming. It's really harsh conditions, but we've got Styginetta and Pectinodon there, specifically to eat all the flies.
Yeah, this one took a little bit of time to figure out what they were going for exactly, because Styginetta is considered a nomen nudum, or a naked name in Latin, because it's never actually been officially named.
Yeah, I read it was part of someone's thesis.
It was, yeah. It was written in a thesis about 22 years ago by Thomas Stidham, who is a practicing paleontologist. He works at a museum in China now and has published a ton of stuff. I wonder if now that this dinosaur/bird is sort of a household name, if that's going to inspire him to get that thesis published and peer reviewed, because I would want to, right? If you've got a dinosaur that like everybody knows about, you'd want to officially get it named. Otherwise, someone else can swoop in and name it something else or change it up somehow. But I couldn't find his complete thesis anywhere. I'm guessing they picked it for Prehistoric Planet 2 because it's reportedly one of the only birds that's known to have survived the KPG boundary.
Oh.
And I presume that means that they've found fossils both before and after the end Cretaceous extinction. It might only be like just after, but like close enough after that they assume like, okay, well, it was probably there right before too.
Well done, Styginetta.
Yeah, I think that's why they have it. It's also a really cool looking animal. And there are others in this group, but I think most of them, if not all of the other ones, are after the KPG boundary, a little bit after too. So we couldn't really say like, okay, it's this one, because that would be like, for example, Presbyornis, those fossils are about 4 million years after dinosaurs went extinct. So that's a little bit too long of a gap to be like, well, we're just going to fudge it and say that it was there with the other dinosaurs, because it probably wasn't. And Presbyornis is really cool. It looks just like Styginetta did in Prehistoric Planet 2, sort of a flamingo duck hybrid. And Presbyornis is also the type genus for the family Presbyornithidae that includes Styginetta. So that's, if you know what Presbyornis looks like, this is a really close relative of Styginetta, then you can sort of connect the dots. AMH has a really good summary of Presbyornis where they say it's, quote, a relative of living ducks, had a long neck, tall legs, webbed feet, and a duck-like head. Based on fossil evidence, scientists think that these extinct birds nested together in large colonies at the edge of lakes. No one knows if it quacked. Which I just think is delightful. I love the idea of a flamingo that quacks.
Yes, me too.
With a duck head. Presbyornis also had webbed feet based on trackways found right by the fossilized bone. Webbed feet are very handy. We were just talking about that in the last episode.
Yep.
One surprising thing is that they think that Presbyornis, and probably by extension Styginetta, were filter feeders like flamingos. But even though they had that flamingo body, they were supposed to have a duck-like head. So why is the duck head filter feeding? The ducks go, they fish, basically. Flamingos are the ones that filter feed, so.
They did have, in Prehistoric Planet, they made the Styginetta a little bit pink, or streaks of pink.
Oh, they did? I didn't notice that. That's great. Yeah, so we'll have to see if Styginetta gets officially named soon. If it does, we'll definitely point it out.
Yeah, so both Styginetta and Pectinodon, again, they're drawn to this area it's got poisonous water because it's so salty, but there are so many flies there. It's a seasonal thing because the larva filters out the lake's toxic salts and they thrive there. We see a father Pectinodon and a bunch of babies. It's really cute.
Yeah, I always want to say what the size of these animals are because we don't have any sort of scale perspective. I actually saw somebody who photoshopped in people next to the dinosaurs so you can kind of tell how big they are. But I think the babies at most are about 20 pounds. They're pretty small because they're still in fluffy phase. The dad reminds me a lot of paleo art of Dakotaraptor.
Oh, yeah.
The way it's drawn. But Pectinodon was way smaller than Dakotaraptor. It's more on like a almost Deinonychus type scale or like a little bit bigger than a velociraptor. It's a fairly small dinosaur. And Sabrina's going to talk more about it in the Dinosaur of the Day, I'm sure. So I don't want to step on too many toes.
Yep.
I'm not sure how tall Pectinodon was, but its close relative Presbyornis was about 3 feet or 1 meter tall. So I'm guessing a little bit shorter because its legs looked proportionally a little bit shorter than like the full flamingo Presbyornis one. So the Styginetta duck flamingos in there were maybe like 2 feet tall. I'm not sure. And that would make it quite a bit shorter than actual flamingos today. Flamingos today, sort of the minimum height for a lot of adults is like 4 feet. They can get up to like 5.5 feet. So yeah, flamingos are pretty big.
Well, the baby Pectinodon in Prehistoric Planet 2, they're interested in the millions and millions of flies. And the flies are a good source of protein. They show them chasing after the flies like seagulls in the Salton Sea.
Yeah, that was exactly what I thought of too. That might have been in a Planet Earth, actually. I can't remember what documentary we saw that in.
Yeah.
And they showed 2 different birds. There was something like a swift or something that could fly and just individually pick the flies out of there. And then like, and here's how the seagull does it. It just opens its mouth and just like runs face first through. And that's exactly how they show those baby Pectinodon.
I think it was also a David Attenborough narrated documentary.
Yeah. feels that way in my head, whether or not it actually was. The Salton Sea also has a lot of migratory birds, like they describe Styginetta being. So I think that also is a factor in that comparison.
Well, and Styginetta being flamingo-like, because in that other show, that's where they had the parade of flamingos,
Mm-hmm.
which actually, the Styginetta looked like they were ready to do their own parade.
Yeah, that would have been great.
Yeah. And that inspired some art we did a few years ago for our patrons.
The Parasaurolophus parade.
Mm-hmm.
But that reminds me of when we were talking to the producers and they were saying animals do the weirdest stuff. And if we had the dinosaurs do it in this show, people would be like, no, that's fake. For sure, if they showed the Styginetta doing the parade that flamingos actually do in real life, people would be like, what is this? What kind of goofy nonsense did you make up?
That would be amazing.
It would be.
I would love to see that. Some blooper scenes or something. Except those blooper scenes would take like hundreds or thousands of hours to make.
Yeah.
Well, back to the scene. The father Pectinodon, which is reddish in color, it stalks the Styginetta because the flies aren't enough for the whole family, and it jumps up and chomps down on one neck. And then it's able to feed all the babies.
Yeah. It kind of looked to me like that it was using its wings a little bit because it sort of has like wing-ish things that are way too small for its body in terms of being able to fly.
Mm-hmm.
But it looked like it might have been using them a little bit to get some extra air on the way hopping up to catch the bird as it was taking off, which I think might have been what they were going for there with like, look, it's using its, even though it doesn't have its wings in like full flight ability, it could be like a ground up hypothesis of like taking bigger and bigger jumps until eventually it's got full-blown wings that it could fly with.
Yeah. So to film that scene, you kind of mentioned earlier, Garrett, it was Mono Lake Tufa State Natural Reserve in California, and that's near Yosemite National Park. It was established in 1981 to preserve the limestone tufa tower formations at Mono Lake.
Yeah, and those are the things you can really see in
Yeah.
the seed.
Yeah, they're these spires and knobs of calcium carbonate that form between freshwater springs and alkaline lake water when they're interacting.
They're really cool looking.
They are.
It kind of looks like a huge termite mound that's like decomposing into like a skeletal looking thing, or maybe like an ancient coral reef, which is the same thing, calcium carbonate.
And I know we weren't the only ones who kind of recognized Mono Lake, because there was at least one person on Twitter who, I think this is Mono Lake.
Yep.
According to the press notes, flies were a problem when they were filming this scene because there were billions of flies, and they sometimes looked like a black wall, so the flies would clog up the equipment, especially the camera, and cleaning the camera in the field was really difficult because they couldn't get away from the flies.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's the thing about when you get out of the cities and suburbs and into like real nature, flies, man. There's just so many flies everywhere. I can't handle it. I can't handle the flies.
Well, moving on from the flies, the next scene is all about Triceratops. And for a little bit, you can see the baby Triceratops milling around. They're very cute. I wish there was a little more baby Triceratops in there.
It would be nice. It'd be fun if they did a spin-off that was just like all the babies.
Yeah. The main focus of the scene is the adult Triceratops that are competing for mates, and they show them fighting each other with their horns. And one wins, the older one, and gets to have a mate, and the younger one loses a piece of horn.
Yeah. Do you remember there was a documentary we watched where there was a similar fight between Triceratops, and one of the Triceratops got its horn broken, and then it was sort of like hanging?
Oh, that sounds very familiar, but I can't remember which one.
I thought it was Walking with Dinosaurs, but I rewatched the scene, or the only scene I know of that has Triceratops in it, and I didn't see it in there. So I don't know. If anybody knows, let us know what that is. But it was very reminiscent of that to me. But of course, in the other show, the Triceratops ends with this like broken, awful, dangling horn thing going on. Whereas in Prehistoric Planet 2, it sort of snapped off more cleanly and didn't look quite as gruesome. So I guess that was at least a plus for this Triceratops.
We do think that Triceratops did fight each other because there's some evidence. Like, I think Big John, the Triceratops, there's evidence of wounds that are in the process of healing when that specimen died.
I think you said there was like a full-blown hole in the frill, right?
I don't know if that was for Big John, but there are other Triceratops fossils where, we can see evidence that, Yes, they use their horns against
Yeah.
each other.
I knew about in their little making of thing, they show the little scratches on the frill. But I know, yeah, after you were talking about that, they actually punched full holes through is very impressive.
I think so.
It was interesting to me that they said the Triceratops with 1 meter long horns is less attractive because it didn't have scars. I wonder what that's based on. I couldn't find a reference to something because usually it's like the bigger the structure and like the brighter and more pristine it is, the better. But I guess it's always possible that you could look too green.
Yeah.
They also said the 30-year-old weighed over 10 tons, which was really surprising to me because I had to check. I was like, did Triceratops get up to 10 tons? And the very, very upper estimate of like the heaviest Triceratops is more like 9.5, 9.6 tons. So I think they're sort of pushing that a little bit and saying like, well, maybe if you've got a group of, dozens of these, ultimate biggest one, because we usually don't find the very biggest fossils because we just get whatever random sampling we get, could have been over 10 tons. I guess that's possible. And his horns on that 10-ton one looked insanely long. They said the smaller one had the 1 meter horns, but it looked like the larger one had something more like a 2 meter or 6 foot horns. They looked so huge, those horns on it. And that might be reasonable with a keratin covering. That could be possible because a keratin covering could maybe double the length of a horn from just the bone part that we usually see fossilized. Even if it was 2 meters or 6 feet long, it would still be way shorter than something like a mammoth tusk. The longest mammoth tusks are over twice that length, although they're not the best comparison since tusks are teeth and not horns. But that might actually make it even crazier that the mammoth tusks are so big.
Yes. Can you imagine if your teeth grew that large?
Yeah, 14-foot tooth.
So to film this scene with the Triceratops, the team went to Winterfold Forest in Surrey in the UK, which is a woodland and a popular place for hiking and cycling. A lot of these places are popular for hiking.
Yeah. There's only so many things you're allowed to do in the wilderness these days. In the old days, they'd probably be popular for logging and things like that, but now they're parks.
In the last scene of this episode, we go to the cold far north in the Arctic Circle, where the sun barely rises for 3 months of the year, and I can't imagine I would be so depressed.
Yeah, I can't handle that.
And that's where we see Ornithomimus running around together looking for food, and they kind of look like a chicken pecking at the ground.
Yeah, I thought of an ostrich, especially since they needed to cover so much ground to find food, like ostriches in the Australian outback, just sort of like flocking in these big groups, trying to find any little scrub to chomp down.
Well, they're not alone for long because we've got a Nanooksaurus hunting them. And Nanooksaurus, it's more agile than T-Rex, probably because it's smaller. There's nowhere for it to hide in this scene, so it can't surprise attack the Ornithomimus.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think Nanooksaurus was definitely more agile than T-Rex because even though it was about half the length, it could have been as little as 1/10 of the weight because that's how these things always scale. As you get longer, they also get wider, so they end up weighing way more. Even the low estimate of 5 meters and 16 feet and 500 kilograms is roughly 1,000 pounds, which means it was still a lot bigger than Ornithomimus, even though it was such a small fraction of T-Rex.
That's amazing. So, yeah, Nanooksaurus tries to panic the Ornithomimus by rushing them, and they all run. But at first, Nanooksaurus isn't fast enough. Then it is able to kind of surprise them and runs after them again, and one Ornithomimus breaks away, so Nanooksaurus chases after it and manages to get that one. And then it takes the Ornithomimus back to its babies.
Yeah, I was a little surprised by the scale of the Ornithomimus because it is a lot shorter than Nanooksaurus, but by length, it should have been only about 1 meter or 3 feet shorter. And then it was a lot lighter weight, though, probably 1/3 of the weight of Nanooksaurus.
Yeah.
But to me, it looked pretty small in Prehistoric Planet. Maybe it was like a juvenile or something. But yeah, it's definitely likely that an Ornithomimus would outrun Nanooksaurus in most situations. Although if one slips like it did in Prehistoric Planet, it's always possible that it gets caught. And that Nanooksaurus might have been desperate to feed its babies, so trying a difficult hunt might be worth it. Animals do that kind of stuff all the time. I also like that it was hunting them in the cold because that means it sort of has built-in refrigeration,
Oh, yeah.
just like a Inuit hunting a whale. They can drag it out on the ice and then eat it all winter. You could do the same thing with the Nyxosaurus and this Ornithomimus, because considering that the Nyxosaurus weighed, 1,000 to 2,000 pounds and the Ornithomimus weighed about 400 pounds, it would have been hard to eat all that meat before it spoiled, even with the help of those cute, fluffy little baby Nyxosaurus.
Mm-hmm. That's true. So to film this last scene, the team went to Margar County, Montana, which has a population of about 1,900 people. It's surrounded by mountains and the Smith River runs through it, so it's good for fishing.
Yeah, that was a cool scene.
It was.
I liked the way the red on the Ornithomimus popped with the white snowy ground
Me too.
and the little head tufts.
Yeah, it was a good episode. We started by saying oh, that's a lot of dinosaurs to cover in North America, but I liked the ones that they chose and the settings they put them in.
Especially that scene of the scavenging of the Alamosaurus and the Troodon getting supplanted by the T-Rex, getting supplanted by the Quetzalcoatlus is great.
Yeah.
And in just a moment, we'll get back to Pectinodon for our dinosaur of the day. But first, we're going to pause for one last sponsor break.
And now on to our dinosaur of the day, Pectinodon, which, as you know, appears in episode 5 of Prehistoric Planet Season 2. It was a troodontid that lived in the late Cretaceous in what is now Wyoming, in the Lance Formation. It probably looked bird-like with feathers and long legs, and being a troodontid, it would have had the sickle claws on the second toes. But we only know this dinosaur from its teeth.
Yeah. I mean, troodontids are like that, I guess.
I guess so. I'll say so far. You never know what fossils might come up later. As a troodontid, it may have had good vision, and it may have gone after small prey. The type and only species is Pectinodon bakkeri. The genus name means comb tooth, and it refers to those comb-like serrations on the teeth. And the species name is in honor of Bob Bakker. It was described in 1982 by Kenneth Carpenter. He named it in a paper about baby dinosaurs from the Lance and Hell Creek formations. And he studied 11 taxa from 9 localities based on small teeth and parts of the skulls that were found by screen washing, which is underwater washing and screening.
Like panning for gold, kind of.
Yeah, but panning for baby dinosaur teeth and parts of skulls.
I would be so much more excited finding a baby dinosaur tooth than a little flake of gold.
So this study helped show that baby dinosaurs weren't as rare as paleontologists previously thought. The holotype of Pectinodon is a tooth, and then the paratypes and the referred specimens are also teeth. He found, quote, crowns of teeth strongly compressed laterally and recurved.
So curved, pretty flat, and serrated.
Yep. Pectinodon was described as an apparently small species weighing under 220 pounds or 100 kilograms. The holotype, it's a tooth, but it's an adult tooth. It's the largest tooth. It's 6.2 millimeters long and 3.7 millimeters wide. If you want that in inches, that's about 0.2 inches by 0.1 inches.
Very small.
Yes.
I feel like the one in Prehistoric Planet 2, they made a little bit bigger.
Yes. Well, maybe. And the paratypes, the teeth are small and probably come from baby Pectinodon. But the other referred teeth are from adults. The teeth look similar to Saurornithoides inequalis, which was previously referred to Troodon formosus and Saurornithoides jr. He said that the teeth look similar to velociraptor teeth, but some slight differences in the serrations. And Pectinodon has been considered to be synonymous with Troodon formosus. But in 1991, George Olszewski found it to be its own species, Troodon bakkeri.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. Because Troodon formosus also just teeth. So depending on how similar those teeth are, could get lumped together.
Yes, in 2011, Lindsay Zano and others analyzed how troodontids were classified and found all the specimens assigned to Troodon formosus were probably different species and agreed that Pectinodon bakkeri was valid. In 2008, Longrich also found Pectinodon to be valid. And in 2013, Phil Curry and Derek Larson found Pectinodon to be valid and said the teeth could be found in both the Lance Formation and Hell Creek Formation. So a lot of people think, yes, this is a valid dinosaur.
That's good. I wish there was more than just teeth, but
There are other teeth from Dinosaur Park Formation referred to Pectinodon.
Oh, good. More teeth.
It's a CF. It's hard to classify specifically. And then in 1985, Lev Nesov named a second species, Pectinodon asiaamericanus, based on a tooth found in Uzbekistan, but that one's considered to be a Nomum dubium.
Yeah, that tooth, not good enough. The other teeth, plenty good. And our fun fact of the day is that sauropods would have been very vulnerable to lightning strikes, and not just because they're so tall.
Okay. Well, now I'm curious.
Yeah. So, being the third full week of June, of course, that means it's Lightning Safety Awareness Week.
Oh, of course.
I just learned this and I couldn't resist tying it into a dinosaur fun fact somehow. So, Lightning Safety Awareness Week is a campaign by the National Weather Service in the US. Lightning kills about 20 people and injures hundreds of people in the US alone every year.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Yeah, so a lot of times when they say those things like, well, you're more likely to get struck by lightning than blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, you're kind of likely to get struck by lightning. You're definitely way more likely to get struck by lightning than bit by a shark, because a lot of people get struck by lightning. Not that many people get bit by a shark. Sabrina, I know you hate lightning.
Yep.
But fortunately, the Pacific coast has the least lightning in all of the country, and that's where we live.
Good job, me, for living here.
I remember finding that out one time we were watching the weather, and they're like, there's a thunderstorm today. It might be the only one of the year. And I was like, oh, that's nice. It's nice to know. As a first bonus fun fact, lightning often strikes the same place repeatedly.
Oh, no.
So that myth about lightning never hits the same place twice is completely wrong. For example, the Empire State Building alone gets hit over 20 times a year. And that's been going on for like 100 years. So yes, it can hit the same exact spot over and over and over again. The main factors are how tall something is, how pointy it is, and what's around it. And the Empire State Building is very tall, very pointy, and taller than anything else around it, so it just gets hit over and over again. The take-home message from NWS is that nowhere outside is safe when thunderstorms are in the area. As they put it, quote, if you hear thunder, lightning is close enough to strike you, end quote.
Oh, so get inside.
Yes, exactly. Because lightning, it can strike one point, and then just a couple seconds later, it can be like 9 kilometers or like 5 miles away. It can, storms are really big, and the static buildup can be all over the place. So, you want to get into a building, but not just any building. You want to make sure it either has plumbing or electrical wires, because those are both grounded, and the lightning will be drawn to that instead of to you inside the building. If you're near a car with a metal roof, you want to get in and roll up the windows. The metal cage of the car helps to keep the electricity away from you. It actually made me wonder, because a lot of like new fancy cars have glass roofs. I don't think those actually protect you as well from lightning, because they very clearly specify convertibles do not protect you, because you need the actual metal roof. That's where the lightning's coming from. So if you have a choice between vehicles, metal roof is better. But obviously none of this works for dinosaurs.
No, they didn't have cars.
They didn't have plumbing. They didn't have electricity.
No buildings.
Yeah. But the dinosaurs at most risk would have been the ones on hills, mountain ranges, or other elevated areas, as well as those in wide open areas, because they're the tallest, pointiest thing around. Being elevated or in the open can lead to a direct lightning strike.
I think that's what happened to Mary Anning when she was a child.
Really? Jeez.
She was struck by lightning.
Yeah, direct lightning strikes are probably the most deadly type of lightning strike, since the electricity moves right through and around the body. It often causes really bad burns, but in addition, the electricity tends to go through blood vessels, the nervous system, and the heart, which are not places you want large amounts of electricity and heat to go through. In 2022, last year, one person in a parking lot and one person on a roof were both killed by lightning strikes.
Oh.
Yeah, they publish all the statistics on who gets struck by lightning, which is part of the safety awareness, because you can see all the different situations. Really, whenever you hear thunder, you want to be inside. When it comes to dinosaurs, we really don't know about whether they were in open fields or really about dinosaurs that lived on mountaintops, period, very well, because mountaintops don't have the sediment to fossilize. But hopefully, any dinosaurs who wandered up there would leave during a storm. Maybe there's an instinctive, it's raining, I don't want to be on top of a mountain right now. This is really hard for large sauropods, though. especially because they sort of turn any area into an elevated area with their really high body. And obviously, any dinosaur, sauropod or otherwise, that's standing in an open area would be at risk for a direct strike. In addition to direct strikes, there's also a type of lightning strike called a side flash. Basically, that's when lightning hits something tall, often a tree, and then if you're standing next to it, it sort of jumps to you halfway down the tree and then
Oh.
goes through you rather than the rest of the tree.
Oh no.
So that happens pretty often. I think that's the second most common type of lightning strike. The direct strike, I think, is the least common of the three.
Oh.
Dinosaurs obviously would have been at risk for this too, because if they're standing near a tree, there were plenty of trees back then, they could have been hit. In terms of people, we know one person died last year doing yard work in a storm, and they were near a tree, and they got the
Oh.
side strike. And also a single strike last year killed 3 people hiding from a storm together beneath a tree near the White House, actually. They were in the park by the White House, and they sat under the tree.
Oh
So
no.
do not hide under trees during thunderstorms. People always say that, but it actually is a really big risk.
That's sad.
Yeah.
I think I remember hearing that story when it happened. That was really sad. It was I want to say it was a couple who were visiting DC on vacation, and then a third person who was just trying to shelter from the storm a little bit.
I think you're right, because there was a male, they published the age and the gender of the people. So it was like a mid-70s man and woman
Mhm.
together. So yeah, I presume they were the tourists. It is very sad and tragic. And you could see how in that situation, when you're on vacation and your hotel might be really far away and it
Mhm.
starts raining, that you think, I'll go under a tree. That's the safest place to be. But you'd actually be better off just going and sitting on a park bench, for example, if you can't make it anywhere else. This also would have been a problem for sauropods, because even if they were just eating leaves off a tree, that means their head is right next to the tree. So presumably they could get that side strike. And doubly so if it's an isolated tree without many tall objects around it. Bodies of water are also dangerous with lightning in the area. Water doesn't attract lightning. That's one of the myths about lightning. It doesn't attract it, but it conducts it really well. So you can be farther away from the actual direct hit of the lightning and still be killed or seriously injured by it. Just like in Prehistoric Planet, I think you talked about the crew had to evacuate the swamp when there was lightning in the area.
Mhm.
That was very smart of them, because that swamp would be conductive and you don't want to be in it when there's lightning nearby. Last year, I found 5 people that were killed in bodies of water. There were 2 people jet skiing, 2 people rowing boats, and 1 person floating in a river.
Oh. This is a very dark fun fact.
It's meant to be awareness for things that you shouldn't be doing when there's lightning out and that you need to be inside. The floating down a river was kind of surprising to me, because you'd think you're low down, and being
Mhm.
low down, you might be less likely to get struck. But actually, the way lightning hits people, it usually isn't the direct lightning hitting the tall object. It's people near the tall object or people in something conductive like water, and then still being affected even if they're not directly hit. So on a lighter note, dinosaurs also would have been affected by this. For example, a Spinosaurus standing in a swamp definitely would be at risk of getting hit by lightning or injured by lightning, as would any of the swimming dinosaurs like Hesperornis. And of course, so would sauropods if they were, for example, looking for horsetails in swamps, something that some species certainly did, since horsetails were one of the most nutritious foods available to them.
Seems like there was almost nothing a dinosaur could do to stay safe.
There is. I'm going to get to the happy how to avoid it at the end.
Okay.
But first, I got to get through all the ways you can get hit by lightning.
Of
So the last one is very interesting to me, and something that I had not heard at all until researching this. And that's that lying flat on the ground is a really bad idea in lightning. It seems like something you'd want to do because, hey, if I get lower, the lightning's less likely to hit me. But this goes back to the direct strikes are not the main way people get killed by lightning. The biggest of the 3 is actually from something called ground current from lightning. When lightning hits the ground, it actually travels outward across the Earth's surface. The electricity does.
Mhm.
And if you're standing on that ground, it's likely to go through your body.
Oof.
And again, when it goes through your body, it goes through the closest point to the lightning strike, up into your body, through your cardiovascular and or nervous system, and then it leaves out the point farthest from the lightning strike. The greater that distance is, the higher the risk for injury and death. So lying down just increases that distance. If you imagine you're standing up and your 2 feet are, like a few inches to a foot apart, that's not great. But if you're lying down, it could be 5-6 feet apart. That's a long distance, and that's more deadly. This is the reason why a lot of quadrupedal animals get killed by ground current from lightning strikes. They have relatively wide stances, and that means that distance between the entrance and the exit of electricity is pretty far. There are multiple cases of hundreds of animals dying from a single lightning strike. In 2016, 323 reindeer were killed on a plateau in Norway from a ground current effect from lightning.
I think we talked about this on the show at one point.
I think so too. And this means that bipedal dinosaurs would have been less likely to be affected by ground strike lightning, but quadrupedal dinosaurs with that wider stance would have been in worse shape. And obviously, the larger the animal, the wider the stance.
Oh no, sauropods.
There goes sauropods again. That might have actually been the biggest problem for sauropods because that ground effect is the biggest problem, and they had the widest stance of any dinosaur. So what could sauropods do? So OSHA, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, has recommendations for workers that are caught in thunderstorms without shelter and what they can do. So the biggest thing is that for sauropods, they'd want to lower their head.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to be the tallest object around, but you also don't want to touch the ground with your face because then you're spreading out that ground contact area.
Really, you just want to be floating in the air.
Maybe. It could still go through you midair like an airplane.
You don't have to worry about the ground current that way.
Oh, true. Yeah. What they really should do, though, is walk downhill if they're up high, try to get out of any wide open areas, and avoid isolated high trees. Also, if they can, the really ideal situation is to get into a dense area of smaller trees, which are surrounded by larger trees. Because if there are larger trees sort of in the general vicinity, those are going to be the things that get hit by lightning. And then if you're near the smaller trees, they are taller than you. So that's sort of your optimal situation. You can also go for something like a low-lying area, like a valley, as long as there isn't flooding filling that valley.
Okay.
So maybe, or even maybe halfway down into like a valley or like the bank of a river or something like that. Those are the ideal places if you're ever caught out and there's no way you can get to shelter. That's where you should be. And obviously that's where sauropods should have gone if they could, because they didn't have any shelter. So remember, if you hear thunder, go inside. And if you can't get inside, stay off high places, out of wide open spaces, out of the water, and keep away from tall things like trees. Also, important to know that people that are struck by lightning aren't dangerous after the fact. So if you can try to take them to a safe location. And if you know how to give CPR and they need it, you can give it to them safely.
Good tips. I hope we never need to use them.
Yeah.
I don't know how fun that fun fact was.
I know, it's a little bit of a downer, but I thought it was worth mentioning because I didn't realize how many people get struck by lightning.
I didn't either.
It's important to stay inside.
Well, on that note, that wraps up this episode of I Know Dino. Thank you for listening. Stay tuned because next week we're finally going to be diving into that episode we promised a few weeks ago on the Dinosauroid.
Yeah, the creepy Troodon evolving into a human form thing.
Spoilers. I wasn't going to give it away, but here we are. If you want more dinosaur goodness in your inbox, then head over to iknowdino.com and sign up for our newsletter. Thanks again, and until next time.
Good day.